what's up? You gotta stop and listen. It's coming to you.
쿨라 울리자 no brother昔僕を見逃し쿨라 울리자 no brother結果一族滅び夢幻のことすあの体勢からの返し侮りがたし鼻から第4形態フリーザより1回変身を設定見せた変身1回 YO 最後は太陽そりゃないよ燃え尽きたよ YO 最後は太陽そりゃないよ燃え尽き太陽クーラフリーザのブラザードカンバトルにクーラぶちかませ超快感ドラゴンボール Z ドカンバトル全世界同時キャンペーン始まる
Hey yo, what's up? You gotta stop and listen. It's time to open your eyes. It's coming to you.
クーラフリーザのブラザーしたらメタルクーラフリーザのブラザー吸収復讐メタルクーラ機械になって得たぜ復讐の機械無限に増殖絶望を感じたあのショック打ちたちから捕まえた悟空とベジータ吸われた悟空とベジータ全力出した奴は非道かます瞬間移動奴は非常ボディは頑丈無限に再生絶望の戦場無限に増殖見せろ根性クーラフリーザのブラザードカンバトルにメタルクーラ来たるぶちかませ超快感ドラゴンボール Z ドカンバトル全世界同時キャンペーン開催中
Hey guys, it's Mike here, and welcome back to Laughingstock Media Monday, in which today we're going to be discussing, or at least I'm going to be, and then guests, potentially, will be discussing expectations for the New York Comic-Con Dragon Ball panel. What are they going to be announcing on there? What is going to be confirmed? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Magic. Maybe. Dragon Ball maybe. But hey everybody, I'm looking at the chat right now. You guys are rolling up my notifications crew. The most privileged among the people on my channel thus far. The people who show up, ride, or die. Hopefully not that one. More the ride. Along for the ride here on Laughingstock Media. Not cinema, but definitely check that one out. How's it going? Let's get those likes up too. You're stopping by, leave a like. It'll help more people see this stream live. And then afterward too, because this one actually stays up. I may regret that more and more as the stream goes along. But I hope this one will definitely stay up. Either that or it'll be the lost episode of Dragon Ball Monday or Laughingstock Media Monday. I'm already messing up my own channel's name. It might as well just be Dragon Ball Media at this point though, right? Hey, Big E Cheese Jr., King Cosma 99, Kyle Christie, Chris Phelan. Let me show you up on the chat. Oh, this is 2 streams in a row, 2 days in a row. I know. Blowing your minds, aren't I, guys? Also, make sure to vote in that poll while you're here, too. Are you interested, or excited, rather, for the New York Comic-Con Dragon Ball panel, or are you not? Let me know. And then you could also leave a comment in the chat or down below in the description, and, well, below the description, and then you'll be able to tell me that as well. Let me show the chat on the screen right now. And there we go. So right now, the yeses are winning about 75% to 25%. There is no third option other than not to vote. I guess technically there would be another option on top of that too for me to have never even made the poll. That's quantum mechanics for you. Drinking from my Fallout cup here today. A series that ended about 10 years ago with its masterpiece, Fallout New Vegas. And then they never made another one again. What a shame. They never made one in West Virginia either, where it's all online. And it just works 16 times the detail. I wonder if they know that there isn't actually 16 times the detail and we released a completely broken game that sucks in every way. It just works. Now they'll definitely give me their money. Yeah. Hi, Nix Hex. How are you doing? Are you going to hex somebody today or tonight? Chris Phelan. He makes a great point in the chat. Take me home, country roads, West Virginia. Well, I'm going to wait a little bit for you guys to file into the chat and into the stream. Also, make sure to leave a like while you're here. And then we'll be getting into some of my expectations. I'm also going to be recording a video here tonight. My video for tomorrow on Laughingstock Media. Or if in the future, whatever the next video I upload after this is. Hopefully the one I record. Hopefully I don't get, I don't know, struck by lightning about 10 minutes from now and explode in a glorious burst of fire. But you'll know. I won't until it happens. Here on Laughingstock Media. How's it going? Like Bobbity, but fatter, okay? Do you have high hopes for Dragon Ball Magic? I'll be getting more in depth into that during the course of the stream. But you know what? For you select few who showed up early, I try not to have too great of expectations for just about any piece of media these days. Truth of the matter is that all too often we go through life with these great expectations for things, and because the expectations are built up greater in our minds than what realistically should be, or, when we actually weigh all the odds and ends, then we end up being disappointed by what it is that we find ourselves going through or encountering. Like the tons of people had their hopes up for the Star Wars sequels. Look what happened there. Tons of people had their hopes up for Dragon Ball Super. A lot of people really liked it. I did not join their ranks too enthusiastically. And the list goes on. Like every franchise that we loved decades ago wasn't quite done well in its return. So we'll see if its next return will be better. But it might be horrifically bad too. Got to roll the dice. I don't have one of those 100-sided dice from the ultimate games of Dungeons and Dragons. Hey, Vin Diesel, are you watching my channel right now? Can you lend me one of those? Also, lend me one of those cars, too, from the movies. I totally would like to like to drive around one of those. Maybe the one that you drive with like the big engine popping out. I actually did see somebody, I think either earlier this year or last year, I was driving in a nearby city, and somebody drove down the street with the exact same car that Dominic Toretto drives in the Fast and the Furious, even with the engine block like sticking out of the hood. It was pretty cool. And yeah, perfect example, MCU Phase 5. Really, for me, even Phase 4 didn't finish as strongly as it should have, really. Like, I feel like a lot of the issues honestly started with the end credit scene of Thor Ragnarok. Because you set up everything perfectly for Thor to be a strong king that has Loki, his brother, who used to be an antagonist, at his side. And that could have been a great movie, them finding a new place to have Asgard and building that up. And then at that point, seeing Thor lose everything. But instead, the second he becomes king and they're right about to go somewhere, Thanos' ship shows up and kills half of them. You know, they don't show the other half escape on screen, but we were told they killed half of all the Asgardians who were there, including Loki and Heimdall. And, you know, it just goes from there, like the snap. Like, they undo a lot of Thor Ragnarok in Infinity War, where the first thing Thor is like, I need another hammer. It's like, didn't we just go through this character arc with you in the last movie, where you are not the god of hammers, you're the god of thunder? Like, wasn't that like literally the character arc there? Or like the big game-changing revelation? And then the snap, too many of the wrong characters died from the snap, or were blinked out of existence, basically. Like, Spider-Man shouldn't have been snapped away. And then it just so happens all his friends were too. So when he goes back to school after Endgame, it's like, oh, everyone is 5 years removed, but you all got snapped away, so you guys get to go to high school again. It's like, fuck that. Can we just like not have this anymore, please? Can we just like not have teenage high school Spider-Man anymore? Can we just have like him move forward and like be positioned to be the leader of the Avengers and stuff? And, you know, leaving a lot of people like that open. Doctor Strange should never have been snapped away. He was such an integral part of that arc in the comic. You know, like, there was so much they could have built up, and they even had a whole phase 5 would be like post-snap, you know? Or they could just done what the comics did and have all the remaining heroes and villains team up to fight Thanos, you know, as he becomes God and he tries to like assert himself in his dominance. And then at that point, what they could do is play it out very similar to how they did. They could have debuted Adam Warlock in that movie, just call it Infinity Gauntlet, since they already used Infinity War. Even though Infinity War should have been called Thanos Quest, really, when you think about it. I guess that wouldn't have sold as many tickets. Avengers Thanos Quest. I don't know. It sounds cool to me. But, yeah, lot of missteps, even as early as early to mid Phase 4. So yeah, I mean, the Infinity Gauntlet is so different in the movies comparative to how it is in the comics too. Like, they completely skim over, just totally ignore the fact that the Infinity Gauntlet gives you extra sensory abilities whenever you get a new stone inserted into it. So like, Thanos doesn't just like get the ability to warp space and time. He actually like sees them on another level. Like, when he has the Soul Stone, he can, like, be connected with everyone's soul in the universe. Like, when he has the Mind Stone, he can, like, enslave everyone's mind in the universe. And he just starts, like, perceive everything so vastly beyond anything possible. And that's, like, a big weakness that he's being exploited early on, because he can't take it. And then when he finally starts to adjust, he turns them off because he wants to give all the heroes and villains a chance to fight him, even though he freezes time. It's like, I could snap all of them away in an instant, but let's just have fun and fight, because I want this girl Death, who's really toxic, by the way, Thanos. You probably shouldn't be pursuing her too much. Also, she should be doing the pursuing. I mean, come on. Haven't you done your research? And yeah, a lot of things they completely cut out. If Hela didn't die in Thor Ragnarok, which I guess that she did, because, you know, I guess Surtur killed her or something. even though she's the god of death. But if she didn't die, she could have replaced death in the MCU version, and they could have had like a romance between Thanos and Kate Blanchett's Hela, and then Hela could have like tried to backstab him, you know, teaming up with Mephisto or, you know, Loki. There's a lot of things they could have done that would have been way better than let's kill Thanos in the first 5 minutes and then have like time travel to make another gauntlet. But then there's another Thanos that nobody gives a shit about because, you know, he isn't the one that we experience all the character development and stuff with. So yeah, that's I guess that's my feelings on MCU's Phase 5. Hasn't been good except for like a couple movies I liked. I like Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. I know that it could have done a lot more. A lot of people don't like it, but yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I've seen it multiple times. That's more than I could say for almost everything else in post Endgame. Daredevil, I've seen tons of times though. Same thing with Punisher. Yeah. They did those well. Until Daredevil was in She-Hulk, and they did that really wrong. Really, really wrong. What a shock. What a shock. The horror. I think I messed up my camera angle. Wait for it. I figured it out by eye perfectly. Wait. It's so hard to adjust. Such a minute change. Very close. Almost there. Stay on target. Close enough. Okay. I'll be right back, everybody. I'll give you all a little bit extra time to file in. It'll be less than 5 minutes on Namek. And then we could talk about some more of my expectations for Dragon Ball Super's, well, not Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball Magic's announcement at the New York Comic Con. And I'll be talking about that even more in depth with my first potential guest of the night, somebody who's talked at length about Dragon Ball Magic on their channel. You'll see. I'll be right back. We'll be back after these messages.
Yo, what's up? You gotta stop and
쿨라 우리 이사노 브라더昔悟空を見逃し쿨라 우리 이사노 브라더結果一族滅び夢幻のことあの体勢からの返し侮りがたし鼻から第4形態フリーザより1回変身オール設定見せた変身1回 YO 最後は太陽そりゃないよ燃え尽き太陽 YO 最後は太陽そりゃないよ燃え尽き太陽クーラフリーザのブラザードカンバトルにクーラクールぶちかませ超快感ドラゴンボール Z ドカンバトル全世界同時キャンペーン始まる
I don't know why that doesn't loop. I gotta fix that somehow. Yeah, I haven't seen the Zamasu one. Let's do that live here on stream. First time watching reaction. Now I'll get the views. That's a clean burn in hell, I tell you. What? Let me look that up right now, guys. There we go. Okay. I was going to say, I hope this doesn't get claimed, but at this point, I don't care. Because the fact is, I get claimed every stream. Even for very minor things. Okay. Hey, don't interrupt me. Alright, so what I'm going to do right now, I'll share my screen and we'll look at the most amazing thing. Going for Dokkan. Oh. Damn it. Okay. Let's pretend that I'm doing this correctly. And hope. I do mean hope, because this could be a horrible mistake. That everything will appear correctly on your screen. So, here's my picture from when I was with Quanman yesterday. And, wait for it. I'll actually fix this shite. There we go. Out of here, Quanman. You're not on my channel today. Or will you be? Even I don't know. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Why don't I see this? Where the heck is it? Oh. All right. Wait for it. Thank you all for bearing with me as I'm trying not to be a total boomer on this stream here today. Not even like in anywhere near that age demographic. And yet, when it comes to live streaming, I might as well be. Almost there. There we go. Alrighty then, guys. It is Mike from Laughingstock Media here today. We're going to watch this Dokkan rap. I don't even play Dokkan, but I will watch the rap because Josh from Dragon Ball Nation might be watching somewhere with his girlfriend. Hey guys, how's it going? And I know I know they're not watching. And we could talk about the raps because he always likes to send those to me. You all ready for this? Let the commencement, the countdown begin to the Zamasu rap, courtesy of The Truth. I believe I've met him before in the past. Probably spoken to him at some point on social media. I feel like I've met him and spoken to him in person. Then again, I've met so many people over the years, I don't quite remember. So, okay, time to do this right here and now. Wait, I'm messing it up again. You can't even hear it. At least I caught myself that time. At least I caught myself. Okay, I'm going to fix it, and we're going to pretend that it actually worked correctly. Okay. The hell is that window? This is going great. This is like when I reacted to Danny's video with Dragon Ball Untold or whatever, Unseen. Okay. Here we go. This time, it's the real time. This time, it's canon. This time, it's canon.
Potala, potala, skatala, gattai saikyo. Zamasu and Goku Black, Takai Kigurai, Kaioshin no Minarai, Ningen Gilai, Kako, Genzai Milai. Ningen Holobo Style, Ningen Zero Keika, Dakara, potala, potala, ったら合体最強見た目を捨てたらむやみやたら強キャラポタラ不死身だから切られたら増えるから宇宙そのもの無限ざます無限に増えて人間滅ぼす神辛い辛い未来それでも絶対諦めない盾希望の戦士世界の盾になるために僕のベジータ未来に助けに来たら初めに苦しみ大ピンチだからボータラスカッタラ合体最強ベジタブルー気が高ぶるベジタブルー心揺さぶる強さ荒ぶる合体したら強敵もへっちゃらポタラ使ったら合体最強ポタラ使ったら合体最強ドラゴンボール Z ドッカンバトル全世界同時キャンペーン間もなく
These have no business being anywhere near as good as they are. It's like, I guess that they have to put their money from the microtransactions somewhere. Always make fun of Josh with that. You know, he's probably put some developers' kids through college with the amount of microtransactions he's probably put in those games. But, yeah, it was pretty awesome. Give this a like. 112,000 views in 1 month. Pretty cool. Yeah. So that was pretty great. The best version of the ending of the Future Trunks arc we've gotten yet. At least I can enjoy the music while the sights of Trunks' future is obliterated after being consumed by the villain, thus nullifying his entire reason for existing. Imagine the Yu Yu Hakusho sad music is playing right here. Just like that. You guys can actually clip this one because it's not going to be unlisted afterward. This stream is canon for now. See, the thing is, Harold reserves the right to make anything non-canon at any point. And when I tell you it isn't anymore, it was Harold's idea. So you got to take it up with him. And I don't think anyone's going to want to do that. He solos fiction. What do you think he's going to do to you? What do you think he's going to do to me for not going along with it? Finally managed to find the live stream. Okay, Ma Tian Long. If you're interested, make sure to subscribe to my channel. Actually, I got a whole banner up here that says that. Because that way you'll actually be able to make sure that when you do that and enable notifications, it'll pop up for you anytime. Have you guys gotten any notifications about this stream? Curious to see how you guys found it. Is it on your homepage, on your subscriptions feed, and you just so happen to stumble upon it? Or did you get notifications that told you I was streaming? Because I'm hoping those are a thing. I say hope because I am subscribed to both of my channels, and I have not gotten any notifications for this one in like 2 or 3 years. So that seems like it's working, right, YouTube? Yeah. Hey, Xavier, kill him. What comes first, Dragon Ball Tooper or Heat 2? Heat 2. Do you mean the Michael Mann movie, Heat, with Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, and so on? I had no idea that they were planning to do a Heat 2. I don't see how they could ever do one, especially since, like, I think maybe multiple people in that cast are dead now in real life. But yeah. I'm more interested in Machete 3. Machete in Space. I've been waiting for that for what, 10 years? When did Machete 2 come out? Where it just so happened to be Mel Gibson as the villain, just like he was the villain about the same time, if I remember correctly, as when he was in Expendables 3. I was going to say the worst one, but then I saw Expendables 4. Wow. I at least enjoyed parts of 3. I guess maybe a couple parts in the newest one, but that movie was trash. I was gonna do a waste potential video about it on Laughingstock Cinema, but I decided not to because I didn't care enough. Honestly, that's probably the main reason why I either don't make movie reviews for a lot of movies that come out that I see in theaters. I either don't care or I'm just using them for research to talk about in future videos. So, like, I saw Oppenheimer, for example, in 70mm IMAX, one of the few ones left in the country, and probably on the planet at this point. And thought it was a really well-made movie, but I didn't really think it was a movie I would want to review. I feel like it's a movie I want to see more than once before I ever consider reviewing it. And maybe then I'll just do it as a part of like a Nolan marathon. Only problem is his movies have gotten longer and longer. So it's like doing a Martin Scorsese marathon at this point, you know? Like, oh, we're going to include The Irishman and the new movie coming out that's like 3.5 hours long. What is this, Lord of the Rings? Oh, we got our first super chat of the night. Thank you so much. Xavier DeGod. And let me actually give that the full screenish treatment. Fullish screen treatment is what I should say. I can do this. We could do this. Here we go. Xavier DeGod with your super chat. What happened to your Patreon, Mike? A wizard did it. But no, the real truth is more. So I made a Patreon years ago, and I promoted it for like 6 months. It didn't take off, so I got rid of it. I didn't see the purpose in having one. You know, if people didn't see the value inherent within my content to where they would support even the lowest tiers, then what was the point of me having a Patreon? You know, it didn't have any value that was brought to it. Maybe with membership, and maybe the thing is that it was Patreon itself, the website, where people didn't like the website and didn't want to support through that one. Maybe it was bad timing. Maybe it was this or that. Either way, I made it. It didn't succeed. So I moved on, and maybe I'll try something else in the future again, either memberships, crowdfunding, something, because I got so many projects I'm working on, but we'll see. So that's the answer. I guess that probably helps to answer your question right there. Thank you so much, though, Xavier. Always incredibly supportive of my stream and others. So always greatly appreciate anyone who, donates their hard-earned money to me and this channel. It's always appreciated, as well as everyone here who's in the chat. You know, I'm showing all your chats right now. Really appreciate it. I'm going to be getting into my solo expectations first, and then I'll take a break from that. I'll get into recording a video. And then after that, we'll start to hear from some others too in terms of their expectations as the show goes on. It's in a state of flux, always moving. The future is always in motion. So we will see. Okay, let's get those likes up real quick as I prepare to unleash upon you my expectations. I'm trying to remember how that song goes by 3 Days Grace. Hey, Julian, how's it going? Oh, Ma Tian Long, you said, I'm subscribed for some months already and open the notifications, but there's no sound clue nor pop up. Just a note in the corner, and unless I always watch it, I might miss the stream. Maybe it's related to, so when you have your phone, when you like, if you have them on your phone, for example, a lot of times what will happen is that somebody won't have like all their notifications enabled on the phone device. Like YouTube will do all notifications, but then if you have like your phone silence like the pop-ups and the sounds and stuff for YouTube on the phone with its own internal settings and its own operating system, it will conflict with YouTube, and so either it won't show it when the notifications go live, or also it won't give you like a sound or anything like that. You can make them like application specific, and you could customize your alerts per application, particular type of notification. I got about 15 for this Thursday. I'm going to be doing a live stream, guys, by the way, of the New York Comic Con live panel, and I'm going to be talking about the announcement as it's happening this Thursday at 12:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be in New York. So I'm going to be live streaming it on my channel and talking about it as it happens and giving my thoughts on it. And, I'm looking forward to that. But today is going to be more about my expectations going in. I'll start the stream a little bit before the panel goes live on Thursday, just so that, I give people enough time to file in. Some other channels are probably going to be streaming it too. Like I know my friend Geekdom 101 is going to be doing it. So maybe you guys can hop back and forth between our streams if you really want to. I think that should be a lot of fun. So yeah, with that being said, make sure to stay tuned for that. Set your calendars, your clocks for next or this coming Thursday rather. Thursday is always an interesting day of the week for me, and it's the day of Thor, as I was just talking about earlier, to tie that all back together. There is a method to my madness. I would do my Joker laugh, but it's a little bit late for that. I used to do a pretty good Joker impression. Also Hulk. Hulk smash, puny humans. No, I can't do it as well anymore. Hulk have PhD. Hulk smash. No. I feel like it's just not quite what it also Hulk. Hulk smash, puny humans. Yeah, it starts to sound a little bit too much like Harold. I feel like I had more range with some of my types of voices back in the day. Josh is still great at them, though. Josh is even better impressionist than me. There's a lot of stuff that Josh will do impressions of that I can't even come close. Oh, we got our next super chat of the night. To interrupt everything with me, I'm going to stop what I'm doing, talk straight to you guys, because you guys get priority with these super chats here. Thank you so much. Blaze, I love your icon, by the way. Big fan of the Watchmen and Rorschach, and possibly my favorite character, although I do really like Dr. Manhattan and like the delving into his psyche with relation to his powers and godhood, essentially, and Ozymandias. It's a really great story created by Alan Moore and David Gibbons. And in some ways I actually prefer the V for Vendetta comic comparative to Watchmen, but Watchmen has definitely been better adapted, that's for sure. The V for Vendetta comic, I feel like, isn't really fully adapted to its full potential on screen. It's a little dumbed down, and the ending is totally changed and stuff, or at least largely changed. So your question is, hey, I really like watching post stream staying up. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Watching post stream, and am I staying up? Oh yeah, so this is LSM Monday, so these ones stay up afterward. The non-can streams. So let me explain this for everyone here. Okay, so guys, the to explain the streams, so the non-canon streams are ones that we just cut loose, have fun on. They're not going up on the channel. You know, I'll still be able to read your super chats afterward and stuff like that. It's not like they disappear or anything, but internally the video becomes unlisted. So if you guys like save the links from your from like your notifications, I'm actually not 100% sure how it works with the email ones and stuff, but you know, you can still watch them. They're just gonna be unlisted and they're not canon. So you know, anything that happens on them, I disavow. I disavow all of it. Unless it's cool, and then I totally avow it. Some of my favorite ones have been non-canon thus far. Honestly, most of my streams have been non-canon. I also did LSM Midnight Run, which turned into a non-canon stream because that one was a little bit too crazy. I'm going to start adding way more stuff as the streams go on too. Like these are only going to get better. I'm going to have more guests. I'm going to have more like alerts and cool things that pop up on the screen. I'm going to do that cool thing that I see on other people's streams where like you'll see like it like right around this particular area where like the super chat pops up. And I'm gonna do a lot of stuff, you know. I'll do like cool things, like have maybe clips play of like anime and movies and stuff whenever somebody sends a chat, like certain levels. And I've thought about it all because I've watched live streams for years now. So like there's always those cool little things I want to be able to do myself, but with my own spin. You know, I already have my own intro, like a lot of them do, where it's like right here.
Yo, what's up? You gotta stop and listen. It's coming to you.
Which I think I'll be adding the Zamasu one to, actually, now that I think about it. That one's cool. So let me have that. Let me take that mental note for next time, so that I'll remember to do that. Oops. Well, almost there. Taking a mental note right now so that I can always remember to do this manually every single stream for sure. Wait for it.
What's up?
You stare into the void as I do into my very soul. But speaking of, by the way, talking about that that video I was just referencing, my friend Downey Load just sent me this.
Potala, potala, skatala, gattai saikyo. Damas. And Goku Black 高い気ぐらい海洋真の見習い人間嫌い過去現在未来人間滅ぼしたい人間ゼロ計画だからポタラ使ったら合体最強見た目を捨てたらむやみやたら強いキャラポタラ不死身だから切られたら増えるから宇宙そのもの無限ざます無限に増えて人間滅ぼす神辛い未来それでも絶対諦めない盾希望の戦士世界の盾になるために僕のベジータ未来に助けに来たら初めに苦しみ大ピンチだからポタラスカタラ合体最強ベストブルー気が高ブルーベストブルー心揺さぶる強さ荒ぶる合体したら強敵もへっちゃらポタラ使ったら合体最強ダマスゴクブラック高い気ぐらい海洋真の見習い人間嫌い過去現在未来人間滅ぼしたい人間ゼロ計画だからポタラ使ったら合体最強見た目を捨てたらむやみやたら強いキャラポタラ不死身だから切られたら
Hey yo,
How's
what's
it compare
up?
this though?
You gotta stop and listen. It's time to open your eyes. It's coming to you.
쿨라 울린 fellow brother 기타를 메탈을 쿨라 울린 fellow brother 규슈複数 메탈을 쿨라機械になって得たぜ複数の機械無限に増殖絶望を感じたあのショック打ちた力捕まえた悟空とベジータ吸われた悟空とベジータ全力出した奴は非道かます瞬間移動奴は非常ボディは頑丈無限に再生絶望の戦場無限に増殖見せろ根性クーラーブリーザーのブラザードカンバトルにメタルクーラー来たるぶちかませ超快感ドラゴンボール Z ドッカンバトル全世界同時キャンペーン開催中
And then finally, the one that kicked it all off.
Hey yo, what's up? You
This
gotta
one
stop
was
and
my
listen.
favorite, but the Zamasu one seems like it might compete.
クーラーブレイザーのブラザー昔悟空を見逃しクーラーブレイザーのブラザー結果一族滅び夢幻のことすあの体勢からの返し侮りがたし鼻から第4形態フリーザより1回変身を設定見せた変身1回 YO 最後は太陽そりゃないよ燃え尽き太陽 YO 最後は太陽そりゃないよ燃え尽き太陽クーラーブリーザーのブラザードカンバトルにクーラー来るぶちかませ超快感ドラゴンボール Z ドッカンバトル全世界同時キャンペーン始まる
Yeah. So, which one's your guys' favorite? I'm going to start to get it like an extremely long intro at this point. I do really enjoy those. That's the thing. Josh sends me clips all the time of like Dokkan and sometimes Legends, I think. And like the animation in them is really good. Sometimes it's a little shitty, but usually it's pretty good. Put those microtransactions to good use, guys and or gals. Anyway. So guys, we are going to do my expectations for Dragon Ball Panel 2023 Inside GT. Might as well be GT. It's magic instead. Where Goku still hit his head and then went to bed and woke up dead. Not really though. Except in the future timeline. So I'm going to record this in 2 parts just in case I decide to make a extra video out of this. We'll see. Start recording right now. Hey guys, it's Mike here, and in this video, I'm going to be discussing my expectations for the New York Comic Con Dragon Ball panel. Is Dragon Ball Magic truly going to be announced and coming out exactly the way that's been detailed in the leaks and the rumors? Or is Dragon Ball going to take a different direction than a lot of people expect? And even with Dragon Ball Magic in mind, what if Dragon Ball Magic ends up being, well, not necessarily the most appealing in conceptual ways to the majority of the fan base? Exactly what will happen with their expectations going in, especially when a lot of them are hoping and praying to Kami, Dende, Mr. Popo, the Supreme Kai, and probably not Shin, but, you know, maybe the other ones, and probably Beerus and Whis, and then Daishinka and Zeno, that this actually is Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball Tooper, but, you know, it isn't. Probably. I guess we'll see. But with that being said, let's get into the video. However, before I begin, let's slow down there, partner. Make sure to subscribe to this channel and enable all notifications. That way you can stay up to date with all my future videos. Additionally, make sure to leave a like, share your own thoughts down below in the comments, and make sure to stay the entire duration. That way together, with your watch time, we shall ascend to the next level of Super Saiyan. Which, I shouldn't be able to do because I'm a human, but let's just say that Harold helped me out a little bit there with his Pump the Magic Dragon. With that being said, guys, let's get into the video. And let's also get some likes here on the stream, guys, while I want to talk about likes and subscribes and all the above. And all the things that are going to be cut out of this video recording. It's going to be long, though, because I can't stop it from being long. That's just how God made me. But anyway, let's get into the video. So ever since last month, so in recent times, we are living in rather tumultuous times for the Dragon Ball fandom. Dragon Ball Super has been off the air for years. The only things we've gotten are a couple movies for Dragon Ball Super, both of which were really good and successful at the box office, and a Dragon Ball manga that a lot of people are just tired of reading because of the fact that they keep redoing things that we have already seen before. With all that being said, people are craving another Dragon Ball anime, one that's substantive, one that is going to be entertaining, and is going to carry forward the torch in the hands of Toriyama's descendants in terms of the people writing it and creating it right now, the Dragon Room, to the next generation of fans, as well as pleasing the current generation and the ones that have been with this franchise their entire lives up until this point. And will the announcement at the New York Comic Con really live up to that? Is it going to be something that is going to satisfy everyone here? I think that, honestly, that's an impossibility. The truth of the matter is this fandom is so diverse in terms of its way of thinking, in terms of its perceptions, where we have little microcosms on certain places on the internet, and just in the fandom that tend to really like certain things, whereas we have others even sometimes veering into the majority, which tend to like others. And so there's always that contradiction and conflict within the Dragon Ball fandom about what is good and what is not, what is truly Dragon Ball in its inner essence, and what is pure fan fiction, what is fire and what is trash. No cap, dead ass in this day and age with all those hyperbolic statements about people who've never once trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, but nonetheless, they'll say that if something is even slightly veering toward mediocre, it's the worst thing ever. And if something is slightly veering away from mediocre in a good direction, that's the best thing ever. Because that's the internet in this day and age, especially when it comes to channels that like to use that in order to get those clicks, get those likes, and give me some more likes and comments, guys. But with all that being said, the fact of the matter is that Dragon Ball Magic has a lot to live up to in terms of the expectations of the fandom. Because if it doesn't deliver, if it shows us an image that looks too kiddish with Goku and Supreme Kai turned into children, or even if it looks amazing and we still see that with the Dragon Ball Magic revelation that's going to be revealed to us, hypothetically, if that's in fact what's going to happen at this panel, then a lot of people could immediately be turned off. Whether it be in Japan or in other countries, Goku being turned into a kid in the first episode of GT was one of the things that ended up being the death knell for the majority of the vast majority, let's say, for the majority of the Dragon Ball fandom, where they weren't really interested in following a child Goku on a journey to other planets we'd never been to with characters that we didn't really care about and so much more. This is what Dragon Ball GT suffered from, along with poor execution of good ideas. Now, with Dragon Ball Magic, it seems to be kind of repeating the same mistake in many fans' minds in terms of turning Goku back into a kid, of taking another character that nobody cares about for the most part, like Supreme Kai, and also seemingly turning him into a child, and then having the two of them going on plant hopping missions with two new characters that are just like completely unrelated to the cast. And on top of that, not only are they trying to fight some kind of different type of villain, but at the same time, there's no mention of Oob. So again, is this also taking place in the same 10-year time skip than what was in Dragon Ball Super? You know, the exact same one that most fans tend to kind of block out of their minds and just forget that Oob existed, despite the fact that literally everything in Super has taken place during a time skip where we already know the outcome, and so we know that everyone's going to be safe and there's going to be no tension as a result. The fact of the matter is that I am really hoping that's not the case. So let's get into my own expectations, because thus far I've mostly talked about the fandom and what they're wanting, which I'm assuming is probably be something more along the lines of Dragon Ball Z. Something involving more high stakes, high action, high octane fight scenes, and great animation, and maybe some cool storylines along the way, and hopefully a little bit of depth in there from time to time, like Toriyama used to put in there in his original manga, which I've shown many times in terms of the themes and what Toriyama was writing, even though he still isn't writing the manga for this, but at the same time is deeply involved as far as we know. Then again, they could reveal that Toriyama wrote a whole manga when nobody was looking, and actually did it just like he kind of did with Jocko the Galactic Patrolman. Kind of like he did with Jocko the Galactic Patrolman, which would be pretty awesome, even though, to be honest, I don't think that Toriyama's current artistic skills are quite what they used to be about 20-ish years ago or so. But in terms of my expectations, overall, I'm not really going in with high expectations here. The thing is that too many times in my life, I have seen franchises I love that end up just being ruined, butchered in this day and age, whether it be with long-awaited sequels like the sequel trilogy, or, you know, the Disney's MCU, which has gone down for the past couple phases, or, you know, like the DCEU, which had amazing comics and cartoons, and they destroyed it in the live action version where it's flopping every single movie that comes out. Time after time after time, things I loved are ruined by people nowadays who simply do not have the talent, the respect, or anything in their eyes other than green when it comes to trying to get money out of everything. So in terms of that, I went into Dragon Ball Super really excited. You know, I didn't really like Resurrection F, but I did really enjoy Battle of Gods and thought it brought more of Toriyama's style back to the franchise after what we had seen with Dragon Ball GT, where he was very, very minorly in some way involved in terms of like some of the early stuff that we saw there. So with regard to Super, I went in excited, and as it went on, I got less and less excited and more frustrated, and then eventually was simply not happy with where it ended up turning out in terms of the franchise. So with Dragon Ball and their new announcement here, I don't really have high expectations. For all we know, Dragon Ball Magic won't be announced. It'll be something completely different, or even if Dragon Ball Magic is announced, even if on paper it sounds great, like based upon like different storylines they write and all this other stuff, you know, maybe in execution, it won't be like Dragon Ball GT was. You know, we had awesome concepts on paper, in theory, in Dragon Ball GT. The Shadow Dragons and, you know, even Super 17 was interesting with the villains coming back from hell and things of that nature, which I actually discussed in a video you guys can see in the top right corner with Geekdom 101 about how in Dragon Ball GT, the Super 17 arc did not work, whereas a very similar style story in the Fusion Reborn arc did in fact work. So with all that being said, I don't have high expectations going in. I think that's the best way in order to not be let down by what's going to happen. So many people have been hyped up for so long and they're waiting for something new Dragon Ball. But if you have your expectations set, you know, to infinity and beyond, even further beyond what Goku went as a Super Saiyan 3, I'm guessing you're going to be disappointed, especially if you're looking for like older, more adult Dragon Ball, which by all metrics, by all the rumors, Dragon Ball Magic does not seem to be. It seems to be targeted for even younger audiences, featuring the main character Goku being turned into a kid again, and then focusing on other characters who you might not even care about. You know, I talked to Kwame, shout out to him earlier, about this. And for, you know, and based upon the presentation of Magic, it could instantly make or break it, and also send Dragon Ball into better or worse stances and worse places. Because if Dragon Ball Magic happens and it's basically some chibi thing, you know, where like it's all really small little stuff that looks like it's aimed toward 5-year-olds, I feel like the majority of the fandom is going to immediately rebel against it, and they're not going to like it. But like I also said, it could be like a Wind Waker situation, where in fact the art style is a turnoff at first, and so too is the concept, which starts everything with Goku as a kid, but at the very same time, maybe it'll still end up being great and better than Dragon Ball Super, and be a really good continuation / interquel of the series. I mean, if it does get announced to take place after the end of Dragon Ball Z, then that is already going to be a big plus in my eyes, because the fact that, you know, they could still play around with the timeline stuff a little bit, but if it is, then that'd be really interesting, or even if its own continuity. Also, with regard to Dragon Ball Magic, for all we know, part of the reason why it would be called Dragon Ball Magic is because the fact that they actually do what I wanted them to do, which I discussed in a video you guys can see in the top right corner, and are introducing an entire new power system. For all we know, Goku, Supreme Kai, and the others will learn new magical abilities that they can use in order to fight against their enemies, new magical fighting styles, new magical techniques that will take Dragon Ball and basically reinvent it and refresh it in a very different way than we've seen before. Magic has barely been explored in Dragon Ball, so if they do an entire series exploring that and showing the different types of magic, the dark magic, the demon magic, Boo's magic, the Supreme Kai magic, and so on and so forth, and Goku and the others that are in it learn those abilities, and they just go on like a side story or a separate continuity entirely, then it could still be good. It could be like Dragon Ball's version of like Hunter x Hunter or something like that, which sounds pretty awesome to me, if I have to say. And of course, Hunter x Hunter wouldn't even exist without Dragon Ball, especially if you look at some of the statements that Togashi made about how much he loves Toriyama and his work and respects him. So with all that being said, guys, in terms of my overall expectations on Dragon Ball's Comic-Con announcement, I don't have very high ones. We don't know for a fact what it's going to be until the words actually come out of their mouths and they announce it fully and we see whatever that possible teaser trailer might be. I think that'd be pretty awesome to see that as well, experience that. But nonetheless, guys, I'm trying to look forward to it and have, skepticism. But nonetheless, guys, I am looking forward to whatever the announcement can be. I'm going to go in with a healthy bit of skepticism and try and be the informed consumer I've always wanted to be. But what do you guys think? Let me know your own thoughts down below in the comments. Also, if you're new here, consider subscribing and enabling all notifications. That way you can stay up to date with all my future videos. Additionally, make sure to leave a like, share your own thoughts down below. If I already didn't say that, well, let's say that I said it twice. And make sure to stick around, because there's a lot more to come in the future of Dragon Ball Magic. If it exists, we'll see. Short video from me, but we'll see if perhaps I add more very soon. I'm waiting to see what we will see tonight inside GT. But yeah. Oh, we got another super chat here. Let's go back to the chat, guys, from Xavier DeGod. Thank you so much. You asked me a question. What do I like more, Super 13 or Super 17's design? I don't really like either of them, so that's a hard question to answer. I will say that I like Super 13. Because Harold prefers him and says he's more muscular. There's that, for sure. Okay. So what do you guys think about what I just was recording? And not just that, but also what are your expectations for Dragon Ball Magic? We're going to get even more into everyone's thoughts, expectations, and more. So send in your expectations to me right now. What do you think is going to happen? And I'll give you the time to do that while I will be right back.
Potala, potala, skatala, 合体最強ダマス極black 高い気ぐらい海洋神の見習い人間嫌い過去現在未来人間滅ぼしたい人間ゼロ計画だからポタラ使ったら合体最強見た目を捨てたらむやみやたら強いキャラポタラ不死身だから切られたら増えるから宇宙そのもの無限ざます無限に増えて人間滅ぼす神辛い未来それでも絶対諦めない盾希望の戦士世界の盾になるために僕のベジータ未来に助けに来たら初めに苦しみ大ピンチだからポータラ使ったら合体最強ベストブルー気が高ブルーベストブルー心揺さぶる強さ荒ぶる合体したら強敵もへんちゃらポタラ使ったら合体最強ポタラ使ったら合体最強ドラゴンボール Z ドッカンバトル全世界同時キャンペーン間もなくポタラ使ったら合体最強ダマス極ブラック高い気ぐらい海洋神の見習い人間嫌い過去現在未来
And we're back on Laughingstock Media Monday. How's it going? So what do you guys think about Laughingstock Media Monday compared to the other streams? It doesn't seem like these streams tend to get as many people on them overall. Is Monday a seemingly inconvenient time for everyone? Maybe the time that I stream at? Or is everyone just like watching wrestling? I don't know. Maybe they just don't really push my streams on Monday. Or maybe there's another big stream happening. Is Joe Rogan streaming right now? Is Timcast going, or one of the other big podcasts? Beats me. I just live under a rock and talk about Dragon Ball and write books. I do have another video I plan to record tonight as well. That's actually going to be a versus battle. So stay tuned for that. That's going to be fun. This one will be taking place in the future. It'll be coming out in the future, and it'll be taking place in the future, involving two characters who have future in their name. And no, I don't mean the rapper. Trying to like perfectly frame myself in this shot. It's a little difficult. 8:08 p.m. See, I'm guessing you're on the west coast of North America. Maybe south, but I'm gambling here. Yeah, I've noticed that more people seem to be interested in late streams, which is why I started at 10. I'm trying to figure out that sweet spot, let's say, in terms of the best time to stream. For me, I'm, East Coast, so streaming at 10 p.m., but hey, I'm a insomniac anyway, so as you guys might have noticed, I'm sure you did. I don't undervalue sleep, but at the same time, I don't need it. I don't need it. I definitely don't need it. I need it. If you get where that reference is from. If you don't, well, I guess you haven't seen that show. Okay. So I got most of my stuff loaded up. Wanted to see if we were being joined tonight, but haven't figured that out quite just yet. But you never know what will happen as the stream progresses into the future. So let me get ready to record another video. Back-to-back video attack. Blowing your minds today, aren't I, guys? Unless you live in the future, like another time zone, and that's like further ahead. And then it's I'm blowing your minds today, but I just mean a different day. Who would win, SpongeBob or Goku? I'm pretty sure that this was already confirmed. SpongeBob would just absorb any attack, and he'd win. Goku would get tired of punching him and collapse. It'd be kind of like what happened with every time Homer fought somebody. Goku might be able to blow up a universe, but he can't blow up a sponge. Oh, wow. I was right about to record, but Xavier, you locked that in to where I'm going to talk about your what you're asking me right now, your question. That's a heart for you right there. Let's make sure I hearted all my very generous people tonight. Thank you so much. So Xavier, you asked, what do you think happens if Goku won the 21st tournament against Jackie Chun, or if he beat Ten Shinhan in the 22nd? So in the 21st, that'd be a little bit different. Goku would be the champion. So maybe he'd get a little bit of a big head in terms of his power, but I feel like Master, like in terms of his status, and maybe he'd be discouraged in Master Roshi's eyes as well, as another thing he was worried about, because he now had become the best in the world, and so Master Roshi was afraid that him and Krillin would not pursue martial arts in the future because they would feel like they topped out. However, I feel like with Goku being the way he is, he would just, be like, wow, I won. I hope there's even stronger guys at the next tournament that I'm going to train really hard for and fight too. So I don't think that Goku ever would have gotten that way, and the same thing for Krillin, who obviously wouldn't have won if Goku was still there, and Jackie Chun as well. But in the 22nd tournament, same thing. Plus, the King Piccolo thing happens immediately after the 22nd tournament. So as a result, even if Goku won, he would still immediately get absorbed into that situation and then, go off to fight Tambourine, and everything would play out exactly the same way. Like, Goku would probably still go to the 23rd tournament wanting to fight, but again, that'd be a far more personal battle because it would be him against Piccolo Daimao. And even then, like, Kami's the one who basically told Goku to go and compete in the tournament, because the fact that Piccolo Jr. was going to be there himself. So yeah, like it all probably would have gone relatively the same way regardless of when Goku won. And thank you so much once again, Xavier, for your super chat. But now I'm going to record the second video. How's my lighting in here, guys? You think it should be a little bit brighter? A lot of times I don't really know for a fact until I'm watching it on my TV or another device. looks okay, but I need some better lighting for sure. Who is stronger, Frieza during the Tournament to Power or my dad on a Friday after 6 beers? Both are bloodlusted. That's something you gotta drink over for sure. Do you think Super Buu is really good at sensing power levels? He was able to sense every person in Gohan when Trunks, Piccolo, or Goten Piccolo couldn't. Sure seems that way. He was able to sense every person on the planet and fire an independent blast that sought them out to kill them. So yeah, that definitely seems like seems like he's probably a little bit better. Okay. Hey guys, it's Mike here, and in this video, I'm going to be discussing another what if versus battle that could have actually occurred in the future timeline. Actually, no. Hey guys, it's Mike here, and in this video, I'm going to be discussing another what if versus battle that would have occurred in the future Trunks arc. Third time's the charm. Hey guys, it's Mike here, and in this video, I'm going to be discussing another what if versus battle that could have occurred, or would have. Should I say the word could in this case? Because I feel like it would be going against it. Because it could never have occurred, but one more time. Hey guys, it's Mike here, and in this video, I'm going to be discussing another what if versus battle that would have theoretically occurred in the future Trunks timeline of Dragon Ball Z. This would be a battle between future Gohan, the master and mentor of future Trunks, and future Trunks, the very first time that he showed up in the story, slicing and dicing Frieza. Who was actually more powerful between the two at that point in time, and who would have been able to win their battle? Well, as I always do, I'm going to be going in depth into this using the manga and anime where needed. And additionally, I'm also going to be presenting the strengths, weaknesses, and everything on display for both fighters to make the ultimate determination about who would win this fight. But before I begin, if you guys are new to this channel, consider subscribing and enabling all notifications. That way you could stay up to date with all of my future videos. Additionally, make sure to leave a like, share this video out, and also make sure to stay the entire time. That way you'll be able to see and understand every single thing I'm talking about, all the ins and outs. And additionally, you'll be able to help this channel to grow and to go further beyond, even further beyond, to the next level and to infinity and beyond. That's way too long. But with that being said, guys, let's get into the video. Okay, here we go. Show time. Get off my screen, Quan Man. You shouldn't be here. Unless you show up later. And then you should be here. Okay, now I gotta adjust this whole thing. Great. Now I gotta cut this whole part out too. This is going great. Going great. Let's have me over here. Let's experiment a little bit more. Maybe I'll look better on the left side of the screen. That way it won't look like I'm looking away from whatever I'm talking about. We'll figure it out as it goes on. So let's begin with future Gohan, the first character in this battle who is the mentor of future Trunks that we could see right here in the History of Trunks, or Trunks the Story section of the Dragon Ball manga, and also in the anime. Now, let's keep in mind, with regards to the manga, the chapter that we see future Trunks and future Gohan appearing in their future, and don't take a shot every single time I say future in this video or else you're going to die. This was only a half chapter, which in turn means that it was nowhere near as expansive as even a regular chapter would have been. And not just that, but wasn't exactly multiple. It was just one that took place around the time of the Cell games. That was set in the manga around the time of the Cell games. Now, in the future, we do see Gohan, who in his base form, with just the one arm, is able to fight and spar with future Super Saiyan Trunks. Someone, as we could see, clearly isn't anywhere near as powerful as you would expect a Super Saiyan to be, but then again, this might be a fight rather than being one of physical force, is rather one that is more about controlling the energy of the Super Saiyan. Either way, Gohan, the next panel, says that he believes that Trunks would be able to catch up to him in just a few more months, which plays a big role in this, guys, so, stay tuned for that. And also, in terms of his overall power, he probably did become at least a little bit weakened after he had lost his arm, because as we saw in the future, or really in the past, depending upon your perspective here, Gohan as a Super Saiyan 2 was said by himself to Goku in the afterlife that he had lost half of his chi when his very same arm, in fact, was broken by Super Perfect Cell's attack. And in the manga, we never actually see what happens. In the anime, it was during a fight between future Gohan as a Super Saiyan against the Android 17, and then Trunks as fighting against, in just his base form, against the Android 18. Gohan flew in to try and save him. Then they used a area of effect attack, and as a result, Gohan lost his arm and barely survived. Now, one thing that we have to point out too in terms of Gohan's power is that Trunks says that Gohan looks a lot like his father when he's wearing the gi, which is something he heard from his mom. At that point, Gohan says that he wears it because he hopes that he could be as strong as his dad before he passed away. But it's not as easy as it seems. So in other ways, it seems like it's implying here that Gohan is actually weaker here as a Super Saiyan, even after this training and stuff, than he ever was, than Goku was when he died in the future timeline. But just how powerful would Goku have been? Well, let's find that out in this video. Give me 1 second, guys, as I find the necessary manga panels. And thank you all so much for your super chats. I will be getting to them as soon as the video recording is over. My hard drive's just being lazy right now. I mean, yeah, whatever I mean. I'm almost there. Stay on target. Bombs away! So many manga volumes, so little time. Hold on, we're almost there. Okay. So in terms of what level of power Goku would have been, it probably would have been something akin to what we saw from Goku after he returned from planet Yardrat. Now at this time in the original timeline in History of Trunks, when Goku returned to the Earth, what happened was he actually killed King Cold and Frieza, which I discussed in a video you guys can see in the top right corner about how that fight played out. In fact, he basically was going to do that. In fact, he was already actually going to do that in this timeline until he sensed Trunks' energy and decided to just wait until his ship landed on the Earth normally. Now, when Goku became a Super Saiyan, he was able to go up against Super Saiyan Future Trunks. I'll expand upon this a lot more in depth when it comes time to get into Future Trunks and his overall power. But nonetheless, Goku at this point in the timeline would not have been vastly more powerful than he was here. Because in the main timeline and the unseen timeline, after Future Trunks showed up and explained the threat of the androids, everyone trained for 3 years in preparation for them. And so Goku, as a Super Saiyan, trained with Gohan and Piccolo. Vegeta trained in the time chamber Vegeta trained in the gravity chamber, trying to catch up to not only the power of Goku, but also of Future Trunks after he experienced his power firsthand. And all the other Z fighters also trained to get so much stronger, so in turn they would be able to defeat the androids, or at the very least not get killed in the future. However, in Gohan's future, in the Future Trunks storyline, this is not what happened. Rather, they had no idea any threats stronger than Frieza were ever going to show up, and so it's likely that at the most Vegeta tried to catch up to the power and surpass it of Goku from Yardrat, but not just that, but also Goku wouldn't have gotten any significant gains because why would he? What was he really preparing for? Any life or death battles? Not quite so much. So as a result, Goku wouldn't have been that much stronger than Yardrat Goku by the time that he died, and thus in turn Gohan here is weaker than that. In terms of just how strong Gohan would have been, well, we don't know that for a fact, but we do get another inkling of Gohan's power in the manga version. And that's after he becomes a Super Saiyan, and then attacks Android 17. Now, Gohan went into this battle not expecting to survive. He actually says this right here to Trunks, where after he knocked him out, he tells him that if he were to die too, which means that Gohan is already saying he's going to die, there will be no one left to protect the Earth. Someday, Trunks would be able to defeat the androids. Another thing worth noting is that Trunks makes great mention of Gohan's arm, saying that with his arm gone, he probably stands less of a chance than he did before, which only makes sense in terms of hand-to-hand combat and overall levels of power. And as I mentioned before, with Gohan as a kid in the Cell games, losing theoretically half his power, assuming that wasn't all a mental block, which I've discussed in videos in the past. Now, according to Gohan, he's been training hard in order to defeat the androids at this point, and he actually believes that he would be able to defeat Android 17. Now, this is the really important part, especially in the manga version. At this point, Android 17 tells Gohan that he was only using half of his power the last time the two of them fought. In other words, Gohan trained to get up to a level that was maybe a little bit stronger than half of Android 17's power. And thus, as we see, when Android 17 goes at full power to attack Gohan, saying that he won't escape and that he's going to die, Gohan in the manga doesn't even have a response. You could see on his face, it tells the entire story. He knows he's going to die. This is a, well, I'm dead moment. And so too does Android 18. Now, in the anime version, as you guys can see, and by you guys, I mean everyone watching after the stream because I'm going to edit it in, Gohan puts up a significantly better fight than he did during the manga version, where he gets killed entirely off screen. In the anime version, he's able to fight against both the androids at once and even overpower both of them with a ki blast at one point. So he has a far more heroic type of ending and resolution, and it seems that Gohan in the anime special is way more powerful than the Gohan from this one, where it seems like he might have been able to kill future Android 17 or 18. And also discussed in a video that you guys can see in the top right corner whether or not the future androids were actually weaker than the main timeline ones, because there's definitely a lot to play into that, especially considering the scene we could see right here where Trunks is unconscious when he learns that Android 17 killed Gohan, and Trunks was in, such as this scene that we could see right here, where Trunks was actually unconscious before such as the scene that we could see right here, where Trunks was actually unconscious during the scene in which Android 17 revealed to future Gohan that he was only using half his strength the last time they fought. So, oh shit. I hate when this happens. So 3 years later, when Trunks is the same age that he is when he goes back in time, now 17, he goes off to fight the androids. And during that point, he gets defeated. And he just assumes when he goes to the main timeline that the androids were probably going all out when they defeated him. However, that isn't true because for all we know, they were using the same amount of power that they had used against Gohan before with regard to Trunks. So with Gohan's manga and anime power explained, let's get into the power of future Trunks at the time. Now, when Trunks shows up in the story, the first thing that we see is him killing the various different henchmen of Frieza, followed by the Emperor of the Universe and his father themselves. And we know that Frieza at this point is actually stronger than Goku. And you get off my screen. There we go. And we know that Frieza at this point is actually stronger than he was when he fought against Goku on Namek. He says right here to his father, if the two of us work together, we're sure to defeat him. But now that I've powered up, I could likely take care of him myself. Now, of course, Frieza cannot sense energy, so there's a chance that him saying likely and that him still planning to team up with and him still planning to team up with King Cold is implication that he's weaker than he's actually weaker than Goku on Namek. However, there definitely is a strong possibility that that is not the case, and that maybe he's stronger than Goku was on Namek when he actually shows up on planet Earth in order to fight him with his father. Nonetheless, after becoming a Super Saiyan, future Trunks is still able to easily defeat Frieza and his father. Now, with that being said, we're never really told that Frieza went full 100% power in terms of like everything he can give. In the English anime, he does say, oh, here's full power and stuff like that. But nonetheless, when we actually see him here in the manga, he just goes to attack Trunks without even powering up. He doesn't have his aura around him, anything like that. We don't see him bulk up at all with at least the non-mechanical enhancements. So there's an argument to be made here that Frieza never truly went full power. Get this thing off my screen. So there's an argument to be made here that Frieza never truly went full power when Trunks killed him. And not just that, but Trunks also caught Frieza off guard, blasting at his feet, causing him to go up in the air, and then just chopping him up after that point, and then vaporizing the pieces. So again, Trunks didn't exactly fight Frieza in a battle like Goku did. He just went for the kill as quickly as he possibly could. He would also do the same thing against King Cold, who was dumb enough to think that Trunks only won because of the sword, and then in turn, he goes on to kill him as well. Now, a lot of people do assume that King Cold is stronger than Frieza. I talked about that in a video you guys can see in the top right corner. Nonetheless, the fact of the matter is that Trunks was definitely more powerful than the two of them for sure, and probably more powerful than Goku was on Namek here, but at the same time, he was compared earlier But at the same time, when Trunks went off to fight the androids, his power was compared to future Gohan's, who, according to Bulma, questions whether or not Trunks was actually stronger than him at the time. And we can make the assumption that maybe he was stronger here by the time he goes off to fight, where he's even saying that things will be different, which of course they don't end up being. But again, Gohan here is stated by himself to probably not be as strong as his father was before he passed away. And we already established how strong that theoretically would have been. Now, later on, we actually go on to see this occurring in the I gotta take a sip of water for the working man here. Getting as dry as the Sahara, it's getting as dry as the Sahara Desert in my mouth. Helps me pay those gimmicks in the mail called bills. And no, not Beerus. I definitely meant bills. Although bills are, you know, a bigger threat to most of our lives than Beerus ever was. Now, later on in the story, we get a direct comparison between the power of Goku and future Trunks, where we see... Oh, wait. I don't know why I skipped that. Where we see both Goku and Trunks become Super Saiyans and begin to spar with one another. At first, Trunks went to slash at Goku, but Goku didn't do anything because he detected that Trunks was not going to hurt him because he doesn't have any malicious intent. At that point, Trunks says that he's not going to hold back. At this point, Trunks says that he's actually going to hit Goku with his blade, and then in turn, Goku goes to infuse his ki into his finger so that he'll be able to match Trunks' sword. At this point, this is what we see, where Trunks is slashing at Goku, and in turn, he isn't able to hurt him. Even saying here that it's amazing, the stories I've heard about you are really true. No, you're even better than the stories. And he says, this is the same sword I used to slice right through Frieza, at which point Goku says, that's only because you weren't trying your hardest. So these are some things that people really overlook, this statement here. Goku says that Trunks actually wasn't trying his hardest here, whereas he did with Frieza and King Cold. He didn't hold back because he wanted to kill them as quickly as possible and eliminate their threat, because future Trunks, at least in this arc, doesn't mess around. Not just that, but a lot of people assume that Goku just infusing his ki into his finger automatically makes him way more powerful than future Trunks. But the truth of the matter is that's also not really the case. Because when you think about it, what is Goku doing here? Well, he's doing basically the same things that Trunks does, where when Trunks goes to attack somebody, he's instilling and infusing his chi, his ki, directly into his blade. You could see right before he goes to swing it at Goku, his ki is enveloping the blade with his aura, which is basically making it to where he's hitting Goku with a weapon which is filled, well, with ki. And so basically when this is happening, this isn't a battle between Goku's finger and its durability versus Trunks and his blade and the sword, but rather instead, it's actually a battle of the two and their ki. And as Goku says right here, Trunks wasn't trying as hard as he could because, well, obviously if he did and he messed up and he killed Goku, that would kind of ruin the entire trip and he'd have to make another timeline where it also did not kill Goku. And maybe he did this right before this and he's like, we went through about 4 Gokus before we met you. But at the same time, Goku wasn't really going all out either. So we know that Goku is no doubt stronger, at least a little bit, than he was on Namek, even though most of his training went to learning how to use the Shunkan Ito, or the instant transmission, and just being able to tap into Super Saiyan whenever he wants to. Whereas with Trunks, we don't know just how much stronger he might have been than Goku on Namek, but again, it's arguable that the two of them are in a similar tier of power because neither one of them was actually going all out. And this is something we actually get direct confirmation of, because despite the fact that Goku trained for 3 years as a Super Saiyan, and Vegeta also trained to become a Super Saiyan, go past Goku and his power that he sensed when he was fighting against Trunks, as well as Trunks' power, there's still an implication that Trunks isn't too far away from the other Super Saiyans who trained for 3 years. And why exactly is that? Well, this is because the fact that and how do we know this? Well, this dates back to the fight between Android 18 and this dates back to the fight between Vegeta and Android 18, as well as the fight that comes next with the Z Fighters against everyone. And this dates back to the fight first between Android 18 and Vegeta, and then when everyone jumps in. Now, when both Vegeta and 18 are going full power according to their own statements, which I talked about in a video you guys can see in the top right corner, Trunks was amazed by the power of Vegeta on display, saying he didn't realize just how powerful he was and that he was holding his own against 18. However, as Piccolo says, Vegeta is going to lose because of the fact that Android 18 was wearing him down, and that even though Vegeta, maybe he wasn't the exact same level of power as 18, he was still able to put up a fight against her, and the main reason why she eventually wins is because she wears him down, starts to deal more damage, and then in turn breaks his arm. This is what leads to Trunks jumping in to try and save him. Of course, at this point, it doesn't really fare well for him or anyone else. Now, interestingly, you could see that when Trunks goes to swing at Android 18, his sword actually breaks on Android 18's forearm. It does do a little bit of damage to her clothing, as you can see it goes there and damages it, which means it was able to get through her defenses when she's already in the middle of fighting and powered up. But it's still very similar in a sense, too. But it's a little bit similar in a sense to what we see right here with Goku and future Trunks, in which Goku is blocking Trunks' sword because of his own level of power. Trunks, however, unlike in this case, actually does try against Android 18, one of the ones that he says is stronger than his own future. One of the ones he says is stronger than his own future versions. Nonetheless, he's still one shot and everyone is taken out. And after that happens, when everyone is revived using the sensu beans, what happens is that Tien makes this statement. Which is in regard to the power of Trunks. And he says, we're talking about the man who's able to kill Frieza without breaking his sweat. And even he wasn't a match for the artificial humans. We need to face the facts. No matter how strong Goku might be, he won't fare much better than Trunks or Vegeta did. So it seems like Tien is implying the power of Trunks is still within the realm of power of Vegeta, who stayed to be even stronger than Goku at this point, as I discussed in a video you guys can see in the top right corner. And not just that, but also Goku, after 3 years of training as a Super Saiyan after he had already fought Trunks. So even then, Trunks still is implied to be in the same level of power, and we're never given any indication that Trunks actually trained in the 3 years between him going to the future again, then returning to the present, or whatever happened there. I actually plan to discuss that even more in depth in a video, but we don't know for a fact that 3 years actually passed for Trunks, and nonetheless, there's no real inclination or impression that he's gotten stronger since the last time we saw him. So all of this is spelling that Trunks' power is actually more... So everything we're seeing here is actually saying that Trunks is likely more powerful than future Gohan in this point in the story. That whereas future Gohan was said to be weaker than Goku in both the anime and in the manga version, and we see that he was maybe a little bit stronger than half of Android 17's power, if that, at this point in time. In the manga version, at least, it's implied that Trunks is more powerful than he is. Now, with regard to the anime version, you can argue based upon the feat of Gohan fight against Android 17 and 18 that he is more powerful than everyone in the Cell Saga at this point in the main timeline, with the exception of the androids. It might be more akin to like Super Namekian Piccolo after he merges with Kami, in which case he would easily be able to defeat future Trunks, Goku, and Vegeta at the same time, considering just how big of a boost there was for Piccolo at that point, to where he was not only able to fight against Cell when he first showed up, but also was able to fight against Android 17 and would have beaten him at points if not for the barrier. So with that being said, who would actually win out of the two of these fighters? Well, let's look at that in my conclusion. All right. So future Trunks, why does it look darker in here now? So future Trunks versus future Gohan. So future Gohan versus future Trunks from his initial appearance. Who would actually win? Well, there's another factor we didn't consider here, which is, what if Gohan still had his arm and he had the same level of power? Well, I think at that point that he would stand a far better chance against Trunks, but in the manga continuity, it seems clear that Trunks is likely far more powerful. But in the manga continuity, it seems clear that Trunks is actually more powerful than future Gohan was. If we're talking about the anime future Gohan versus future Trunks, then there's far more of an argument to be made that he would be able to win there, even with a single arm, just because the incredible feat of power we see him using against the androids. Maybe you can argue that they were still holding back until they finally went full power at the very end and killed him, but even then, the fact of the matter is that he shows to be stronger than all the Super Saiyans at this point in time, even if you want to say the future androids are weaker, and thus as a result should still be able to defeat Trunks, especially if he had two arms with that level of power at that time in the anime version. So it comes down to a difference in adaptation. But what do you guys think? Let me know your own thoughts down below in the comments. Also, if you're new here, consider subscribing, enabling all notifications so you can watch all my future videos and see that much more. Make sure to leave a like, share this video out with your friends. Thanks for staying the whole time. You guys are awesome. And make sure to stick around because there's a lot more to come in the future. Okay. So join me here today, now after the video has concluded, is my special guest, Geekdom 101. How's it going? I told you yes, but if you don't, I guess if you don't want to.
Actually, okay, I was watching you live. Yeah. And then what happened was I forget there's like a lag, there's like a lag with YouTube because I just plugged your stream in the community tab. I'll see if I can do a quick Twitter.
Cool.
Yeah. I'll see if I
Nice.
can do a quick Twitter plug. Yeah, of course, bro. Yeah, I was working on some stuff for Unseen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Sorry if I was still gonna call you. I lost track of time.
No, it's
So
fine. I just
let
didn't know
me see.
if you were asleep.
Okay. So what do you want me to turn the camera on, or do you want like
Yeah.
how do you want to do this?
I'm gonna like frame it where I'll have like your camera as like a thing that'll I'll like it'll be like kind of like when we do videos. It'll be easier, and then I'll have like I'll have that like and I'll have the chat overlaid above it, so that way it'll be like it'll be like a podcast almost.
Okay. Well, I'm ready.
All right. Well, while you're
I have my camera on.
all right,
You tell me what you need from me,
let me just
and I have my headphones on, so that's good.
yeah, let me just turn my camera off real quick on here. And then what I'll do is I'll screen share Discord. Let me actually do this. Oh, it's not truncating all the names. It's not future truncating. Okay, here we go.
Yes, indeed.
And presto. Wait.
Is it working?
Presto. Yeah.
Is it really working now?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so am I live?
Yeah. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me share the window real quick. Almost there. There we go. Now you could now you're live here on I was gonna say World of Geekdom. On Laughingstock Media. How's it going?
I'm good, man. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm having another stream here on LSM Monday, and it's fun. I just recorded a video live here, which was
I saw some of it.
Yeah, it was Future Trunks versus Future Gohan, and that's gonna go up on the channel tomorrow. I'm trying to do more versus battles again because people tend to like those. Newest one didn't get a lot of traction, but hey, hopefully next one will.
Well, this is the week. So, like we talked about, you and I, definitely save your big stuff for after Thursday. Also, I want to get with you real quick. We're going to just talk about this live. So that video that you and I were going to do, it's fine. Trust me, you'll be fine with it. We're going to tease the audience. Yeah, so we're going to do a video like 10 things we want from Magic and don't want.
Like we used to do back in the day.
We did one similar. Didn't we do one recently?
Yeah, but it was like totally different titles.
Right. Look, it's Bindle in the chat right now. He just joined. But what I was going to say was, so here's what's going to happen. Right. So Thursday, B Weezy is him. So Thursday, I don't know when the panel is going to end, but when I get done streaming, there'll be some time that we can actually record the videos then. If you can, it's okay. But I was going to say, but also at night on Thursday is when the Dragon Ball Chapter 98 drafts come out. So I gotta work then. But here's the other thing. I want to go see that Scorsese movie, that Flowers in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, but it's like 3.5 hours.
I know. What movie is it 3.5 that he puts out?
Yeah, I mean, like The Irishman, at least I like was in my house and I got to watch on Netflix and like pause it and shit so I go live my life. But like with this movie, I don't know. Like it's not Lord of the Rings, so like I mean I saw Avatar 2 in theaters and
was that 3 hours?
It was like 3.5 hours. Yeah, it was really long. It felt like 6 really, to be honest though, for me. Like it was fucking boring. It was so boring.
You know what, bro? Actually, I just realized I can't.
What?
I'm stupid. Because Low-Key is also on Thursdays.
Wait, it's on Thursday? I thought it was on what was it came out last Thursday?
Low-Key. So Ahsoka was on Tuesdays at 9. Now Low-Key's Thursdays at 9. And here's the problem. Thursday at 9 is when the super drafts come out. So I have to record the video for the super drafts, then turn on Disney Plus and then get the review out. So
do you have ads with yours?
You know what? With what?
Your Disney Plus.
I'm borrowing it from a friend, bro. So
well, do you get ads when you're watching like a show?
I haven't. except for Disney ads.
I do. For the last couple episodes of Ahsoka is when they kicked in the ads. So like I'd be watching Ahsoka and there's like 3 ad breaks and it's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Is it like Hulu where it's like one after another and they overlap? Add 1, add 2. Like, remember that? Hulu did that.
I get that on my Hulu TV sometimes. Yeah, like I remember I was watching something. No, I was watching Fastlane on Peacock, and on the cock, as what's his name would say a lot. That guy that was Pat McAfee. I got it. Eventually.
Are you in the mothership right now, or are you on Earth? I'm talking code.
I'm capable. I mean, I just recorded a video, so like I'm at the level.
So you're at the tower. You're at
the
the tower that Ahsoka was at. You're not on the Star Destroyer, but you're at the tower fighting Morgan.
I'm like where they were bombarding it, basically.
Okay, that means some bad shit could go down.
When I was talking to Quaman earlier, shout out to him. Beautiful friend. Oh wait, no, that's Black and Fist.
Yeah, wrong guy.
Yeah, when I was talking to Quinn earlier, I was a lot closer to where the whales were like teleporting, basically where they're hyper.
Whale, Star Trek 4, the voyage home.
The Purgils. I wouldn't be surprised if they were inspired by that. There was some like straight out Star Trek stuff, like in the right before the Purgils jumped, like that ship with that one female captain looked like something out of modern Star Trek, like JJ Star Trek.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But anyways, this is the week, bro. Oh my God, it's gonna be a hell of a week. For me, and well, not just me, maybe not you, well, for both of us, but it's going to be a big week because for me specifically, I have a lot going on. Today I had my Botox, but you also get that done for the dystonia. Tomorrow is going to be AEW NXT head-to-head, and now, bro, it's the funniest thing, dude. I laugh so hard because so they're both stacking their shows, right? So so WWE's bringing up the Undertaker. They're bringing the Undertaker.
Yeah, I saw the gong, or like I heard the gong in like on Fastlane. What's he coming back for? Saudi Arabia.
Nobody knows what he's going to do, but he's going to be on the show. But here's where things get wacky. So today they announced the first 30 minutes are going to be commercial free. AEW counters back and says, well, our first thirds are going to be commercial free and you're going to get a 10-minute overrun. So they're literally playing this game where today on social media, both companies were tweeting out, well, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. So, and then of course, Thursday is the New York Comic-Con panel. You know what, bro? You just convinced me. I think that Scorsese movie might have to wait for the weekend or after.
Yeah,
because it's a bad time.
If I go see it in the theater, it'll probably be on like Tuesday, you know, like
in the afternoon.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like I saw the newest Saw movie at like 1 p.m. on a Friday. Like I used to like sometimes going to the theater and seeing with people, but like some of the movies recently I kind of struck out with doing that. Like I saw The Creator with the audience and it was like they fucked up because like they started playing the movie, but they were playing like Camp Hideaway or something, like a Nickelodeon movie, and then they had to I had to like complain to the projectionist. It's kind of like that story you told me about like how they incorrectly framed it. They did that for Saw in the exact same auditorium too. It pissed me off. But like with that movie, they were playing some Nick one. And then I noticed that like when I went, when they played it again, they played the Nicole Kidman intro again.
Of course.
We make movies better. I can't stand that intro anymore. It's like listening to Aerosmith on the radio or something. It's like, we just please never hear this again.
I wanted to address something in the chat here. So this guy in the chat said, wouldn't it be easier to clean your room rather than blur the background? So let's think about that for a minute. First of all, I didn't know you were my mom. Second of all, what's easier, Mike? To actually go back there and clean my room, which just takes about half an hour, or to click one button on Discord to blur? What is easier, guys? What could be easier? Clicking a button on a computer or actually cleaning the room? What could be easier?
What if Geekdom cleaned his room?
And I've always found it weird. It's actually really weird when people say some shit like that. Like the fact that there's grown men on the internet that care about the tidiness of someone else's house, bro. Listen, how about this? You come to my house, wear a little skirt, we're a little French maid outfit, and you come clean my house, bro. I pay well, so you can come clean my house if you want to so bad. But yeah,
leave some likes if you want people to clean Geekdom's room for free. I mean, I would let
for free.
I wouldn't let people.
You know what? It should be for free.
I wouldn't let people come in this room for free in general, because then they might steal my Pokemon cards.
Yes, you do have a very expensive looking collection of cards of Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! That you do have. Yeah, there they are. Jesus. Yep. So yeah, Dragon Ball Magic. I mean, you called your panel, or you called it New York Comic-Con panel expectations.
Mm-hmm.
I really hope people aren't expecting something else, because you're going to be disappointed.
I just figured I'd grab the people who don't also believe that magic's going to happen. You know, I figure, like, why not just, like, ambiguously title it? That way people are going to watch and be like, well, I don't believe in magic. Let's see what Mike's going to talk about. And then, like, my expectations were, like, mostly about magic.
It's just that today I was reading social media, which is already a mistake. And look, I'm just going to say this. We haven't had a new Dragon Ball anime since Super ended 5 years ago. And we had the movie, and that was it, and we had Broly as well. What I don't understand, right? What I don't understand is hold on, what does he say? In a room with both of us, you'd be wearing the skirt, my friend. Oh, you're real tough, bro. You're a real tough guy. I'm sorry, bro, but somebody when a grown man tells me to clean my room, that's really tough, bro. Remember all those times that we watched all those Arnold movies where Arnold told the terrorists, clean your room? Yeah, that happens a lot, bro. The tough guys always say that. But
I think that they're Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, it's very weird when grown men say they want me to clean
the room,
bro. That's pretty
was clean.
Pretty sus. That's pretty sus. But what I was gonna say was, so look, we haven't had new Dragon Ball in a while, and I was thinking about this today. I understand that people want Super the anime to come back. I understand that. Okay, I get it. Trust me, nobody gets it more than me. Get over it. At this point, get over it. It's been 2 weeks, and I'm still seeing people say shit like, I hope it's wrong. We didn't want this. We wanted Moro. Only the Dragon Ball fandom would say something like, we want an adaptation of a story that wasn't that good, that we already know the outcome of, versus getting something new that we know nothing about. It's weird to me. And I just, for some reason today, I was reading like social media, and I'm like, I always knew there were people in this fandom that were overgrown children, but it's like, dude, you're actually getting new Dragon Ball, something new that has not been done before. And instead of being happy about it, you're complaining that you're not getting a story that we already knew about that was finished 2 years ago. I don't understand.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because that's people are complaining. I think you just said this. I'm struggling to fix my stream, but it's like people are complaining about Dragon Ball Super superhero adaptation. Meanwhile, they want an adaptation of something that they saw even before Dragon Ball Super superhero.
It's weird, isn't it? It's weird. And not only is it weird, but it's also like, okay, look, I'm not one of those guys that's like, well, you should be happy you're getting something. But in this case, bro, not only are you getting something that's going to probably be really good with a lot of very talented people working on it, and I haven't revealed everything I know purposely. I haven't revealed everything I know. But it's really weird that it's been 2 weeks since this got out, and they're still complaining. And it's just like, maybe it's because I'm older now than I was when I first started. I'm older than most of the fandom, I would say, on the internet. It's like, dude, you're getting something that's new and fresh for the 40th anniversary, and you're still going to get Super down the road. We should be happy this week. I think we should be happy. Now, if it ends up sucking, like if it does, obviously, Mike, if it sucks, we're going to say it sucks, even if we disagree. But it's just weird that people are so like, I've seen, that's not what we wanted. We wanted Moro. And it's like,
I didn't. I want something different.
but you don't even know what this is. You know very little from what's come out. You don't even know. We don't even know a single thing. And it's just weird to me. I don't know, man. I feel like the older I get, the more I'm blessed and thankful that there's another day on earth that I can breathe air. And I think people are somebody on Twitter told me today, they were like, and I disagree, but I see where they were coming from. They were like, dude, this fandom is so what's the word they used?
Toxic?
Entitled,
okay.
right? And I'm like, I can kind of see where they're coming from. You know what I mean? I can kind of see it.
I mean, on one hand, like they're
definitely I get it, but it's like, dude.
So there definitely is like the negative entitlement, absolutely. The only thing I'll say is that, so it's kind of like how we look at it, right? So with regard to being entitled, you know, like if it's like a product, then, you know, the person who's a consumer who spends their money is like entitled to like a good product. But if it's like, I want everything exactly the way I want at all times and people need to bow to me and blah, 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 then that becomes a lot more of an issue. So I think it really comes down to how it is, because it's kind of like you've said in the past, it's really dumb that people are waving their money around. Please give us more Dragon Ball Super. We will give you money for this. And Toei's like,
I agree with that.
Nah.
Well, it's not Toei, Shueisha. Shueisha's the one stopping them.
So,
well, but here's the other thing though. Now I don't want to go into detail here live, but you have told me before that you're planning on putting out a series of books, and you're gonna have like, you said you wanted to have like side stories and shit. So
yeah, it's all interconnected.
And that's fine. That's beautiful. But think about this for a minute, because I know you and I have talked about like sometimes commenters can be. There have been times where we've complained about certain comments throughout the years. Just imagine if you're writing your books and you have this really great idea for a spin-off story about a character, and you have this, you know they're going to love it, but the minute you announce it, all you read is, fuck you, we didn't want that, we wanted this instead. It's kind of like demoralizing, and it's kind of like, you know what I mean? Like as a creative, it's like, dude, I put my heart and soul into this story. You don't even know if it's good yet. It's not even out yet. And you're shitting on it before even seeing what's going to come. And it's just really annoying to me. And I'm only bringing you up because you're the guy who wanted to do a bunch of books.
No,
you know?
I know.
You might have that problem.
I've thought of that before for sure. You know, because the thing is, like, the way I wanted to do it is I don't want like all the releases necessarily to be like chronological. Like I might stagger releases of certain series and intersect them with like other ones. So like basically like book 1, 2 of one series, then book 1 of the next series, then book 3 of the next of the first series, you know, and kind of like go back and forth. You know, because the thing is like, when you're a creative person, you don't like doing the same thing exclusively for a long period of time. You got to play around, you know, it's like, you got to, like for me, I have to rearrange my room every so often. I have to like change things up because I just get like tired of it. You know, I got to like do something different. So for me, it's going to be hard for me to be like,
I got to clean mine according to the chat, bro. That tough guy in the chat told me I better clean my room or else, bro. He's going to ground me pretty soon, bro.
Yeah, for sure. He's gonna.
Which, by the way, Mike, let me pick your brain about this. There's a chat. There's a guy in the chat, Majin Ian. I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'm going to address this. He said, if you're going to make Goku a kid again, then just reboot GT or remake it. So what do you think is a better idea, Mike? Honestly, do you think it's a better idea to literally remake a show that's disliked by a lot of people, or to make a new show?
Yeah,
I wonder.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm glad you're not in charge, buddy. Not you. I mean,
so Bweezy, Bindle. You know, I agree. I don't know, because the thing is, to be fair, it's taken me 12, 13 years to finish this first book. So people might start hating me like George R.R. Martin if they actually like my books, and they're like, what the hell, Mike, why hasn't the book come out? It's been 10 years. It's like, I don't know. It just hasn't. But I do feel like my next books are going to be a lot quicker. Like some of them I'm already like mostly done with anyway. So it's like the next one, 2, is going to take way longer than 3, because I already wrote 3 like 5-6 years ago. So
it's just weird that people's bright idea is, instead of making something, let's just remake GT.
Yeah, it's like every single time I hear mention of Goku being a kid, does this mean they're bringing back Super Saiyan 4? Maybe it means that they're doing something completely different than they've done before, and he just so happens to be a kid. I mean,
they are doing something different. I have screamed at the top of my lungs, this is not GT2.
So
all I keep reading is GT2.
So real quick before we keep going, I do want to get into super chats that some people sent. It's been a little while since, so I want to make sure that they get their super chats read. So Xavier DeGod, I'm sure he's shown up on your streams. He's always really generous. He said, would it have been if Chi-Chi was written to stay as a martial artist? Would it have been good, I'm guessing he says? And her goal was to keep up with Goku, the man she loves, up to a certain point. Would it have been more interesting? I think so. Same thing with Videl. Like, if they had stayed martial artists and trained and gotten, like, abilities and stuff like that, I think that would have made for a really interesting story. What do you think?
Sure. That works for me. Why not?
I mean, although the fact of the matter is, since everyone dies, what if, like Chi-Chi's fighting and she dies? Like Nappa kills Chi-Chi while they're waiting for Goku to show up on the Earth or something, and Videl gets killed fighting against one of the many supervillains or something.
Well, that's been like the idea that we've had. They're like, remember we talked about that. If they want Gohan to be serious again, threaten to or kill his wife or kid. Now, what they did in Superhero was they had Piccolo come near death, which I don't know, man. I think they've done that too much. You know what I watched the other night? Remember the episode of DBZ where First Form Cell blasted Piccolo through the chest and Gohan's up on the commie place? He's like
and he goes
out,
to fly off, and then Goku stops him, and he actually hits him.
That looked more devastating than what Cell Max did, in my opinion. But it just they've done the
he had a hole blown. I think
they've done the Piccolo. Yeah, they've done the Piccolo thing a little too much, bro. Did it in the Resurrection F arc too. It would have been cooler if like Pan almost died, didn't die, almost died, and that pushed him into Beast.
Yeah, and then you could have the thing is, in this day and age, Piccolo stubs his toe. New transformation for Gohan. And the thing is, too, Gohan was just, like, focusing his energy, and then he got pissed. It's like, why does that give him a new form? Why doesn't it just make him stronger in Ultimate? But I guess he gets a new form that looks like Rose, except with, like, 20-foot-long hair. He looks like if Goku's Super Saiyan 3 hair, instead of, like, falling back with gravity, it just, like, went up and was white.
Right. And then when he turns his head in that one shot, it's, like, going back like a mile. It's so over the top, man. But
if only he could actually grow it and like impale people with it, that'd be cool.
It's supposed to look like Gohan did in the Cell Saga, but the problem is that Gohan's tall now, so in order to fix that, they had to make his hair taller. Yeah, it's wacky, man.
Yeah. Also, Lokito no Briscast. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Well done, Mike. Keep up the fire streams. Thank you. Hearts on fire, strong desires, burning deep within. See if anyone.
That's Rocky 4. That's Rocky 4. I get it. I'm sorry. Should I shut up and wait for them to guess?
It's all good. So that's the thing. Everyone here, Cole Phelps. Hey, how's it going? Xavier, Lokito, Phantom, bombing Phantoms.
He makes a good point too. He makes a good point about the Piccolo getting abused of the regeneration. I think he's right about that. There's truth to that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Piccolo's the one that you could cut his arm off and grow it back in every arc. He's like the you'll be dead guy, except he'd actually grow it back.
Yeah, they can injure him more severely than they would a regular person, and then they could justify having extra violence with him. So it's just the way it is, But I'll be honest, going back to that Cell scene, like the scene where if you did not watch any DBZ past that episode, when Cell blasts through his chest and throws him in the water, that's like a death, bro. Like he was gone, and then somehow he's still alive.
It felt like that in the manga too. It kind of felt like Toriyama was like, I don't want Piccolo to die yet. I want him to do something else. So he's still alive, and he's somehow regenerated, and he's just in the water. So Goku go pick him up. It did give us that cool. It did give us that cool moment, not to interrupt, where Goku like has the face off with Cell, and then he teleports away when Cell's right about to attack him. I do like that moment.
I wanted to ask you about Superhero. I haven't talked about this with you yet, or anyone really.
Yeah.
Do you think when Piccolo was fighting Cell, do you think that Piccolo was maybe playing possum just to get Gohan to snap? And the only reason why I'm saying that is because right after Gohan snaps, A minute later, Piccolo's back up, wrapping his arms around Cell again. So it was almost like he was setting it up so that like the whole movie is about him getting Gohan to get unleashed.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Know?
There is a possibility that maybe that's what happened, where Piccolo the entire time is figuring that we need to get Gohan. He's the only one who could win. Piccolo knows he can't win. He's proven that right there. But then again, did Piccolo? I'm trying to remember. Did Piccolo actually take a Senzu bean before he fought Cell Max?
No, Gohan did, and it powered him up.
Yeah.
Because remember, he gave him to Gohan. Gohan dropped it because he can't see without being transformed.
So Piccolo is still doing relatively well against the one-armed Cell Max without even using a Senzu bean. So, that was still an impressive feat. I kind of wonder what would have happened if they didn't put Gohan in the movie at the last second. They just had Piccolo be the main character and defeat Cell. Like, would he just done it the same way, or like?
Well, that's a great question, but that, of course, goes into a butterfly effect. If this was supposed to be a Piccolo movie, would we ever have even gotten Cell Max to begin with? Because Cell Max felt like it was created to answer for Gohan being the main character.
Would it have just been Piccolo against Alpha and Beta, or whatever the hell they're called?
They might have had another robot, or maybe, or they may have had another robot. Like, that's the one thing that sucks, is that we're never gonna like really know. Obviously, this being a movie guy, when a certain number of years go by, early script drafts end up leaking. It happens all the time. We got Duel of the Fates, the Colin Trevorrow episode 9, about 2 years after the movie came out.
Yeah.
I don't know but we're never going to get that from this. Like, people are waiting for that 3-hour Broly script that Toriyama wrote. That's probably never coming out. And I want to see it. But I don't know. It
seems hard to believe that Toriyama somehow wrote a 3-hour script when his like Resurrection F script was like 10, 15 pages, if that.
That's what I'm saying. His Resurrection F script wasn't even enough to feel like
what if he
90-minute movie.
What if he literally wrote Broly and Goku and Vegeta fight for 2.5 hours, and then Frieza fights him for literally 1 hour
for 30 minutes. Yeah. Oh, it's some Bardock stuff on top of that.
Yeah, Bardock and Guinea have a scene with full insertion, and we see Goku being conceived.
That's not that. I'm sure that's out there. Just be careful if you Google it at work. I'm sure it's out there.
Be careful if you listen to this conversation at work without headphones. But with that being said, I did want to do.
Did you go through all your super chats?
Yeah, so far. I did want to possibly do an intersplicing. So what I did was I recorded earlier another video, which is like my expectations for the panel and stuff like that, like as a video form, which I might upload. I don't know yet. And I was thinking maybe what I could do is we could just like record ourselves talking about it a little bit, and I could splice it into the video.
I'm down, bro. I'm down. I'll do whatever you want. I'm here for you.
I appreciate that.
Yes, I am. I'm definitely not here for myself. I'm here for you.
Yeah, I mean, you might get 3 new subscribers.
No, I might. Or I might lose some at the rate that this is going. But just keep telling me to clean my fucking room and shit, bro. It's the weirdest. I can tell you one thing. Even at my worst, I've never told another grown man to clean his room. That's the weirdest. One of the weirdest things ever, bro.
Yeah, and I've been over your house. I didn't tell you to clean your room.
No, I mean, the thing is, the reason why I don't clean my room is because, and this is not anything that's a secret, my office, and this, you were here, my office is in the same room as my bed. What I want to do, and this is something I plan to do for the future, which might actually please the guy in the chat who was talking about the room thing, is I kind of want to get a green screen back here. So I may end up getting a green screen. So that might end up being, that way I can switch stuff around, So I'm thinking about it. Maybe you and I can talk about it more, because I don't have a lot of experience with green screening stuff. I'm just it's not my specialty. Yeah,
for me, I decided to go more like the practical effects route, and like just like decorate like the set essentially behind me in this office. And
I can't, because my bed's right there, and I never. The only time I ever I'm just gonna be honest about this. The only time I ever make my bed is there's a chick coming over. I never make my bed.
Why don't you move? Why don't you move your setup into the other room? That way you could just have it all like where I have like one specific office. and that way you could just have like a recording only room, and that way you could just do whatever you want.
What I thought about doing, similar to your idea, was, not yet, but a few more months when Magic starts being a thing, I'm thinking about getting a laptop and recording my audio elsewhere, because that's a smaller space. You know what I mean? So
That's
maybe in the closet.
with, this other desk that I got from FlexiSpot. I don't know if that's still active, but you can check out that one video. I can't remember off the top of my head, and get your own desk and give me some commission, hopefully. But with that being said, I have that for my like second setup for my laptop.
It wasn't from E1 Racing, bro?
No, that's behind me. Maybe I'll work with them in the future if they actually have a real person talk to me this time.
Well, maybe I'll work with them in the future. They're actually willing to pay this time, because they don't seem like paying creators. We'll send you free chairs. I swear to God, I swear to God, I have 5 chairs from them. 5.
I do, though, to be fair, I have this Chinese company that just reached out to me, and they make like really cool lounge chairs. So I might actually work with them and get one of those chairs. They're like $600-700 or something for a chair. It's like, I'll sit in a cool chair and watch movies and shit. Sure. It's like, talk about this for 3 minutes. Okay. I'll watch a movie for 3 minutes in this cool chair. I think I might even have cup holders. That's going to be cool.
Let me ask you a question, legit question from creator to creator. Cause I don't think we ever talked about this. We'll talk on the air. Who do you think would be like a dream company to work with?
Taco Bell.
As far as, all right. I mean, I somehow I feel like I've asked you that before.
I don't even need you to finish that question. Taco Bell and Mountain Dew would be.
Why Mountain Dew, bro? I mean, Dragon Ball fans would drink it.
Do the Dew. Mountain
All right,
Dew.
let me alter the question. Besides food-based, what brand would you like to work with the most? Is there somebody out there who you really want to like work with? Like Blue Chew with the erection pills?
No. It depends on what you get out of it. Like if I worked with WWE and I got to be on a show, then yeah, I would do that. Even if I have to get body slammed by like, hopefully not Nia Jax, I don't want to die. But like get body slammed by somebody who knows how to work. That'd be cool.
Yeah, well, yeah, right.
I know they're not going to let me go over.
Well,
I'll wrestle. Well, I mean, it is 2023, so for I'll be all up in equality, and I'll wrestle.
You'll identify as a woman.
I'll wrestle. What the hell is her name? Sonya Deville. And I'll let her pin me.
You know what? She is into other girls, so that might be your one and only true chance. Okay, let me rephrase the question even more. Which brand in the nerd sphere in the geek nerd online sphere would you want to work with the most?
Maybe like Alienware. That way they could just like.
That's a good one.
I can work with them, and they can give me like a top of the line like tower like computer or like an awesome.
They would
laptop.
Or a laptop, a badass laptop.
I feel like I want to upgrade my computer though, because like I want to get like what Quinn has, basically like multiple like RTX.
Oh,
like
you want to get the crypto
stuff.
Mining rig. You want the crypto mining rig, bro. Yeah, he got like what, 3 GeForce RTXs or something like that, bro.
Yeah, he's got 3 or 4 3080s, and I'm like, Quinn, can you please just sell me one of those? I really need to like upgrade.
No, give me one of those, bro. Yeah. Give me one.
I didn't say sell me. I said give me. Why would I help you?
I think you nailed it, bro. I think somebody like Alienware would be great, or like who I would love to work with, and I almost did once, is a company like Sega, or a company like actually I did work with Sega once. Actually, I did work with them once, but only one time. Square Enix would be great, because I would love to get Dragon Quest early. When you get partnered with these brands, getting games early is like the sweetest thing.
I mean, the thing for me is like, I guess it depends on like how helpful it is. Like if we look at it from like a utilitarian point, like if I work with like, hey, we're Penguin Publishing and we want to work with you, it's like, oh, sure. You don't have to pay me. You could just, distribute my books in your stores. Give me your like list of distributors, and I'll work with that, like you said, like the video games, like if CD Projekt Red wanted to sponsor me, well, maybe not that many more after Cyberpunk. If if a good publisher that makes games that
like
are broken,
Microsoft,
yeah, like if them or
Capcom.
Nintendo or somebody like reached out to me and they're like, "Hey, do you want to sponsor?" It's like, yeah, I'd love to also talk to your staff and see if there's any chance that maybe I could have a video game version of my books made, you know, like, and then I would try and work on that too. Because I want to do like a really in-depth video game version where it's like multiple branching paths from and like what if scenarios and stuff, and basically like have be like the Witcher games where like your save file carries over into the next game, so the story will be different based on your chances, and it'll be canon because I worked on it.
But yeah, everything should be. You should just do the thing where everything's canon. That way you make the most money. Yes, everything is canon. Even the stuff I don't write, as long as I get paid for it, it's canon. That's what I would do. Everything's canon. I did want to say, I don't know if I ever told you this story, but I actually came this close to working with Capcom, and I got rejected the first time because I didn't have enough followers on Twitch.
Yeah.
And then when I got my followers up, when I was streaming Dragon Ball every Saturday, I got rejected again because it wasn't enough Capcom games. And it's like, well, maybe if you gave me some of your freaking, and then I remember one time, you'll laugh at this. They asked me if I had ever done Capcom games. I'm like, oh yeah, I've done Mega Man 1 through 6. I've done Resident Evil. I've done Street Fighter. And they're like, which versions did you play? Like, where were you playing them off of? And I was like,
not my computer.
The absolutely 100% purchased in a store copies that I own of everything. Yes, that's where I was. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It didn't work out. But whatever.
I actually had I had Bethesda reach out to me a few months ago, and they like wanted me to
That's a good one.
They wanted me to be a part of their Starfield campaign. And so like I of course responded. I'm like, yeah, I'd love to do that. And I didn't even know if they were going to pay me. I just wanted to get like that ultimate version of the Starfield release, and they ghosted me. It was like, what the fuck? Why did you reach out to me and get my hopes up about a game that I was actually considering like pre-ordering, and then piss me off and make me not even buy the game, Bethesda? I haven't even played your game yet on the Xbox Game Pass for quote unquote free. Yeah. If you reach out to me for the next Fallout and it's actually good, but then again, I'd prefer if Obsidian reaches out to me for the next Fallout game. I'll promote the shit out of that.
Hold on. Lakita says, who plays Mega Man 1 through 6 and never mentioned 7 through 10? Because I didn't get there yet. You should play 7. I will someday. It's just
it's like I'll play Dragon
going on, bro.
It's like I'll play Dragon Quest 4 after I play 1 through 3.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean, shit. You should play all of them though. I will say this, and I'm not gonna go into who, but I think I told you, Mike, this story. I don't want to talk about who. There's a brand that reached out to me to do a collaboration, and the offer that they made me was so insulting that it was such a disrespectful offer that it's like, because your offer was so bad, now I don't want to support you at all. Like, I was so insulted by it that I said, I'm never going to buy your products ever. Like, that's it.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, you gotta have self-respect. It's like, oh, that's money you're making. It's like, yeah, but you're worth so much more than that. It's like one of the reasons why I don't want to go back into the wage slavery concept of working for another company. It's like, my time is worth way more to me than whatever the hell you're going to pay me in your paycheck. It's like, would I rather go to a job and make, if it would be generous, like $20 plus an hour, you know, or even McDonald's make $10 an hour or whatever they have minimum wage in my state, which I'm not going to reveal.
I think it might be more than that now, bro.
Yeah. But like, the thing is, like, I remember when it was way lower, but yeah. Would I rather do that, or for the exact same amount of time, do something that I run my own business and make my own schedule, I'm passionate about, and I sometimes will make more money, you know, like sometimes I'll make less money, but at least I work for myself and I don't have to work for some crazy company with things I'm legally not allowed to speak about at this point.
Well, I will say this, and we're not going to talk about the company you were with. I'm not going to go into that because I would never do that to you. I'm just going to say this.
Okay.
When Mike left YouTube, I told him, I said, are you sure you want to work for someone? Are you sure you want to go into corporate America? Because it's very cutthroat. There's a lot of snakes. And now he's back on YouTube, and it's like, but and so I'm not gonna do the I told you so, but I'm glad that you got to experience that, because now you know what I knew being in IT for 10 years. You got to experience that people in these corporate companies are not the best people. It brings out the worst in people.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You know, I look at a lot of things I do in my life like almost like a science experiment. So I wanted to like experiment with that more normal corporate life in a sense. And what I found is just so weird. It's like people will just like sacrifice their morality and their integrity and all this stuff and put on these fake acts and speak to you and pretend that they're your friend or family or something like that. And meanwhile, like they don't care about you at all. They're just putting on a guise and a fake sort of personality and personage so that they could try and make as much money as possible in this cutthroat environment. And they'll sacrifice you any chance that they get because the fact that they could benefit in a thing that chances are they don't even like and enjoy in the first place, that they just probably hate their job, but they're doing it because this is what they're accustomed to, and this is the only way that they feel like they can actually make money. It just
it's just weird. A lot of cutthroat. Yeah, and it's like you kind of lose your sense of empathy when you do that. You know, it brings out the worst in people. Whereas here, even if you're making less money on YouTube or Twitch or whatever, you have so much more control that, and you can also, something else too that I think people have to understand, and this is not about you and me, but you can do, I know people, you and I know people who do YouTube part-time, but also drive Uber, or they work at Starbucks for 15 hours a week. Like there's nothing, you can do both. Some people I know only do YouTube as a side hustle, but then what happens when the side hustle pays more than the real hustle? Yeah. Then what, you know? I just love it because I like making videos.
No, I know. If I was doing Starbucks, I'd be spilling the coffee all over the place and, you know, have third-degree burns all over 90% of my body like Darth Vader.
I agree with you, Mike, but Starbucks is like one of the only companies in the world that will give you health benefits working part-time. You go work 15 hours and get health benefits. Yeah, that's why. Remember CM Punk when he was interviewed by Hell 1 years ago was like, I can go work at Starbucks because he was a millionaire, but yet the health benefits working just 15 hours a week. Some people do it, you know?
Fire barista, right?
Sure. Well, actually, I know what that means. I don't know if they know what it means.
That's why.
Although you have a super chat. You have a super chat.
Yeah. Can you see that how hard it is, or is that just me that sees that?
I see you hard at it. Yeah.
Okay.
But it is useful in case, you know, you make sure you don't skip somebody's question.
No, absolutely. But let's see. I found a way to show it's difficult on here because, like, if I turn my camera off, you won't see me, but then I'll make you full screen and I'll shrink your camera and then we'll both be on like the same side and the chat could be on the other one, but it might be awkward for us. I could try that. Let's do that. Let's make it more awkward. Here we go. So I'll be on camera.
Oh, and something else too about donating. Bindo brought up donating plasma. There are some places that pay pretty good. There's some places that pay pretty good for sperm as well, bro.
I'm not doing that.
Why not?
Only one woman deserves to bear my child, and not hundreds of thousands. We don't need that many. Mike from
Laughingstock. That's very they should make a book called The Unrational Male with what you just said, bro. On the contrary, you should listen to what the Bible says. Be fruitful and multiply. Let's not forget, bro, the kings of the ancient world had multiple. Well, that was a long time ago. Anyways, I don't know what the hell you're doing right now.
You don't look at the screen.
I am, but I'm not sure what you're doing. I see it, but I don't know what you're doing.
See if there's a way for me to crop this. Watch this.
Wait, the link to what?
A girl, and the thing is too, when somebody goes to like get like somebody's donated sperm and stuff, they're not exactly earning it either, are they?
I don't know. I've never bought sperm at a sperm bank. I've had plenty of it my whole life, bro. I never bought any, bro.
I don't know. It'll look awkward, but screw it. Here we go.
It's money, bro. No, you might have babies running around. I don't know.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying this right here. So I'm just gonna make a different view here. This will be cool.
I'm just watching the screen. I don't know what the hell you're doing. I have no clue what you're doing.
Poetry in motion, like Jeff Hardy. It doesn't matter. Either way, so I'm going to take a look at Xavier's super chat, which says...
Scooter Looter said there was a guy who got banned from donating sperm because he has over 550 children in the world. I mean,
doesn't pay child
how'd you
support
find out my life story? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, no, you don't pay child support because you sign a waiver at a sperm bank. The woman signs it saying they can't come after the guy.
Well, yeah,
it'd be too easy.
Obviously, they can't. Well, they would always have to come after the guy, right?
I'm an idiot that I didn't pick up on that.
Anyway,
there's a super chat.
Xavier says, would it have been cooler if Cell Game... No, it would have been Cell. It would have been cooler if Cell Games was the Z Fighters versus Cell Juniors one-on-one with the ring and starts until Goku or Go. I mean...
I kind of like this idea.
The only thing is, like, Toriyama would have to, like, develop each of the Cell Juniors, kind of like he did with, like, Piccolo's children, I guess. And then he would have to, like... I got really wide all of a sudden. And then he would have to, remember something. I don't know. Yeah, like, that could be interesting if done well. I'll just say that.
No, I actually like his idea a lot. It would have been cool if, like, he made the Cell Juniors at the beginning of the Cell games, and he was like, first you have to face my children, then you get to me. That would have been kind of cool. It wouldn't have been. It would have been. Right, but it also would have been against his character because his character, being a narcissist, is he wants to challenge himself against everybody, which is the Goku and Vegeta genes. So it wouldn't have been the same character, but I do like... In fact, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure there's a video game, an older Dragon Ball video game, where you have to fight the Cell Juniors before you fight Cell. Right? Was it Butoden 2? It was one of those older, like, Super Nintendo ones.
But what if they were wearing sweatpants instead?
I'm missing something, aren't I? What the hell are you talking about? I'm missing something completely.
You said it's the Goku and Vegeta genes. I was like, but what if they were wearing sweatpants?
Oh, God, bro. Cheesy. Cheese, bro. Cheese.
Yeah.
No, I actually like his question or his super chat.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Xavier. $10.
He leaves a lot of them. He leaves a lot of them for me as well, actually, and that's always been cool. It's always appreciated.
Yeah, he's very, very generous, dude, for sure. Did we record that yet?
You can tell he ain't no barista fire. No, we didn't. I'm following your lead, bro.
Okay, so I fucked the entire view up. So let me start a new one.
Maybe you should switch over to StreamYard.
That's what I've been told by.
It's got all the pre-built views in there for you. I might do that for the Super Magic show.
That's what I've been told by some other people I know who do live streams, that StreamYard works really well. So I'm going to switch over, guys. Hold on. You can see a black screen now, but switching over to Discord. Here we go. Awesome. And then this is not to go even further beyond.
Wait, what?
Okay, so even though it's going to flip my camera, I don't know why Discord always does this. I will. Yeah, I'm going to have to probably try that.
No, I'm going to switch over. I'm going to try it next, or well, when Magic starts, I'm going to try it.
Do you have to pay for it? That's the thing I'm wondering.
Not for the basic one, but the basic one that only gives you like 3 different things you can do. But if you pay for the there's different levels, different tiers, but the second or third tier, you actually get some pretty good features with it. Like actually good features. Countdowns for your streams, 6 people, 8 people at once. Cool. It's got a lot of good features. Like I have been looking at it for the past month because of all the stuff I had planned for the new show. So I haven't tried it yet, but we did a 7-camera shoot when we did the concert with the Falconer guys. And I really liked how that program worked. It does take a bit of time to like onboard it because you have to upload like your LSM logos and all that, make sure it's all, test it. But once you get it going, it works pretty good.
Oh, that's what you did with Mike Smith and Julius DeBosch?
Yeah, and I'm missing
SSJ?
one, bro. Mike Smith, Julius DeBosch, and Scott Morgan. Yeah, right. I didn't do it. They did it. The thing about that show is that it was directed by University of Silicon Valley, and that's something else you can do with StreamYard. You can have somebody else direct you. So if you don't want to do your own directing, like over on the Eric Bischoff podcast and the Bruce Pritchard podcast, Conrad's the host, but the directing is done by this guy named Silva. So he's not on camera; he just controls it.
I thought Conrad was handling all that stuff. Like usually they're the guys on.
I used to think that. I used to think that too, bro. But you know what? It's useful to have a director because let's say that you and I are having a conversation about some Dragon Ball episode. Mm-hmm. Let's say that the director has a chance to go look up the episode while we're talking, and then boom, it's on the screen.
Yeah, it's like Jamie from Joe Rogan. Jamie, pull that up.
Yeah, like Jamie. Right, exactly.
Also, I don't know why, but when I turn my camera...
You're not on screen anymore.
No, I know. When I turn my camera on and off, it started to kind of glitch up the Discord. So let me make sure it's actually turned off in my other tabs, because that could be the reason. So give me 1 second.
Right. Yeah, I'm just chilling, man. I'm just reading the chat and reading what people are saying.
Sometimes I have to disappear from the stream for a moment for reasons I will allow people to assume on their own. Okay, so I'm ready to record this whenever you are.
All right, what are we doing?
We're just going to talk about expectations for Dragon Ball's Comic-Con panel. Also,
wait, when's this coming up? Because that's in 2 days. 3 days.
I don't know. Today, tomorrow, right. Never.
I don't care.
Let's roll the dice.
Hopefully not never. Let's roll. Because you did make me sit through an 1.5 hour long video that never went up.
That actually is coming out this year. I finally decided. I have other people who now are going to be interviewing a bunch of channels I've never worked with before. What the fuck is going on? I don't know. Do you see that on the stream, everyone? Where it's like glitching?
I don't see anything on your YouTube channel. I don't see anything right now glitching.
Like, look at our faces.
I really don't. I'm serious. I'm dead ass. I don't see anything weird.
We look like the freaking people from like The Grudge or something right now, like flipping all around like on my screen. So no one else seeing that?
I don't know. It looks fine to me, man. But also, are you going to do the thing where you're going to be streaming live, but you're going to hit the record button on OBS and then it's automatically recorded? That whole trick?
Yeah. So I did that with my other stuff before. Let me check real quick to make sure my first video recorded well, though.
Yeah, because the other thing you can do is wait for the stream to end and clip it, but that takes longer.
Whereas starts dealing to the future again, then returning. So my other video came out fine. It does like the native resolution that the stream is on, so like native 4K. Okay,
they're saying in the chat that there's nothing wrong.
So
yeah.
Let me test it out real quick and record, because it could just be something with my, like, it's being jittery on my screen, but it looks really weird for me. So
yeah, try to get that fucking deal with Alienware sooner so you can get a better computer so this doesn't happen.
So I'm gonna see in a minute if this is working the way it does, because we're both like Michael J. Fox to like the 10,000 degree right now in terms.
By the way,
of
I want to send
so
you,
weird. I'm gonna show you in a second. We both look
like
that.
Can I send you something on Discord?
Yeah, we both look like the guy Mr. Vickers from Beavis and Butthead right now, like how much we're shaking.
I sent you something on Discord that made me laugh. I think you'll get it. You'll get it.
All right, let me look real quick. Thanos if Quentin Tarantino infected Infinity War, yeah.
That pops me, bro. I'm popping. I popped at that.
So I'm going to look right now at the video recording of us. I'm going to play it on the stream in a second if it's safe for work. I don't see why it wouldn't be, but you never know. And
I didn't get a chance to finish JoJo's Part 2 yet. I've been busy, man. Try to get that fucking deal with Alienware sooner so you can get a better computer. So this is, I'm ready whenever you are.
This is working the way it does, because right now, in terms of a second, we both look like this is weird in my head right now, like how much we're shaking. So I'm watching it, and it's not doing that. It's only doing it for me that I could see right now. That is very odd. So fuck it, let's do it. And yeah, I've seen all of JoJo in the anime, and I've read up until Part 7, like halfway through.
I have an idea. If we record and if the video comes out weird or whatever, and you don't want to edit it, just take the audio out, put a one picture up, and just do a one picture. Just do it because dude, we only got 3 days. We only got 3 days, right? So you might as well.
I'm actually gonna stream. I think so. You're gonna stream at the whole panel live, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be live 12:30 p.m.
Yeah, so I'm actually gonna stream it too. I figure that like it's probably not gonna detract from each of ours. It could just be more people be jumping back and forth, and then our main audiences. So I think it's a good thing to do, right?
Don't make me pull an NXT on you and start an extra 15 minutes early with no commercial breaks, bro. Like they're doing tomorrow.
I was gonna give it like 15 minutes and start at 12:30, and then I was gonna like wait and then I would stream the thing, and then I would talk about it like.
Right. Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna start at 12:30, but the panel's 12:45, and I'm gonna just like wait. People are gonna file in, wait for them to come in, and then talk more about Unseen, and
I'll probably like I might dip in your stream at the same time during that pause. What I'm going to do is I'm going to watch it, and then I'm going to like record like my video, and it'll just be way easier because then I'll have the video already recorded, and then I'll just upload it with Harold. And you better subscribe at the end.
Well, here's the thing. Even if you don't get a chance to stream for whatever reason, if you ran out of time, at the very least, you have to give your thoughts on the trailer.
Oh, yeah.
Because now we found out today directly from Muchida, we're getting new footage. It ain't going to be just a logo. We're going to get some footage. And I'm excited because I knew, look, I'm going to say this. I will tell people this right now. If you want to record this part, we can. But I know the trailer's out there.
The video.
Yeah, I know it's out there. And I've actually had one person tell me they've seen it. But they haven't given me any details on it. I have not seen it, so I'll be just surprised everybody else is.
I'll save some of this for the video, but I have some concerns about the appearance at the very least. But we'll get into that. So, with that being said, I'm going to start recording because it's fine on the recording, and we're going to do this 1, 2. It's already going. So I'm going to pull a Grace Randolph.
With her mouth moving, bro, bro, she's so. I always tell Bindle this. She's so fucking hot, bro. It's a shame. It's a shame she's a damn feminist, bro. Weird SJW because
she lives kind of near me. I've been considering being like, hey, Grace, you want to get some drinks sometime and talk about anything else?
You want to get canceled the very same day, bro? She'll be the first one to put your shit out on blast, bro. Nah, man. Listen, Grace Randolph is literally the definition of perfect on the outside. But everything beneath the surface, bro, it's like the earth, liquid magma, rotten.
Like Stephanie McMahon.
She's not that bad.
I met her in person.
She's as bad as Grace.
Yeah, I met her in person. She looks better in person, that's for sure.
That's good. Let's hope so. Shit.
Remember that scene with The Rock where he's like where he's comparing like her chest size over time.
Rock and Jericho.
Yeah.
No, dude, the funniest shit ever was Bischoff talked about it on his podcast. He had, Bischoff made out with her and Linda within like a year on WWE TV.
I forgot that he made out with Linda.
Yeah. In fact, he didn't just make out with her. He was like, Linda, you have such big, beautiful breasts. Well, here's what gets even more weird. Vince was directing that shit, and he told the story of when he's making out with Stephanie. He's like, "Damn it, get your tongue down her throat, yeah." And I'm thinking to myself, what is wrong with this fucking guy, bro? What is wrong with Vince McMahon?
Well, he wanted to do a certain type of angle for years that will get me demonetized.
Incest angle.
At least you said it, not me, but it doesn't make a difference.
It doesn't matter, but I don't think you get demonetized.
I guess we'll roll the dice. So in case this does get demonetized, make sure to leave us your super chat questions, and we'll get back to them after we're done recording this. But all right, everyone. So
super chat, so Mike can get a new computer. Sorry, go ahead.
Hey guys, it's Mike here, and in this video, we're going to be discussing our expectations for the New York Comic Con 2023 panel that's right about to come out with regard to some major announcements about something we already know is going to happen, but either way, join me today is someone you see on the channel in the past, and his name is Geekdom 101 Danny. How's it going?
All right, this is the week, man. This is the week we've been waiting for a little while now. Let's do it. It's coming.
Yeah, so in terms of all that, I talked about this a little bit earlier in the video, but essentially with regard to all of that and my expectations for Dragon Ball's new series that's being announced, Dragon Ball Magic, and really the announcement in general of everything that's going to be happening at the panel, the fact of the matter is that I do feel like in some ways, some fans might have kind of a polarizing reaction to if everything we've heard with the leaks is 100% accurate and some of the changes that Dragon Ball Magic is going to be doing. Some fans will no doubt be excited for a new Dragon Ball series to be coming out, but then there are others who might be thinking, well, you know, this is so different in a sense from what we already have had with Dragon Ball Super, and it not being a direct continuation of Super from what we know so far. And so the thing is, what do you think about that reaction? And how do you feel like fans are going to respond in terms of that?
It depends on the fan. It really does. I think some people just won't let go that this is not Super. It just won't let it go. And like I said before, Super's return, it's not canceled completely. I'm not saying it's never going to happen, but I think fans have just not been able to let that go. And it's really weird to me that some people would rather see an adaptation of an arc that already ended 2 years ago, the moral arc in the manga, as opposed to seeing a brand new story we don't know anything about it. And I think that people have jumped to conclusions with the leaks about how Goku will be becoming a kid again. They immediately labeled it as being a GT thing, but I understand why, but I wish that people were a bit more patient because there's nothing out there yet as far as how it's going to look. I know, and I've been told it looks good, but it's not out yet as of this recording. So I wish fans were a little bit more open-minded. Also, it depends on the kind of fan. I think if you're a fan of Dragon Ball who's been invested in the product, all of Dragon Ball Z, Super, even GT, I think those fans, especially manga readers, will probably dig it a lot more. I think if you're one of those Dragon Ball Z fans that only watches Z and only likes the dub, and if you're one of those kind of more casual, less hardcore fans, it might not be what you want. But I still think that people need to wait and see, because I'm certainly doing that.
Yeah.
If it looks like crap, I will tell you it looks like crap. If it looks good, I'll tell you it looks good. We won't know. And even when we get the trailer or the teaser, because they did announce Monday morning, Victory Uchida said we are going to get new footage. So that's happening no matter what. But I think when that comes out, people will have a better idea of what it'll be like. But whenever it does come out, it still does not give us a real example of what the show will be like until we actually start watching the show. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. With regard to all that, the fact of the matter is that until we see everything firsthand playing out, we can't judge it. That's the thing. A lot of times I feel like people will jump the gun in terms of their overall assessment of an entire season or series or anything like that. Like nowadays we see all the time. One episode of a show comes out, this is the worst show ever, they've already ruined everything, there's no way of salvation for it to end up being good. There's no way of salvaging it. And so as a result, they jump to say that, you know, that's the case. And then oftentimes they're already saying it's trash from the very start, and every single thing that comes out, it's going to be seen as bad by them. Some people do that just to get negativity clicks. We know how that works in this day and age, but at the same time, you know, we won't know until we see it firsthand. Now, the thing is, in terms of that initial impression, there is one concern that I do have that could make or break this series for me, and I feel like for a lot of people in this fandom, which is that let's say they show concept art and they show footage like the teaser and stuff, and it ends up being in a style that a lot of the fandom finds very unappealing. So remember what happened with Wind Waker back when it was originally coming out. People were so used to like the more dark and realistic Zelda. So when they saw the art style for Wind Waker, they hated it. You know, it's like,
it's a great game too.
Yeah, absolutely. So the same thing could happen with Magic. And not just that, but also on top of all that, like what if it ends up being like a chibi style series? Like remember that manga when they're remaking Dragon Ball's manga and they had everything being like chibi? I forget what it was called exactly, but like the little small child versions of everything. Like the show could still be really good, but I feel like a lot of the casual fans, especially the American and more Western audiences, will be immediately turned off by that and not really want to watch it just because the style is more kidified. Do you think that that's a possibility?
Absolutely. Absolutely it is. That's absolutely a possibility. Like I said, I can't predict, but there's going to be people that are going to hate it. But the thing is, historically, it's no different than what we've always heard. When Broly first got announced, the entire fandom had a meltdown because it's Broly. Oh my God, it's cringe. It's Broly. He's a movie character. They've lost their minds. And then when the movie came out, everybody was, oh, and then superhero. Oh my God, it's going to be a slice of life. Nobody wants to see this. We want Moro. It's always we want Moro. We want something we already saw. We already read Moro, but we want more Moro. Okay. And it's like, it's not a Dragon Ball problem. I think it's a problem everywhere. I think video games have that issue. I think that other forms of fandom, Star Wars, these things all have these issues. And it is definitely, I think, partially a maturity thing. I do think that some folks are just not going to like it. It's not for them. And that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. But this idea of this show being somehow like, well, we're getting this and not Super. No, that's not how it works. You're either getting this or you're getting nothing. And if you'd rather get nothing, I can't agree with that. Right?
I mean, it's like, again, we're going to have to wait and see, but it's kind of like, I find this hard to believe that this is going to be like an Indiana Jones 4 or 5 type of. I haven't seen the newest Indiana Jones, but like, I feel like it's going to be hard to have this be like a thing where it's like, oh, the franchise would be better off if this didn't exist. I guess we don't know yet. And people could clip me and then play this in their videos in the future and be like the downfall of Dragon Ball. And here's Mike from Laughingstock Media saying this, but either way, hopefully that's not the case. And if so, I hope you pay me for that footage. With that being said, I hope it ends up going well, and I hope that people like wait and like in this day and age, it's so reactionary. Everything just immediately jumped to like conclusions and catastrophize and stuff, which I mean, I've had issues with that in the past. You already know that well. So the fact of the matter is that it could very well have a polarizing negative effect, but it's kind of like with Dragon Ball Super Broly for me. I didn't like the concept of bringing Broly back at first, obviously. But
right.
with that being said, the more trailers I saw, I was like, oh, wow, this looks awesome. Like by the last trailer.
I was just going to say, I interrupted, but the difference is that you at least know that you're at least open-minded enough to try it. At the very least, the first couple episodes, and then if it's not for you, fine. But people are writing it off already, and to me, it's just wait and see.
Yeah.
Just wait and see.
Yeah, I know that Quaman has been a little bit more critical of it thus far, based on the concept as well. Maybe I'll cut this part out of the video because I don't want to make him look bad. But with that being said,
oh no, look, the concept. People have a right to be critical of it, except that the entire concept isn't even out there. People's idea of the concept is, oh, it's GT. No, it's not GT. This is not going to be GT, dude. It's not. That's for sure. And with the talent involved and with Toriyama being very hands-on with this, more than he was Super itself, the anime, there's a lot to be happy about. Plus, it is going to be more adventure-fied, but I like that. I don't have to just watch the same crap over and over again. I like Dragon Ball going in different directions. I like there being different types of stories. And we're still going to have a Dragon Ball Super manga. Granted, right now, superhero arcs taking forever to get through, but we're still going to have the Black Frieza stuff. All that's still coming. It's just, this is something extra. This is sort of like, an extra meal, before you get to the main course.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Kwame heard us. That's his cameo on the stream tonight. But
yeah, he's right. His opinion is Publix, bro. Like the restaurant, he's gonna get himself a chicken. Was it the chicken strip sandwich, the best sandwich they have there?
Yeah, I was going there a good amount when I was staying down there. It's pretty cool. They have way better. I mean, everything there is just like better handled than this terrible state on the East Coast. But anyway,
well, they have a really good deli. That's one thing I will give Publix credit for. And here's the thing, man. I don't want to go into weight loss right here. It's a separate thing. We can cut this out if you want to, but you can get a whole chicken there. Mm-hmm. A whole chicken for like
$5.
I think
right?
like no, a whole chicken. It's like I think $15. But if that's your one meal and you only eat chicken and broccoli, do this. Eat only chicken and broccoli, nothing more, and don't drink alcohol, nothing with sugar in it. Chicken, broccoli, and water, and lift weights, you'll see a difference. It works.
Yeah. I mean,
and that's a lot of food.
Just from going back on my diet, I've already lost like several pounds in the past few days. So it's like a lot of times too, people eat shit all the time. Like they eat out every day. And so they have so much food that's just hanging on inside their body that they haven't gotten rid of yet. So like when you start eating like a low waste diet, like keto or carnivore or something like that, you end up seeing that like you get rid of all the excess and you immediately lose weight because you don't have all that stuff hanging around inside your intestines and your digestive tract anymore. You just have like the barest essential stuff that's feeding your body. And, then it's being fueled by your fat too, which is stored energy, which then in turn, leads you to.
We're totally off the rails, bro. You're going to cut all this out.
Yeah, it's going to be easy. Just the end. But yeah. Anyway, well, don't forget, Danny, you're also a mod. So you have the ability to silence people if you're getting in ridiculous arguments. I'm not even.
No. I'm not gonna do that to that guy. I understand where he's coming from. I'm actually not mad.
Okay. So anyway, yeah. So getting back into that. So in terms of everything with that, in terms of my expectations, I'm not going with big expectations. I hope it's good. It'll be cool if it kind of brings another resurgence. It'll be great for us and it'll be great for the fandom if we get a lot more eyes on the product and, people come back, the casuals, and watching this new show. It's going to be on the internet, so it's going to be easy for people to watch it. And so they do that. And then in turn, if it ends up being good quality too, then it ends up leading to people having more positive things about Dragon Ball. It's not going to be like, look at One Piece and how great it is right now, and Dragon Ball has nothing right now. It sucks. It's not going to be like that all the time. It's going to instead be, oh, cool, Dragon Ball's once again doing something that's popular and that's blowing up and showing why it's such a popular franchise.
Absolutely. I mean, either way, something else too is, I'm not expecting this to be discussed, although it might be. The sole thing about the 40th and the next movie that's supposedly in pre-production now, so they may discuss that. The one thing that I'm interested in, as far as besides magic, that I think is going to be actually in some ways more important, not for the fandom, but for people who are studying the future of Dragon Ball, like myself, is the Capsule Corp Tokyo story. Because if Akio is taking control of Dragon Ball from Toei, he's still going to work with them, but if he's taking control of the anime and games from Shueisha, that is a huge deal, because that means we may get more streaming anime in the Dragon Ball universe that maybe isn't about Goku and Supreme Kai. There's a lot of things about this stream on Thursday that could actually change a lot about where they're going. So I'm interested in that as like the bullet point B. Bullet point A is magic, bullet point B is that one, but it has bigger ramifications, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. With regard to all of that, one thing I do want to see, and I've always wanted to see, is more series about the other characters. And Dragon Ball Superhero was a whole movie about that, and it still ended up being great, so, or at least really good, depending upon your perspective. So for me, I would love to see that. I'd love to see that, Jackie. Jackie again. Let's see if anyone gets that reference. And so I'd love to see that. And see just this series do well because of that, because of the potential of even other things to come. Because for me, like, I'm kind of tired of seeing series focus mostly around Goku at this point. It's been going on for decades. I would like to see more stuff about other characters because Dragon Ball's world has grown so massive since the very first chapter of the manga to where there's so much to explore that never gets explored. It's almost like Pokemon where it's like Ash is like, I'll see you again someday. And then they never see them again someday. And it's like, how about this planet? How about this universe? How about this galaxy and this time period? Well, I don't know because we never see it. But if we could see it in series, that'd be great.
Right, and not just that, but their multiverse is so big that it could just be an ongoing thing. You have to understand that even though, and this is more not just to you, but to people watching, America and US and UK streaming shows like Disney Plus shows, Ahsoka, Loki, stuff like Netflix's shows that are just streaming, even Paramount Star Trek shows. We've been doing this for a while. Japan doesn't really do stuff like this that much as they do here. So this is going to be a test to see if Dragon Ball can work as a streaming product. Then maybe we can get different types of Dragon Ball. That's why I'm not like, people are so narrow-minded sometimes when it comes to this, as opposed to just being patient and waiting to see what we see. Maybe it will suck, but we don't know yet. And I'd rather make sure that we know.
Yeah, we'll have to find out in the future, which is actually about a day or two from now. But all right, guys, let us know your own thoughts down below in the comments. Blah, blah, blah. I already recorded this point. And see you later, which is very soon.
You're going to have to edit all of this, bro.
Don't worry. The video will never go up. Psych!
I was about to say, I would actually, I kind of believe you. There isn't really much else that needs to be said from my end. Like I've kind of said a lot. Because the truth is, some of the information that was leaked, not all of it's going to be 100% accurate. I know that. I even said in the stream, I go, I'm not sure if I believe this, or this, but it might be true. I'm just saying I don't believe it, but I do believe this. So anyways.
So Kwame, you want to join the stream real quick and make it a three-way? I mean, make it a stream with 3 people in it?
A threesome.
Yeah, I mean, unless there's like some female YouTubers who want to join us right now.
No, you don't have any of those.
Eliminate the sausage fest in here. But I did see that Xavier sent another super chat. Thank you so much. So let me show that on the screen real quick. Right about here. So you said, not to take anything away from Krillin, but I do wish that we saw the Cybermen versus the Z Fighters in one-on-one fights. Just me. So that'd be a similar thing with what we saw with the question about the Cell Juniors. So yeah, I mean, it could have been cool if they actually had like unique characters and stuff, or at least they weren't just like the same faceless villain after one another. There probably was a game too that did that too, right? Where they fought the Cybermen one at a time before they fought the Saiyans.
I feel like a few games have done that. No, you know what game did that a lot? I think Legacy of Goku did it, and I think remember those old they never came to America, but you probably seen them. Those weird games where it's like Legacy of Goku, except you go into this card thing and you pick the cards at the bottom of the screen and you fight like the Cybermen, then you fight Nappa and Vegeta. They're like Super Nintendo games. Those did that. Yeah, it's been a while. Are you gonna bring Quinn in here?
How do
you want me to DM him? How?
Yeah, I've never added another person to a two-person.
Well, I can add him. You just gotta tell me if he's okay with it.
I don't know. Call him and see if he joins.
Well,
of course.
I just didn't want to do anything without you being okay with it. That's all.
Yeah, that's why I asked him before if he wanted to join. He said something about continuing the stream.
Yeah, I can actually bring him in right now. It's just I don't want to do it unless we all, unless he's
if he wants to go for it. I gotta take a piss.
But okay. Do you want to do that now, or do you want me to wait, or
I
don't know? Okay, all right, Quinn. He's saying I can bring you in. I'm just gonna do it
if he wants to.
Hello.
Hold on, it's almost happening.
I'm waiting for him to answer, but yeah, I just
watch him not join now. We already know he's not gonna be on camera either.
That's too bad, bro.
You know,
I wonder if he's ready.
You know, he doesn't own a camera or a mirror.
Realized that when I said, "Okay, Quinn," I just realized like there's that lag in the stream, so I may have said that and then invited him before he got to hear me say that. You know what I mean? Oh, don't you hate when that happens?
He says, "Give me a few to set up." So
right, I saw that. He's probably got
turned off, by the way.
You know why? I'm still in. Oh no, it did get turned off
because we joined a different call.
Right, you're right. No, what I was gonna say was I should be back on now. You know, Mike. You know, Quinn's. Let me lower this a little bit. You know, Quinn's microphone is like humongous.
He has Blue Yeti.
Hello.
Yeah, I went in. So it's weird. Whenever I turn can you turn your camera off real quick? I want to try something.
StreamYard. That's what you gotta try. StreamYard, because none of this stuff happens on StreamYard. I'm being honest.
I'm gonna turn on.
Nice too. Like
every time every time I turn on, it almost like lags. So you could turn yours back on. I think it should be fine. It's like on my end. It's like I think it's because OBS takes some kind of issue with the with like the camera. Also, for some reason too, if only my camera's on, I'm on the left side, and then you're on the right, but then it flips.
I don't know. Let me
quite indeed. Okay. So I'll be right back, and hopefully Kwame will show up. If he doesn't, wow.
Wait, am I still gonna be? Am I on camera? I am.
Yeah.
Can they see me?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they can see me. Click my name.
Well,
wait, there's lag.
Remember, there's a delay. Yeah, it's like 15 seconds. I gotta go.
Can you see me? Hello, can people in the chat see me? I don't know if you can. I will entertain you. Oh, I am on there. Okay. Anyway, so I'm gonna until Quinn gets in here and Mike gets back. So if you like to see these streams or whatever, I'm gonna be doing a don't make Walter feel unwelcome, because clearly it was actually my fault, because I said I actually screwed up. I said feminism. I didn't say when I meant to say neo-feminism. Feminism is women wanting equal rights. Neo-feminism is the type of people who want to get rid of Mother's Day, or they think that all men are bad, and that that they don't need a man because they can be that's what I have a problem with. Right. And that's kind of the energy she gives off. So that was actually, I don't want you to get mad at Walter for that. It's actually my fault for not communicating what that actually meant. Because I mean, if you actually think that women don't deserve rights, I think you're kind of a piece of shit. They kind of do deserve rights. What'd you say?
So he's still not here, I guess. So
no, he said he's still setting up. He actually just DM'd me and he said, give me a bit. He said, give me a bit.
Depends on how long a bit is.
Wait a minute. That was earlier. Hold on. That was earlier. Okay. So he's still setting up then.
Yeah. So I made these keto chocolate chip cookies before.
Yeah, I made those once. No, I didn't make those. I made double chocolate with the little powdered sugar on top. I used the Splenda or whatever, the Swerve.
Yeah.
I made it once, but it was such a nightmare because when you make cookies, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You're supposed to oil up your hands, and I didn't, so I had dough all over my hands. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. So
dude, you know what I gotta make? I haven't made it in a while. I used to make really badass low carb pancakes. They were so good, dude. I swear to God.
I actually got this low carb or zero carb syrup a little while back. I got like a pumpkin spice one. I never got to use. I think it expires this month, so maybe I'll get some of those. Hey Quan, man, how's it going?
What's up? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you're not gonna get on camera.
No, I don't even have a camera on this desktop.
Are we gonna see Ethan tonight?
No. I'm on my desktop. I don't have a camera. But
Ethan, bro. Ethan.
Yeah, for anybody who gets that old school.
That is old school. That is old school.
I think most people have forgotten that by now.
Back when you used to sound like
the legendary Quaman. Oh, you want me to do the old fake Quaman voice?
Yeah.
Alrighty, guys, it is Quaman here today, and today I'm joined by Geekdom and Mike from Laughingstock Media. How's it going? So without wasting any more time, let's get straight into this video as we're gonna just listen to our chat and read it like fake talking to little kindergartners, because I don't respect my audience like adults.
Hey guys, it's Mike here, and welcome to another video about Dragon Ball. Wait, how
little quick confession, guys.
It's hard for me to do my old voice, but what were you saying?
Just a little quick confession, guys. I fucking hated doing the Quaman voice. I'm so glad I don't do that stupid shit. But yes.
I did too. I hated when you did it too, bro.
Yeah, I know.
By the way, Itchy Ball said put some THC on the cookies. Mike's already had enough of that, bro. I'm surprised he
No, I haven't. That's why. That's not why.
I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about in your lifetime.
Yeah, you would think so, and then I get surprised. Really surprised.
Yeah, like when you were surprised at my house. That surprised everybody.
The best surprised the coroner. But yeah,
the funniest part was at the restaurant when the waitress comes and I look over at you and you're slumped down on the. You're like, I'm like, oh, don't worry. I said, I think my dying. So give me a second. Story, by the way, that really happened.
I had to take.
Don't call 911 yet.
But yeah, so I made these keto cookies earlier, and I had a couple. The only thing I don't like about them is each cookie is 200 calories.
Yeah, it's like more of a treat than anything.
You know what I got that's really good though? Like somehow surprisingly. So I don't know if I'm the only one here, but
bro, if you take THC, you will down many calories at once because of how
Yeah, so when I what the fuck what was I saying? So I was talking about the cookies. I gotta retrace my steps here. And so I was gonna say something.
The minute someone said THC, it's almost like your body said, "Oh yeah." Great. Doesn't matter, bro. Quinn's here.
The legendary.
Are you excited for Magic, bro? No.
Okay, objectively, based off of the premise of what it's supposed to be about, it sounds like a ridiculously stupid idea, but I'm going to be fair. I'm going to be fair, and I'm going to give it a chance. Because I thought Frieza coming back for the Tournament of Power was stupid, but it actually ended up being pretty good. And I thought Broly was stupid, and it ended up being great. So
Can you imagine if all of this existed during the original run of Dragon Ball? Can you imagine the shit people would say? Yeah. Wait a minute, Goku's been an alien the entire time? That's so lazy. What a horrible idea. Toriyama, you can do better.
They have time travel now?
He has a long lost brother? No way.
What is this, a telenovela?
Yeah.
Huh? Look at me.
And by the way, Geekdom, do I have permission to slightly disagree with you on something here, sir?
No, but you go do it, but do it anyways, though.
Okay. No, I was gonna say that I just had a disagreement with the whole thing with Moro. Like, I agree with you. Like, fans got to move on and stuff, but I personally feel like because the Moro arc was objectively the best arc of Super, I still think that arc being animated would like give fans goosebumps for a lot of those scenes. So I feel like yeah,
I agree with you. And like I said, I haven't been around people wanting that 2 weeks ago when the Magic thing came out. We're now it's been almost 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So,
it's like you get tired of it, bro. You know, that's all I'm saying.
so
Do you
Quaman,
believe in magic?
I like this. I like this
That
right here.
song, bro.
Crest of Honor said, "What is the worst filler arcs in Dragon Ball Z, Super, and GT?" Well, two of those are entire. The whole show is a filler arc for two of those.
so
So
Quaman,
yeah,
I disagree with you on one thing.
Oh, you do? Oh, well, I don't give you permission to disagree.
Well, I'm going to take it anyway because I'm Mike from
Oh.
Laughingstock Media. How's it going?
How's it
And
going?
this is
All
my
right.
channel. My channel.
Oh.
So, you know, essentially, you said that you think the Moro arc is the best arc of Dragon Ball Super.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Actually, the best arc of Dragon Ball Super is the Broly movie. The end.
I agree with that to a degree. Yeah,
I don't
to a
think
degree.
of it as an arc, but I mean, if you
don't.
want to count that five,
That's the
I
point.
know.
But
That's the best.
I do
You
count it
think
as one though, because as a beginning, middle, and an end, which is an arc. It
If
just
you're
happens to be
saying
in a movie.
it's the best thing that modern Dragon Ball has given us, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah,
I
Oh,
still
well,
think
then,
it's.
I
I
agree.
still think it's probably Battle of Gods, but that was also Dragon Ball Z.
oh shit, when's that
Super.
in theaters again? I keep every time I hear about that, I'm like, oh fuck, I forgot.
Oh,
that.
well, when is it going to theaters? About 10 years ago.
No, it's coming out again this month.
Oh, I know. It's like I wrote about it in the community tab and I forgot. It was like it's a 1-day showing.
Yeah, the 17th. I'm gonna.
I gotta
I'm
be
gonna go
around
and see
fucking
it.
dub fans, bro. I gotta be around dub fans
It's
to
on-
watch 10-year-old movie.
It's on next.
I'm good.
It's on Tuesday, so I'll see you next Tuesday. Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods.
All right, enjoy that, bro.
Get
And they I don't know what's gonna happen on Tuesday of next week. It's next Tuesday.
Yeah, see you next Tuesday.
I don't get it.
CUNT.
Oh shit! But come on, bro.
Oh, wow.
How the hell
You
was I
guys-
supposed to get that?
You guys have never heard of See You Next Tuesday?
Nope. The only one I've heard about that is the ICUP. Spell ICUP. ICUP. Oh, it's
That's
funny.
a way. It's
That's
a
the
way of
only
calling
one.
some. It's a way of calling somebody a cunt, Mike. You see you next Tuesday.
Hey,
Remember-
Mike. Can you remember what happens if you hold your tongue and say, "I was born on a pirate ship"?
Wow, you literally just read what I was about to say. That was the one that Bob and Iggy used to do when we were in fucking elementary school.
What about
bro,
I'm sorry.
What about when you
That's
hold
my
your tongue and you?
elementary too.
What if you hold
You
your
say
tongue? And you,
apple?
what if you hold your tongue? And you were saying, "I was cleaning apples down by the shipyard."
Yeah, it was just apples, or just say apple, but that's a more longer version of yeah. That's a more longer version.
What if what if you what if I'm trying to remember how to say this exactly. What if you try and bite your ear and say never mind. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know where you're going with that, bro.
I don't know either.
I have
Mike.
no idea where you're.
It's gonna be.
If
I'm
you
going.
try to bite
I'm
your
going
ear,
too
what is
far.
this, Mike Tyson, bro? Is this Mike Tyson?
I'm going too
Evander.
far for YouTube with that one. But yeah. So there was also a joke my uncle used to tell me that I'll never tell in public. But anyway, let's keep going.
There's many jokes like that I've told both of you that I can't tell in public, bro.
Yeah, I know that. That's for sure.
That shit'll never happen.
Like there's-
Especially nowadays that nobody can take jokes anymore.
Yeah, once there was a man from Nantucket.
Comedy is dead,
Oh,
bro.
yeah. I know a man from Antarctica.
Yeah, his name is QAA12, and he goes to the local Hot Topic where there are polar bears, and it's actually pronounced Miami there.
You know, that was one of the funniest things I ever did in my life. It's so funny when, like, you have the power to convince thousands of people bullshit that's not even fucking real. And I'm sorry, like, that whole thing, I forgot who said it, but, like, when you have fucking power, bro, like, you can sometimes corrupt it to say some real fucked up shit, and I abused it. I admit.
The
Always
funniest
solid.
thing about that was literally, I think 3 months ago, this guy on Twitter said, I forgot what the context was, but he's like, wasn't Kwame from Antarctica? And I replied back and I said, the fact that you believe that all these years later, bro, that I told him, I even told him, I will show him that you said this, bro, and we'll both have a laugh at your expense. I told him that. The fact that you still believe that after all these years.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Hey, Xavier de God, thank you so much for your super chat in which you said, how did you guys all meet and what were your first impressions of each other And were you guys fans of each other before becoming friends? That's like three questions. But
yeah, that's like 3 questions. The last one's definitely no.
oh yeah, why would anyone be a fan of Mike from Laughingstock?
No, it's not about you. It's not about you. It's like that's not really how it happened. It wasn't like I think his perception was that he thought that we were commenters, and we did comment, but I think he thought that we were like, I think he thinks that we would comment like for years and years and years and years and years.
Yeah, okay.
And whereas like you started your channel a year before I started my channel, and I met Quinn a month after or 2 months after I started my channel, so there wasn't enough time. You know what I mean? For that to be that. Like,
I didn't start doing Dragon Ball until somewhere around a year, I think, into my channel.
Didn't you first offer to make Quinn a thumbnail or something like that?
Yeah,
right?
so,
I remember that, bro.
I actually remember the exact thumbnail it was. It was when Super got announced. I needed somebody to like Photoshop like the classic Dragon Ball Z image of Goku going Super Saiyan with like blue hair.
Yeah, from the intro, and then I turned his hair blue in Photoshop.
Right.
Oh my god, I remember that now.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is, I didn't like know Mike as Mike from Laughingstock Media, so I'm just some random ass nigga on my fucking Facebook group. I didn't even like it was just like so dismissible. But then, like, I realized, oh, I'm talking to this person that made me a thumbnail. I don't even realize it. It's kind of crazy.
But didn't you meet him through me? Because I think
like a few months later.
To be fair,
because I met you, and then I met Jay. I still remember how it was. Beanie Bop invited me onto a Skype chat with you. Then,
it was you, Juan, Beanie Bop, and that other dude from Spain that we never talked to again. Remember that guy?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I actually completely forgot about him too. You said that, and then you introduced me to Super
Mike,
J and Super J first, and then Mike came like a month later.
Jay's the first guy I met, bro.
And then we met somebody else.
There was another guy, but we don't talk about him.
Yeah, but
wait.
The person that didn't have the strongest opinion of us making YouTube videos.
The guy who looked like Sideshow Bob.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a person who is no longer. Well, she's a very unique person in the community.
I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about the guy who looked like Sideshow Bob, who changed his entire channel to lie about something other than Dragon Ball.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Oh, you're talking about Zero. Okay, it took me a minute to...
That's not what...
I was like, wait a minute, I didn't think you talked to Zero. I talked to Zero.
That's what I'm saying. You talked to him before...
Wow, I completely forgot about
Jay,
Zero.
if I remember correctly.
Mike Zero, yeah.
Right, I did talk before Jay, you're right, but I never came because he made Dragon Ball videos. Okay, I know who you was talking about, though. And that was...
I know, too.
Yeah, that was a little bit after.
Yeah. Somebody who had a very... clear, recognizable synonym for the word that we all know begins the name.
Well, their name rhymes with male.
Don't say.
Okay, well, okay.
You know that's a dumb thing you're about to say.
So either way, yeah. So like, I made a thumbnail for Quaman, and he accidentally doxed himself because he like commented on the thread
on his personal Facebook.
And then he deleted it really quick.
No, but remember what happened? I saw it and I told you, I go, bro, I think that's his real name. Remember that? I was like, cause I saw when you commented on his Facebook, and I was like, dude, I think that's his real name.
Yeah.
I remember we found Thundershot's real name.
Is this? Yeah.
We found Thundershot's. We found Thundershot's real name. Who looked like that one guy from Pawn Stars.
Oh yeah,
that was really funny. Yeah, and then we found. I think we found Juan's Black and Fist real name too, right?
The legend, bro.
Yeah,
something like that.
His name definitely wouldn't be easy to pick out of a phone book, that's for sure. But yeah, with that being said,
he has the same name as a famous boxer.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. That is objectively true.
I think there was actually a guy once that like it was like some show on USA where they actually had the main character had the same name as me. It was really weird. I think I was watching Raw and they had like a commercial and it was like, and this guy's name is Michael Warren. I was like, what the hell?
You just gave away your real name, bro. You just doxed yourself.
I've told my real name. Like I have literally a fucking thing behind me that has my name on it. like my as like a wood.
Even your middle name?
Well, I think I've probably said that. I've considered putting in my like book name. I don't know. Like I've considered.
I didn't know what your middle name was until like this year. I think
I've told you it like 50,000 times, but that's okay. So either way, I went to work with Danny before I worked with Quinn, and then later on, the first video I actually worked with Quinn on was my one of my Herald videos. So originally, I was gonna upload my 10 most muscular. I think 10 most muscular characters in Dragon Ball Z, and it was going on Black and Fist and Kwame's channel at the same time. But Black and Fist.
I thought the first one was like you was angry Austrian being mad at Champa because he was fat. Wasn't
No, that was on my channel. So on their channel,
second one then.
So on their channel, it was supposed to be the same video, but then Black and Fist uploaded the video early for some reason.
Yeah, which he always did.
Yeah,
which he always did.
So Quinn didn't want to have the same video on his channel that he would upload hours later. So then I had to make a whole other video to put on his channel, which was the 10 most muscular movie villains. And so basically they did that. And then later on, I went on to do some actual videos on their channel. I think the first video I did on Juan's channel was a Q&A, and then on Quinn's channel.
That was everyone's first video, bro. Q&A.
And then
Ask FM Q&A, bro.
I think I did one. I think I might have done 2 videos in the entire time I knew Juan on his channel. And I think both of them might have been Q&As, but.
Doug, do you guys remember the days when Q&As actually got fucking views? That was beautiful, bro.
Yeah,
You'd get like fucking 50 to 100K just by answering questions, bro. That was beautiful. Nowadays, you try a fucking Q&A, it's like the fucking algorithm's like, nah, nigga.
Right.
Oh, man. We're uncensored, right, Mike? Just making sure.
I guess so. Let's have fun. This video this stream is not going to be unlisted, but let's see what happens.
Okay,
let's roll the dice. So another super chat from Itchy Ball 69, a very Pure Flix approved version of a name. So, would you rather wrestle Perfection or Majin Stevie?
He's talking about guys that I've had drama with years and years ago. I don't even want to think about, like, Perfection and I are cool. Majin Stevie is somebody that's the guy who fucks sheep in Scotland.
I don't even want to think of.
The only time I ever did a video where I trashed somebody was on World of Geekdom. It's called Geekdom Takes Out the Trash. It's still up, by the way. And I drove him so nuts that he kept threatening to sue me and, kept threatening. It's funny because it's funny. You know what's funny is he threatened to sue me in 2018-ish. I'm still waiting for that lawsuit, by the way. I'm still waiting for that. Just like how our friend from that certain group that's not Team Forster doesn't exist anymore threatened to sue me too. And I'm still waiting for that too. So I'm still waiting, bro. We're still waiting.
At first, I thought his question was, would you rather wrestle Mr. Perfect or Stevie Richards? And I guess the question is, who do you think would be better?
That's a good question. That would actually be a good question. But he's bringing up people who I haven't even thought about in years. Like, Perfection and I talked last Saturday during the WWE pay-per-view in the DMs. And he actually, we're cool. The other guy, I haven't even heard that name since like 2018. Years, bro.
Quentin Quaman, say my name in a zesty way with a fake voice. His name is Scooter Looter.
So, Scooter Looter, what exactly do you want me to say in response to you? Give me some specifics and I'll give you an entire line. All right.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back to Rebel Nation.
Oh, Beanie Butt, bro.
Unfortunately, he'll never be on one of these streams again, as far as I could tell.
No, I mean, you stream with him all the time, though, right?
I used to.
He will be once that chapter of his life closes, because it's gonna happen. He'll be back.
What about
I hope the best for John.
Wait a minute, Mike. I have a question for you. The other day, you asked me a question about a certain type of guy and the way he behaves, and I answered it to you.
To answer your question,
is he one of those guys? I mean, I'm not even.
I'm not gonna talk about Josh.
No. I understand. I'm just saying this. I told you it's very common. This is very common.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about that publicly either. But either way,
No, we should. That's why I was very careful with how I asked you.
yeah, like Josh is my friend. I'm not gonna talk about him on the stream.
He's my friend too. It's just I had
I
a
know.
feeling because this is very common behavior, bro. It happened to me, dude. It happened to me like this year. You know.
Yeah, no, I understand. I have a lot of people I associate with and have known over the years that are like that. Actually, it's funny. You know, one of my friends I hadn't talked to in years. I reached out to him because like he just like disappeared from social media. I was like, what the hell happened with this guy? So I reached out, and he's doing really well. Like I hadn't talked to him in a while, but he has like a wife. He's like starting a family and stuff. And he was like he was a survivor. Like he came from Bosnia during the Civil War. And so like I knew him as a kid and stuff, and him telling me stories about that. And you know, then we just got back in touch again recently. We might go get drinks soon and catch up, and it's cool. But
Hey,
that's
Quinn.
another kind of example where people like disappear into that world, I suppose.
Quinn,
Yes,
speaking of back in the day, what was the name of that one Walking Dead YouTuber you used to like? What was his name again?
Oh
white
yeah,
dude?
Trebshan. He still makes videos, by the way.
He's
yeah.
still around. Yeah, he's still
Yeah.
around. Yeah.
What about The
Yeah,
Walking Dead?
I
Yeah,
don't know
because there's like new Walking Dead shows.
Yeah, I know there's
Like,
like a
there's,
Daryl
spin-off
Dixon
shows.
show, right?
Yeah, no, so it's still very active, and then Fear the Walking Dead's active, so Walking
I-
Dead content's still real.
I
mean,
really
it's-
tried Fear the Walking Dead, but after the second season, I was done. Like after
man,
they-
you ended it so early, bro. I
they-
lasted 7.
I couldn't. Like I just there was like that episode where that one main character who looks like that guy who gets taken over by Freddy Krueger and Freddy vs. Jason, like the guy with the long hair who is like used to do drugs and stuff. Like he's like wandering through the desert for an episode. I was like, why am I watching this show? And so I eventually just gave up. But same thing with the Walking Dead regular series. Like after like the season where, what was it, Tyrone died because he bled out on the side of the road. I was like, this show is like garbage now, and I just stopped watching. It was like so boring and just poorly executed. And of course, we had that one thing with every single time a certain demographic had too many characters on the show, they had to kill them off.
Is that still a thing now?
I don't know. I stopped watching a while ago, but I would not be surprised.
I was just wondering. I don't know. I only saw the first season of Walking Dead. I never went on from there.
That's probably the best
Wow.
one. Well, two definitely has great parts, but like the first season, everything, like just the opening episode, like Rick going into Atlanta on the horse, and it's just like full of walkers, like zombies everywhere. Like that's a great episode. And then Glenn has to save him, and like just the whole first season for me is great. 2, there's a lot of stuff on the farm that's kind of boring.
For sure.
Yeah, I don't mind his character, or even Dale. You know, like you need a moral center in a show like that, but like it just dragged on. It felt like budget limitations. Like let's just stay on the farm for another 8 episodes and, you know, drag out this story and stuff. And I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that like the governor, I feel like wasn't as well executed as he could have been. And I never even got to Negan stuff. That's the thing that sucks. Like I wanted to see Jeffrey Dean Morgan playing that role, and I just never even got there because I don't care.
And you can't skip ahead because you have to go in order, right?
Yeah. Like
There are some storylines where you can kind of start off from scratch, but it would be weird.
Yeah, like for Dragon Ball back in the day, nobody could ever watch it in order because everything came out of order. You know, so even like the thing people forget is that even like remove the whole Japanese English thing. Funimation didn't even release everything in order because remember when the Frieza saga was done in 99, 2000, they released those 2 Trunks tapes and I think 4 Android saga tapes and then just stopped. And then it aired on television, the entire Cell saga from start to finish. And then remember, they started putting out Majin Buu tapes. We didn't even get the Cell games until after the entire Buu saga was out. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so
Vaguely.
weird. I remember. I
And
used
here's
to get the
what
tapes
else is
as a
weird:
kid and
the
everything.
cell games never even had a VHS release. It was just DVD, and that's it.
Yeah, even
And you remember
movies
the
at that
crazy
point
thing
still were
about
getting them.
I was just gonna add to what you were saying, Daddy, about like back in the day when you would go to like the store to get VHS tapes, like they didn't organize it very well. And I was saying this on Mike's stream the other day, how when my parents would get me VHS tapes for getting good grades in school, it would always be out of order. Like I'd watch Saiyan Saga, Namek Saga, and Android Saga in like one session. I'm like, Goku has blonde hair, but now he has black hair, and then Vegeta's fighting this big bug thing. It's like, what the hell is this? You know?
Yeah, yeah. It was messy. It was
Yeah.
messy. It really
Do
was.
you remember those GT VHS tapes where they would always have like one word that like a really really advanced word on them? It'd be
Yeah,
like yeah.
I still have those.
Yeah.
Absolution,
Yeah.
petrification. I still have those. I have the DVDs, not the VHSs.
So
Yeah.
speaking of VHSs, here are actually my favorite VHSs that are in my collection, which I know, Danny, you have these too.
Yes,
My,
of course. That was the last original. That's the last Star Wars pre-special edition version that was out on VHS.
Yeah, I also got the Phantom Menace on VHS when it first came out as well, and that's the only prequel that was on VHS, right? Like because they were shot on digital, they didn't release Attack of the Clones or Revenge of the Sith on VHS, right?
No, well, I think Attack of the Clones, yes, but not Revenge of the Sith. I think Attack of the Clones was on VHS. Also, this guy in the chat said VHS has never looked good. First of all, bro, I can tell you were born after a certain year because when all you have is VHS, bro, it looks pretty damn good. Before the invention of DVD, all we had was VHS and going to the movie theater.
That's it.
That's it. That's all we had. And Laserdisc, which did look a little bit better, but most people didn't have a Laserdisc player.
It's kind of a flop, right?
It depends. It was big for a few years. It actually was bigger overseas.
What about 8-tracks? How'd those do?
That was before I was born, bro. That shit that like my parents fucking had. That was before I was born.
I have an 8-track player.
But everything was 8-track for a while, I think, right? And then cassettes came out.
I got an 8-track player. I got a bunch of 8-tracks. I got a VHS. I got all those old technologies. I got a record player. It doesn't work though. It's seized up. It was my dad's. And then my mom gave away his like super good quality speakers that he had, like the mono speakers for the record player and stuff. It's like I remember she gave them to this one family we were friends with, and they're like the son was using them to like play video games on. It sounded great, but it's like I wish I still had those. I remember we had a pool table when I was a kid that I used to love playing with, and she like gave that away too. And I still have though my old school 1950s pinball machine. It needs to be refurbished, but it could be worth a lot of money.
That could be worth a lot. Well, I was going to ask you, did your mom also throw away all the vinyl? Because now vinyl's ridiculously overpriced.
Some of them. But I think I have a lot of them. I have like old school 30s vinyls and stuff. Like I have like Chubby Checkers and people from like I think
Is that your stripper name?
I think I have the Big Bopper, and I think I might have
now
one.
You're talking.
Hello,
baby.
I think I have one from Nat King Cole, like old one, Nat King Cold from back in the day, you know, and it's like got the black and white picture. And I'm not gonna.
You just gave me an idea for Unseen, bro.
Yeah.
Nat King Cole.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And so I have a lot of that stuff. I have like. My dad had like a vintage record, or he had a vintage like VHS, like old cassette tapes for like all these progressive bands and stuff. I got tons of stuff up in my house, so I got lots of VHSs too. And
Phantom says VHS quality dependent on the animators, not the tech. We're not talking about animation. We're talking about VHS as a medium, not necessarily the animation. The animation has nothing to do with anything. Like this is like when people say that Dragon Ball should be remade. No, it shouldn't. Leave Dragon Ball the way it is. Don't remake it. Like people want them to remake Dragon Ball like Super. So you want it to look like shit and look all plasticky? No, I'd rather take the original Dragon Ball the way it looks. Thank you.
Yeah, we've gotten some more super chats, so I do want to show those on the stream real quick. Okay, so we have Nikki TMZ, longtime supporter of my channel. Thank you so much for your first super chat. Awesome, man. The boys chilling back together again. Yeah, it's awesome. I've always wanted to do another stream like this. I was actually gonna do this kind of stream for 50 million views. But you know what? Let's just count that right now. So Itchy Balls 69 again. 10 $10. Awesome. Thank you so much. Real question, Mike. Would you rather have the Tetsujin mech from Gigantor for your own personal possession or a Kinto-un? You can only ride it if you have a pure heart, Mike. Also badass beard, guys. So I doubt I'd be able to ride the Kinto-un. Like I definitely don't think, like, I'm a normal person who thinks like impure stuff like most men do. So, well, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, like, I'm sure that I think of negative things enough to where I'd be afraid to ride the Kinto-un because I might fall out of the sky and die. It'd be kind of like if you haven't learned how to master your flying abilities yet and you decide to fly too high and then like all of a sudden they stop working and you smash and splatter on the ground. So that's why you want to start a little bit lower. Lower.
What are you
Too
talking
low.
about?
I'm making like a million different I'm making like a billion
Peter
different
Pan.
references right now. That was a Futurama one. And so, yeah, I have never seen Gigantor, so I don't know what the mech looks like. But having my own mech would be awesome, and I'm sure it could fly, or at least, you know, run and jump way faster than I can. So yeah, I'd take a mech. I want to have the I want to have that awesome Gundam from the end of G Gundam, the one that he fights like the final villain with. That'd be cool. I want that mech.
I never finished that show, so I can't comment.
Shining Finger.
But Gundam has very, very cool looking mech. What version you like? Always have at least a couple of badass looking motherfuckers.
Yeah, Gundam has a lot of awesome stuff. Quad Man, have you ever seen Gundam, or have you never seen because it's not Dragon
I
Ball?
never really got into it because it didn't really air when I was around.
Oh yeah, I forgot you didn't watch Toonami when it originally aired, right?
No, I didn't. Found out Dragon Ball the hard way.
Yeah, Toonami. Well, Gundam Wing, at least the one that was on Toonami, did have a home release later. It's on Crunchyroll now, but did it ever air on TV again after Toonami? I don't think so.
Maybe,
I'm not sure.
I think maybe like during the re-airs of Toonami, like in, you know, the recent years. I don't know if it was ever on Adult Swim, but back then they used to have Toonami Midnight Run. So I would watch the new episode earlier in the day, and then I would watch it uncensored later at night. So I would like notice all the differences, like with the blood and the swearing and stuff. Because even back when I was a kid, I didn't sleep well at night. So like I just would stay up and watch Midnight Run. You know, that's where I saw like Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex and Cowboy Bebop and FLCL and a lot of those shows. I watched them like late at night, and a lot of them I didn't even like, but I was like, you know what? I got nothing better to do. I'm going to be up for a while, so let me rewatch Cowboy Bebop for the 15th time. But I guess I appreciate it more now as an adult. I still not one of my favorites, but then again, some anime like holds up really well. And some anime, you know, you reevaluate when you go back a little bit later.
I mean, I've always felt that when Gundam Wing aired on Toonami, I think the reason why it got so popular is because of Toonami more than anything else, because Gundam Wing is far from the best Gundam. It's not even close. Yeah. And they were exploring themes in that show that were way beyond stuff that kids would really wrap their head around. There was a lot of politics in that show, a lot of stuff with pacifism, all these different things. You know, it's just not a show that really tethered itself as being an action show. It really wasn't. There were more action-packed Gundam shows. So I never liked Gundam Wing that much, but there are other Gundam shows like 0083, the OVAs that were good. Oh, yeah. G Gundam's obviously the one that's most like Dragon Ball.
Yeah, G Gundam, 08 MS Team, all the, like, so many different Gundams I prefer over Gundam Wing, but I do like Gundam Wing. And
no, I'm not shitting on it, but it's just people whenever I hear somebody say, it's like it's sort of like when people say, well, Final Fantasy VII is my favorite RPG. You haven't played a lot of RPGs. or Tupac's my favorite rapper. You don't listen to a lot of rap. You know what I mean? Like you can just tell when somebody says their favorite restaurant's McDonald's, they haven't eaten anywhere but McDonald's. That's what I'm saying. So like, so when somebody says Gundam Wing is the best Gundam, they've only seen Gundam Wing. Yeah, there's at least 6 Gundam shows that are better than Gundam Wing, if not more. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to tell you.
If they say their favorite restaurant is McDonald's, then they haven't eaten at Taco Bell. Give me a sponsorship, please. Give me one of those black cards. I'll be able to just have lifetime supply of Taco Bell. It will be awesome.
I remember when I told Geekdom. It's funny, I'm a victim of this with Geekdom because I told him that "Hit 'Em Up" was a great hit piece song, and he's like, "Bro, there's way."
It was a great diss track. Yeah, that was a way better one.
What about the song that plays when Denzel does his famous dance?
What movie was that from?
I think Mike's making a joke about Training Day when he got shot by those Russians at the end, and he looked like he was dancing.
Oh,
they shot him so much. He's like,
dude, I haven't seen that movie. I haven't seen that movie in like 15 years. Right? I watched that movie again.
That scene is so funny.
They do him like Fredo in The Godfather.
Man, they got him bad, bro.
Except they don't kick him in the face when he's down. Like, just for good measure.
He literally was dancing, bro.
Yeah. Also, by the way, Itchy Ball 69, I just have to say the whole name, sent another one, which is Pokemon Indigo League Ash, Misty Brock, or Digimon Adventures series, which is better in your opinion, not to talk about sequel. I only really watched like the Digimon movie. I never saw like Digimon the series much, except the fact that I think that the Digimon movie was like them ramming together OVAs or something. But yeah, like I never liked Digimon as much as Pokemon. I don't think it's really even close.
Yeah.
Quinn, did you watch both?
I was way more into Pokemon. I always thought Digimon was cheap. However, I do say that I think it was season 4. There was one season of Digimon that I have extreme nostalgia for when they actually turned into the Digimons, and that was by far my favorite. Like, I had so many games on that season. It's so weird to me, like, the part of Digimon that I love is the one that nobody else likes.
I mean, when it comes to Pokemon for me, there's what is that, the first movie?
Pokemon the first movie soundtrack. I got this right when the movie's coming out. It's totally like in almost
the CD case
mint condition, where I even have like the booklet in there and stuff.
Yeah, I like that a lot actually. With Pokemon, I was always more into the games than I was the
oh yeah, me too.
The anime. And so like remember when they came out with that Pokemon when they adapted Red? What was it called? Generations?
Legends with
Legends
with Raikou, I think.
Yeah, and well no, not Raikou. No, it was adapting Red.
Yeah, is that the one where he like goes to try and catch one of the legendary dogs?
No, dude. Pokemon, no, not even close. They adapted the first Red and Blue Pokemon game into into its own movie where Red's the main character. And at the end, the big twist is when you go to catch Mewtwo, Charizard evolves into Charizard Blue to kind of go into Pokemon X and Y. And it was the best Pokemon I've ever seen. I loved it because it was actually the storyline of the game, not of the movie, not the Ash stuff, like the Red, Red and Blue.
Okay, Raikou, Legend of Gary. So
they did a great job of pacing too.
Yeah. So I don't think I've seen that one, but Itchy
Balls,
you
should see it.
Itchy Balls says that the one I'm talking about is called Raikou, Legend of Thunder. That one was really cool.
That was a movie, right? I think that was just a movie.
Yeah, it was like an OVA or something, but I think it's like a mini series. I think it focuses on Red. And he tries to
I don't think I saw that one.
Or maybe it focuses on Silver, like whatever the one from the second game is. Because he's trying to catch Raikou, the Thunder Dog, like the beast from
that would be Gen 2.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah. I've just never been. I have never been that big of a fan of Satoshi, aka Ash Ketchum, as a main character. I've never liked him as a main character.
He's a loser.
Red is so much better. Yeah, he's a loser. He makes dumb decisions, bro.
When I was
Butterfree, you can go free. Fuck you.
When I was a kid, I was beating the Elite Four over and over again. Ash is training in like a perpetual 10-year-old body and like going to every single region within 1 year somehow. And
they finally retired him, last year?
Yeah, and it's like he still can't beat anyone except for like a filler arc where he wins the Orange League, and then he also wins like in the most recent series, I think Black and White or something.
Yeah,
like
because
that.
he won the tournament and he became champion. Then they retired him. I always thought it would be better is if the Pokemon anime was structured more like Sentai or Power Rangers, where every new game you have like 100 episodes of that game.
Yeah.
And not just Ash. And then later in the movies, you could do like an Avengers thing where you have the Gen 1 guys and the Gen 2 guys and the Gen 3 guys all working together. That would actually, I think, would be a much better formula for the shows.
I watched up until like, I think the part.
Yeah, Pokemon?
Yeah, in the anime. I think.
Yeah, I stopped when I stopped, I think, early Gold and Silver after the Orange Islands.
I stopped after Gen 3, like somewhere in Black and White. Like maybe I watched a little bit X and Y, because the thing is my sister has seen everything Pokemon ever. Like she's like as big a fan as I am of Dragon Ball. She's like that big probably, or if not bigger, with Pokemon. And so she's like played all the games. She's seen every episode of everything Pokemon related. So she can name all the shit off the top of her head. She might as well memorize that Cerebi website and stuff.
But does she know the Japanese names of all the Pokemon?
Probably not, no.
That's
she watches it all dubbed, she's American, so.
I know a guy who, well, they're not really a guy anymore, but they no, it's not who you think, and they actually know all the Pokemon Japanese names, which is wild, bro.
Yeah, I think I asked on most impressive.
Don't forget Articuno's name in Japanese is Frieza. Let's not forget that.
Frieza, Frieza. No wonder
that's actually pretty cool.
No wonder you need a Master Ball to catch them, basically, in the first generation. Every time you throw the damn Pokeballs at them, they keep missing.
No, you can get Ultra Ball, but you have to like wear them down to like a little bit.
Yeah,
you're supposed to save the Master Ball from YouTube.
No, I know. I usually never use the Master Ball in the games. It's like the rare candies. I collect them, but I never use them.
But hold up, Mike from Laughingstock Media. You gotta also remember too. In Gen 2, the Master Balls were perfect to replicate and duplicate. And remember they had that duplicate glitch? I would always do it.
I thought that was Gen 1.
No, you can do it in Gen 2 too, but it's hard. But like I did that for like trying to catch.
You get everything up to level 99.
Because dude, you remember the thing with Gen 2 is like Suicune, Entei, and Reiku would just run away when you meet them, and I fucking hated that.
That's why
the three dogs were really
those
were really hard to catch.
But the problem with that game though is unless you use like a hack, it's actually legitimately possible that you could play that game your whole life and never bump into them because they're random. They change all the time.
Right.
I caught them all.
What a horrible way to design that in the game.
There are like exploits you could use in the game to get them to come where you are. Like that's what I did in Generation 3. I found that there's like when I'm trying to catch Latios or Latias, there's a house in the middle of the ocean. And so what you do is like it's like where the move tutor is. So basically you just look at the Pokemon Pokédex entry for the Pokemon and look on the map and it'll show that blinking where they are. And so basically you just go inside and out of the door over and over and over again to his house because you're in the middle of like a wild area. So it works differently. It's much faster than going in and out of a town. And eventually he'll come to the exact area. If you don't catch him, you just do it over and over again. It's kind of like in Gen 4, where you can go outside the bounds of the map and then you go like an exact number of paces on your bike, like 40,000 up and then like 12,000 to left and then 2,000 down. And then you appear inside of the, you save your game and then you will appear inside of the event zones so that you can get like Darkrai or Shaman. Although one time I fucked up and I saved it like a space to the left too far, and so it glitched my game and I had to start a new file.
Mike, I'm not gonna lie, man, that's pretty impressive, dude.
There's like specific parts where you like hop on your bike and you'll go outside the bounds of the map, and then they have whole guides online.
It glitches.
Yeah. So you actually would basically have to like set your freaking 3DS down or whatever with it like holding the mouse the control stick in a direction, and then just like leave it for 40 minutes. It's like when I was a kid and I used the exploit of where I put my first or second generation Pokemon into my N64, and I had a turbo button for the A button on like the old Mad Catz controllers. And so I just like used the turbo button and like put something on it to hold it. And it would take hours to like buy enough coins to get like the dragon Pokemon, like a Dragonair or something from the the shop. So I would like I would like leave it on and with the A button pressing and then go to school, or I would like go to sleep. And then when I would wake up or when I get back from school, I would have enough coins at the Rocket like gambling place, and then I would buy all the special Pokemon, because it was actually easier just to do that than to like get them the other ways.
They made things a lot easier recently with like I think Gen 6 or 7, where you could actually trade and do the random trades. That made things a lot easier than like having to find a friend that had the other game or trying to fucking fight for a fucking, legendary or whatever. You can actually get them a lot easier. My Gen 7 save still has like every legendary and every starter from every gen. It's loaded.
Yeah,
but you can't import to Gen 8.
No, I hate that there is certain like limitations between the generations, because I want to play with the same Pokemon. Like if I play through every generation, I want to keep taking my Pokemon with me,
Right, but they stopped that now.
Yeah, and what I will say though is I definitely think that even though I haven't really liked Pokemon games as much in the recent years, the best Pokemon game I played since maybe like the third generation might actually be like Pokemon Legends Arceus.
Everybody loves that game.
Yeah, because like at first when I saw it, I was like, I don't like that you have to like aim the Pokeball and you can't like do things you normally would and stuff like that. But then like I was playing the game and you get used to it, and it's like, wow, this is what Pokemon used to feel like the exploration, like the battles, like it's kind of what you want in a 3D Pokemon, whereas the other ones are a lot more limited. And then when you play Scarlet and Violet, it's like, what the fuck is this? Like I just played Arceus, which was like a spin-off game basically, and it's way better than like the main entry, which is like,
I still haven't played Sword and Shield.
I have it.
I have Sword.
My sister actually got me Sword, so she got me as like a late present. So
she better have, because you're a boy. Boys only got to play Sword and girls got Shield. That's the way it should be, right?
Yeah. So I played it, or I've played a little bit of it. It's good, but again, it's like fine, I guess. It seems really easy, like even easier than most of the games are. But like, I still prefer. Like it's when you play Arceus and you go win those games, it's like stepping backward.
Have you ever tried Pokemon Brown or one of the fan hacks?
No, I remember
Pokemon Brown is awesome though, because they actually made like a new game and it feels like a real game.
Kwame, what are your thoughts on Pokemon Brown?
I've never played. I like how you're asking me about Pokemon Brown, but I actually did play Crystal Clear. If any of you guys ever tried that,
I've heard of it.
No.
That's the greatest Pokemon experience I ever had in my life. It's literally Gen 2, but you can do whatever the hell you want. Like you have like no restrictions. You can choose what city you're born in, and like they basically modded the game where like you can start in Kanto, Johto. But they edited the game in a way where it feels completely natural. And the best thing about it is that like you can trade like with in-game NPCs to level up your Pokemon, because like I said, like back in the day, like I went through I still remember in Gen 1 I had like a level 100 Kadabra and the Pokemon never evolved. I'm like, what the hell? You have
to trade them.
Yeah,
that's it.
Hey Quinn, which game did you pick in Gen 5?
Which one was Black and White? I actually never. I know you're asking me that to get a joke, but I actually never played Gen 5. Like legit, I actually never played it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there was Black 2 and White 2.
Yeah, I never understood why they made a second part.
I never played. I feel like
more story.
Maybe they were kind of like Emerald and Crystal and stuff, but they split into 2 games instead. For like each generation.
Remember,
or each
X
side
and
got
Y.
One.
Remember, X and Y are supposed to have Pokemon Z. Then they canceled it and just made Sun and Moon. Zygarde was supposed to be the Pokemon for Pokemon Z.
Okay, that's the only generation I never played Sun and Moon.
Yeah, I played Sun and Moon. That was actually my return. Sun and Moon was I played Gen 1 and Gen 2 and Gen 3, and then I stopped until Gen 7. Because I was fucking broke, bro. Gen 7 came out when I was making YouTube money. Before then, I didn't have any money.
That's why most of my games here that I got for like the Xbox and stuff, I got like years later, like after the cycle had run out, because I didn't have the money for that shit back then. I got one console per generation, and that's what we were getting. You know,
it's like when have you ever heard when Tate, and I know Quinn will know this, when Tate talks about like when you have so much money, like he made a really good point once where he said that he's got so much money that he's actually bored, because when you can buy everything, like working to get somewhere is like you don't have to do that anymore, which is a nice problem to have, but like, so in his head, all they do is talk about, hey, remember when we were poor? It was like life was more fun when they were trying to get rich before they actually are rich. But now that you're rich, you can do anything you want, so it kind of becomes boring.
Yeah, it's like
I get it though. Think about it.
The thrill of the chase versus the elation of the goal.
In fact, this case right here has every Switch game that I own. There are games in here that I have bought that I've never gotten to play.
Yeah.
I would say like 80% of these games I've never gotten to play. And that's sad because I want to play them.
It's the same thing with me with my Steam library and even my Epic
That's another
library.
one.
I have hundreds of games I have never played, but I own them. I actually finally just installed Jedi Fallen Order. I haven't played it yet, but it's kind of like, I remember Josh for years has been trying to get me to play Red Dead Redemption, and like I got as far as putting the first game into my Xbox 360, loading it up and getting to the start screen, and then I never actually played it. So I tell him I played it sometimes just because I got to the start screen. Well, he knows that at least. But
I never beat GTA 5.
I finally bought. Yeah, it's a long game, but you know, a game I never beat, and I pre-ordered the game, and I played over 100 hours of it. Fallout 4.
You've talked about that.
I just don't care about the story at all, and so I just get bored and stop playing it. I actually beat
for Red Dead or for Fallout?
Fallout 4. I've never beaten that, but I beat Cyberpunk. Like I played 120 hours of it, and I beat the game, and I beat like.
I could have sworn you told me that Fallout 4 was it Fallout 4 or Fallout New Vegas? Like one of your favorite games. That's the one that you like a lot.
Yeah, New Vegas is the best Fallout in my opinion, but I haven't played Fallout 2 yet. I played every other one.
I never played any Fallout or any Mass Effect.
I played Fallout 1. I guess I haven't played Brotherhood, Steel, and Tactics, but I played Fallout 1, Fallout 3, New Vegas, 4. And out of those ones, New Vegas for me is the best. But
what about this? I have played 2 Assassin's Creed games, even though I own most of them, and I've only played each one for less than an hour. That goes back to when
I have a lot of them
things,
too.
You have money to buy things, and yet you never have enough time to enjoy what you buy.
Yeah.
It sucks. It really sucks.
It reminds me of the story Ric Flair said, like, I think at his induction to the Hall of Fame, the first one at least, and where Ric Flair said that he bought like golf clubs, like, and he wanted to learn how to play golf. And then like 10 plus years later, those golf clubs were still there and never touched them. It's like, that's how it is. You don't have time. You're just doing a million other things. You're working hard. And especially nowadays, we have to work 5 times harder to get something that our grandparents' generation got far easier in terms
of
like,
I think they worked way harder than we did, bro. I disagree. People worked way harder generations ago.
Our parents and grandparents, like they could get a house like I remember my
but they had to work for it, bro. They had to work for it,
manual
labor.
They didn't have to do like 3 to 5. They didn't have to do all these different jobs at the same time and work nonstop and be in their 30s and not even be able to afford a house. They had houses when they were like in their 20s and shit, you know. Sure, they worked at a factory, but
maybe that was your family.
No, like people in general in this country, like we work way harder in our generation to get what our parents' generation got vastly easier because they inherited one of the greatest economies in the history of the world. They were handed everything on a silver platter, and then we in this in our generations, we have to work our asses off to get the same shit they take for granted. And then they're like, why don't these kids, these millennials, it's all their fault. Why don't they have houses? Why don't they have this? It's like, no, the boomers generation, they got all that shit handed to them. And then in turn, they fucked it all up because they messed up the country with their terrible policies and their, terrible antics. And then we inherited this.
I don't think that's accurate, bro. I don't think that's accurate, dude. I'll be honest. I think they actually worked way harder than us, bro. They had advantages that we don't have. I will say that. But we've got advantages they don't have, bro. We literally, everybody on this call is making a living working at home. None of our grandparents did that shit, bro.
They couldn't even imagine it.
None, bro. No, they couldn't. That's what I'm saying. Like, they had to work those jobs for their whole life, bro. You retired at like 65 with a pension. Like, I think they worked way harder back then. And a lot of those jobs were like hard work before computers. You had to bust your ass in the sun and shit. Yeah. I don't know. I think what you're thinking of is shit was cheaper back then. But, and that is true. Obviously, you're not wrong about that. But as far as hard, it depends on what you think about, on what your definition of hard work is. Because, like, these motherfuckers had to work out like hours and hours and hours and hours. We at least we can do a lot with the internet, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, there's that for sure. It's also
you're
a different type.
Am I the other one who you sound like a robot?
I'm hearing that too, yeah.
Yeah, you sound like a robot, bro.
Yeah, this happens to Mike sometimes. Like, sometimes when I record with him, he starts roboting. This isn't the first time.
Is it his microphone?
Well, what he does is, like, he does something where he, like, leaves and comes back in, like, 5 minutes and he fixes it. But this has happened with Mike multiple times.
Oh, okay. I wanted to hear what he was going to say.
Yeah, no, this is a great conversation. Obviously, like, when we're talking about, like, our previous generations, I don't want to talk about what my ancestors have to go through, but, yeah, no, you sound good. You're good, but you're, like, far away, but yeah.
Hold on, it's loading in my.
Now I can't hear anymore.
Yeah.
Right now?
I heard. Yes.
No, you're good now. You're good now. Yeah.
Okay, so I probably didn't phrase what I was saying right better. So what I mean isn't. Okay, so it's like this. So in terms of the things that the average individual in America, let's say, is currently aspiring to, it is far harder to accomplish certain things that were easier in the past, not based upon the hardness of the work itself, like working in a factory, doing like, hitting rocks, like
right. That's
all
what
the shit that they
at.
used to do back in the day. Like these people in our grandparents' generation, at least in the United States and stuff, they went and fought in world wars. They did, they were working with their hands. They were doing like hard shit, like hard labor and like stuff like that. That's absolutely the case. That's much tougher.
That's what I was talking about.
Than me making videos and blah, blah, blah. But so think about it like this. They had one job, and with that job, unless they decided to go to another job, it was easier. Like in the early 1900s, like, you can quit a job and go down the street, jobs were so plentiful, but like just working one job, didn't really even need to go to college. They were able to achieve things like getting a home, having a car, like having like that nuclear family, or just like a family. A lot of them had 5 or 10 kids back then, right? Like my grandparents' generation, they each came from a family that had like 10 kids. And so as a result, right, back then it was much easier to support that type of lifestyle and create that kind of lifestyle and form that than it is now. Because remember too, in most of those families, the woman wasn't working. So it was a one provider male household in that sense, who was providing for like 5, 10 kids, so nowadays, people in our generation, for the most part, it's incredibly difficult, even if you're working several jobs, to afford a house, to afford like a new car, to afford like to support that lifestyle. Like maybe you could dump your savings into a house if you like save up responsibly, but then let's say that you're not making enough to support your various bills, or you're spending on this or that. It makes it much harder and it's much more complicated. And nowadays too, because of like, different moral idealism and things like that. People aren't really aiming for like a family in the same way, and they're not really like looking for forming that type of situation. Plus, like women are working and stuff like that. And yet, despite the fact that they have essentially turned everyone of every gender into like,
Careful.
into workers, it's still harder for all of them to
Yes.
get the very same things that were easier for other people. So like I could work, I could have multiple businesses, and buying a house is still incredibly difficult versus like somebody who used to work like a 9-to-5 job, like at a factory or something. They got a house with a wife and kids and stuff, and it's like, it's crazy, like the disparity now.
You're talking about the fact that, and that is true. You're talking about the fact that now we live in a world where the inflation and cost of living has gone up, but wages have not gone up to match up with that. And that's been a problem for a while. That kind of started in the 80s, and it's still going on now.
Yeah. Think about it. Like my grandparents.
That is true. That is true.
Absolutely. My grandparents, this house I have, it was, cost them $5,000 to buy. And they basically had it built. It was like
the one you're living in now?
Yeah. It was built on like farmland. Basically, it was like the first house built on this land other than the farm owners. $5,000 for like a house that nowadays would probably go for $700,000. Okay.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Crazy. How much are these worth now?
Nowadays, it's especially with the housing market increase at like $700,000. Like,
are you going to be accepting that?
I don't expect to. The thing is, I don't really want to. I want to like purchase, I want to like purchase my own home. I want to like live my own way. I don't want.
No, I know that, but if you
I want to accomplish my own way.
Yeah, but sell it though.
I don't really want to. And not to mention, it's probably gonna be sold soon anyway. So.
Oh, okay.
The fact of the matter is, like, I don't like. I want to like earn my own way in life too. So like, I wouldn't want to inherit something like that. Like a house, like I want like the first house that I own, like let's say theoretically, I would want to be my own. That and whatever house I purchase,
I respect that.
It's going to be my first home. Is the way I look at it. It's not going to be my last one, hopefully, unless I get hit by a bus.
So you're saying you want to like buy a small house and then slowly get a bigger one and a bigger one and a bigger one until
or I'm going to build a house and I want to buy like a big purchase of land, and then I'll build a house and I'll expand it over time.
That's I think I read somewhere that doing it that way is more expensive, but
no, it's cheaper.
It's more customized. Oh, it's cheaper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if you look up the pricing of building a home, like by supplies, labor, all that stuff, comparative to buying a house of the same square footage, you'll save thousands of dollars. Not just that, but the thing is too, it depends. Like if you buy a piece of land that's like all swamps and like rocks and stuff, they're going to have to do some kind of excavating and stuff on it, which is going to cost you additional money. So if you buy like a decent piece of land, which is always going to be cheaper than a house, like you'll be able to build something relatively inexpensive on it. And you could customize it any way you want. So I could have like my cool, like secret rooms, like behind like the library bookcase.
That's what I wanted, bro. I swear to God, I wanted that when I was younger. Did I ever tell you that before I bought this house, I literally was thinking about doing that. I was literally considering having a house built custom, but then I found this house and I was like, fuck it. It's got everything I want. You know what I mean? So I was just like, whatever. But maybe when I was looking, it was different. Maybe it was backwards. I don't know.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, guys, in the chat. It's definitely
You're
tough.
having a whole ass debate. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely tough out there, in terms of the cost of living as well compared to the value that's offered. But, unfortunately.
No, but it's funny.
Yeah.
How I didn't want to interrupt you, but Matian Long says too young to buy a house, too old to be a YouTuber. That's like wrong.
There are people decades older than me who are YouTubers.
Yeah, and also there's people that are younger than me who own a house. Like that's called putting limitations on yourself and making excuses. No offense. I'm not trying to be mean, but when I read something like that, it's like an excuse to not do it.
Bro wants to be Batman. I mean, he's my favorite. So, you know.
No, I didn't live next to Batista. I lived down the street from Batista.
Yeah, remember when you asked him about Guardians too?
I do remember that. I wish I still had that footage, actually. I wish I still had that footage. That
Can't wait
gone.
to see you in Guardians too. What do you mean you haven't seen it yet?
You didn't see it yet? I meant to say Avengers. I'm a fucking moron.
Hey, at least you posted it though.
Yeah, I did, but it's gone. It's gone.
You didn't just say, "Oh, I'm not going to post this. I'll just pretend it never happened." You just posted it. So
no, I wanted to post it because I was gloating about the fact that I live near Batista. I could take you to where he lives and everything.
No, I'm just saying it's more respectful that you did post it because you know it shows that you didn't give a fuck. You're like, well, I'm still gonna post this shit because I talked to Batista. So
right, and it was cool because he was in his Jeep and shit. Yeah, he does have a nice house from the outside, anyways.
Yeah, a lot of wrestlers live in that area, but yeah, we did get another super chat from Xavier, I believe. So let me check that out real quick.
And Xavier's the MVP, bro.
Yeah, he is. He's very generous.
Who's your favorite?
Him and Itchy Balls. Right.
By the way, Xavier, after this stream, I'm gonna do my own stream too. So if you stick around, I'll keep doing this.
We also just got one from John Griggs, so I'll get to that too. But thank you so much. This might be your first super chat. Let me look at the regular chat so I could see. No, I guess you've chatted before. Thank you. So let me show my screen. I want to get that cool stuff where like whenever somebody super chats, like it has like a fun alert that pops up.
Yeah, that's called StreamYard, Mike.
I know. I'm just going to keep saying things even though I already know the answer because that's what I do all the time.
Michael.
Helps me to think out loud while giving the guys the facade, if you will, that is actually me asking a question or making a suggestion. It's more like a mental note that I won't remember.
Oh, this is funny right here. If you want to be a YouTuber, always start small. Yeah, you don't have a choice, bro.
Yeah,
unless you're already well known, you're always going to start small.
Everyone starts at zero.
Everybody. Everyone starts at zero. Yeah. Everybody.
But I'll give you some advice, though, bro. The hardest part is always the beginning. Once you have a decently sized audience, it gets easier. But the hard part is to get the audience.
Well, but then you also have to make sure that they stick around.
Oh yeah,
because there's a lot more to come in the future.
More to come in the future. I knew this guy was gonna say that, bro.
Yeah, y'all both said it.
In the future trunks.
But yeah, this idea of being too young to buy a house, too old to be a YouTuber, I don't like that because whenever somebody says I'm too blank to do this, you have to really look at it and say, are you really, or are you just saying that so you don't have to get up off your ass to do it?
Guys, for anybody who's listening, if it makes you feel better, Geekdom was a decade older than me, doing Dragon Ball content and started after me, and look where he became. Like, come on, you can't have that mentality, guys.
I turned 40 next year, bro, and I'm still going to be around. Now, am I going to be covering Dragon Ball the rest of my life? Hell no. I'll do something else.
You wouldn't? I thought you want to talk about Dragon Ball until you're 80.
Sure. By the way, Mike, your camera stopped working. I don't know why.
I know.
I'm so shocked, Johnny. Thought you were going to talk about Dragon Ball till you're 110.
You think the world's going to be here by then?
I don't even want to talk about it now.
You think that the asteroid isn't coming by then, Quadman?
Now you're back.
I know.
No,
I had to take a moment to be non-canon.
Wait, no, Mike?
I don't know what that's about, but all right.
No? Huh? So we got, what's your guys' favorite Goku and Vegeta attire/outfit? I like how you said attire. It reminds me of No Mercy.
No, it's a great question.
Wait,
I guess, I mean,
again?
What's your favorite Goku or Vegeta attire? Like what they wear.
They only wear like a few different things throughout the show. I don't know. Well, you know what? I like Blue Gi End of Z Goku. I like that. Wow,
me and Daddy are on the same page. I was gonna say End of Z Goku looks the best.
I like that look. Yeah, and
I
for
like
Vegeta. Resurrection F. I like Resurrection F Vegeta. Remember that the gray armor? That was a good look.
Yeah, that one looks
well, guys.
Cool.
Well, Geekdom has both of the ones I was gonna say, but I will say as a second though, I do kind of like Vegeta's like no armor look that he had in the Buu arc. That was pretty cool.
What about Badman pink shirt?
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, so my favorite Goku attire is his magical clothes that he gets when he's Super Saiyan 4 and his hairy body. And then my favorite Vegeta attire is his magical leather pants he gets out of nowhere and his Super Saiyan 4 body. But no, with
you like hairy men, I've noticed. Okay.
With Vegeta, I do really like the Resurrection F outfit. I do like his look on Namek with like the white without the shoulder blades armor.
They're the one they found in Frieza's ship.
Yeah, I do kind of like. I do really like the look of that. Even like, I mean, there are like different versions of outfits that Vegeta even wore, like outside of the main story that I like. But this one thing I was actually talking to Quinn about the other day that I miss in Dragon Ball Super comparative to Dragon Ball, or I miss in Dragon Ball Super, but they already did it better in the manga in Dragon Ball and Z, which is that Toriyama always had the characters changing throughout the course of the arcs. Like they would have different haircuts, they might have different outfits. Like Goku and friends might have similar outfits, but still they would have real changes that would signify time passing. And they very rarely did that in Super. Like instead they just went back to the outfits that people remember, even though at first they were doing like new outfits. Like Goku's gi when he's with Whis also looks really cool. I like the Goku look when he doesn't have like an undershirt. Like for example, when he's fighting against Piccolo
like
Jr.
Raditz.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Or against Raditz. Like he has that, like just the vest without the undershirt. And it's like, I actually think that looks better.
So what about with the black undershirt they had in the tournament, at the last tournament? It was the black undershirt.
Yeah. I mean, I like his gi, like when he fights Oob at the start of GT.
Yeah. Which, the blue end of Z Goku.
Yeah. So I like that look and everything. Yeah. So overall, I'll say that. And John Griggs, your super chat, bring in Frieza, get rid of the Federal Reserve. Yeah, I think that wouldn't be too bad of an idea.
It's just funny though, because I remember when Resurrection F happened, that early poster that came out with the new look, and the big speculation was, oh, this is going to be after the end of Z because they have a new look, right? And we thought they were going to have those outfits for all of Super. No. They went back, like you said, after the Universe 6 tournament, they went right back to their old looks.
Yeah. Like after Whis scribbled his mark on them, that was like a changing moment.
Yeah, it was cool.
So, what do you guys think about Jade Cargill in WWE?
I'll leave that for the wrestling gurus.
I have no opinion yet.
You like how she debuted,
and then nothing happened, or whatever,
and then nothing happened.
Yeah, I thought she was gonna be on the show, and then nothing. I don't know.
She arrived at the show so that she could eat catering.
Yeah, right. That's right. She arrived to eat catering, and not to talk to Triple H. She already talked to him before he got hired. I don't know.
Yeah.
I agree with Xavier. He said, "I wish they had the Whis outfits in the Tournament of Power." I agree with that. That would have been a cool look.
I wish that they had.
It would have been cool if they all had new suits. Like imagine if Gohan didn't have the Goku or the Piccolo outfit. He had his own custom outfit. I mean, the green tracksuit was one, but something else. I would have liked it if they all dressed differently.
I wish that the Tournament of Power worked the way that the Future Trunks storyline did, where basically like they were given an extended period of time to train and get ready for the tournament. And then they had the actual tournament, because that way you could build up all the universes organically before the fight starts. You could have all the Z fighters get realistic power-ups that actually make sense. And it wouldn't be like, let's rush to get people in 42 hours so that we could go and fight in a 40.
It was 42 hours, right? It was, yeah.
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 It's
right.
Like,
it was like
why,
10 episodes.
Why the hell would you do that? Like, why do you want to rush a tournament, which then itself is going to be extremely long? Like, instead of making the tournament, it would be like you could have the tournament be almost like the manga pacing, but at least have the build up to it be like significantly longer. But
I don't have proof of this, and I could just be guessing. But I think if I were to make a guess, all that stuff that you're talking about was Toei, not Toriyama. I really think Toriyama wrote the most basic shit and they just expounded on it. You know what I mean? I think all those episodes that were pre-TOP, Toriyama didn't do anything. I really don't think so.
Remember how in the in the next episode preview, it was Jiren that was under the cloak, and then the next episode was Topo?
Of course. That was one of the classic changes they had.
Yeah, that was really
Yeah.
They both have the fight between Goku and Topo. They both have like the setup for the tournament within like this happening within this many hours. And they have the tournament and people get eliminated. Like, and both the versions are totally different. The tournament in the manga is super rushed. The tournament in the anime is like extremely dragged out, but
it's like opposite pacing.
Yeah, like same ending, but yeah, like there just was
well. Remember, for it. In the anime, UI Goku did better against Jiren than he did in the manga.
Yeah, like exactly. Because in the manga, Goku basically lost in the manga to Jiren. Like he gets punched and he falls out Ultra Instinct. Like they were even, but Jiren just kept getting stronger because. And in the anime, at least Jiren like powers up through like rage or whatever. At least Goku still beats him, so at least UI is somewhat effective.
I'm glad. I want to read what Crest of Honor said because I'm glad he said this. I've been saying this fucking shit for years now. People don't get it through their fucking thick head. Toriyama had very limited involvement in the anime and manga, which is why they differ in their events. Yes, he's right. And the one pet peeve I have, which isn't really that bad, but it annoys me. Did you know that Toriyama's never written a single episode of Dragon Ball anime? No Dragon Ball, no Z, never. He never has, ever. He wrote the manga, never wrote the anime.
No, that's not true. He wrote Dragon Ball Hoshi.
Oh, yeah, besides that. And Magic. But one of the times I said that on TikTok, and it's always got to be something, because there's always, remember, everybody in Dragon Ball knows everything. Why you capping, dog? So I told the guy, find me one episode that Toriyama's listed as being the writer, and I'll PayPal you $1,000. Every time I say these things, when I say find this, and if you do, I'll give you $1,000. No one's ever gotten $1,000 out of me, bro. That's how confident I am in it, bro. Because he just doesn't. He just doesn't write TV. He writes manga. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for some reason, this fandom, it's just like every single person in this fandom.
Oh, I know you've dealt with the shit in the comments.
Seems like they just think they're an expert on the franchise that knows better than everyone they've ever met. Like every single Dragon Ball fan I know,
they all think they're me, bro.
Like they could watch your channel. You have hundreds or thousands of videos on the subject, and they'll still think they know more about it than you. It's like
no. My favorite one is the people who say I hate the dub, which I do, by the way. But they think that it's like a thing against the actors, even though I've interviewed pretty much every major voice actor. But you're right, it does get obnoxious. Actually, Mike, I think that what you're talking about is actually, from my experience, it's on YouTube, but it's way worse on Facebook. On Facebook, every Dragon Ball fan in every Facebook group knows everything, cannot be questioned, and the minute you give them correct information, they either call you a liar or they come back with some more bullshit, or like, it's just, that's why I don't fuck around with Facebook groups anymore, and I haven't for years, because you just can't get through them, bro. So why waste the time? You know?
Yeah, I deleted my Facebook page years ago, and I never looked back. Same thing. It's like I deleted my Twitter. I created a new one recently. Go give it a follow, guys.
Quinn did too, but he never went back.
Yeah, the only reason I went back is just because I was given advice to do it for like promoting my books and stuff in the future. But aside from telling people, hey, welcome to my new Twitter, haven't posted on it. Same thing with Threads. I've been on Threads, but Threads is like just a terrible platform where nobody posts on it. Like
that's the one that Facebook owns.
It's like it's like a spin-off of Instagram, where it's kind of like it's basically like the liberal Twitter. So, in terms of like everything.
What do you mean? The Twitter is liberal.
Well, since Elon Musk bought it, apparently they say it's the conservative website now or whatever. So
that's the liberals that say that.
But it's basically
it's True Social, bro. The one that Trump owns. That's the one that's all right wing.
Yeah, I don't know because I don't care about any of this shit. But the thing is, like,
no, me neither.
Basically, like, I just can't use Twitter. Like every time I'm on there, aside from like talking to people in DMs, hey, hit me up in the DMs. Anyway, aside from that, You know,
Well,
I just
you're gonna
can't use
use
Twitter.
it to,
I hate it.
well, I hate it too, obviously, but you said that you got your Twitter back so that you can sell your books.
Yeah, I'm gonna use it for promotion, but like sometimes I just consider deleting it again because it's like I just every time I'm on there I remember why I deleted it in the first place. And it's just like constant arguing and like just a massive waste of time. People like
It's a cesspool. It's a
people like,
cesspool.
and some people like post on their Twitter all day, every day. It's like, don't you have something better to do with your time? Like something productive? You know, it's just, it's like
Nope.
ridiculous.
It's an addiction. It's an addiction.
And
well, I will say this because I can relate to you and I can relate to Quinn because Quinn deleted his Twitter years ago and never went back. And then you deleted your Twitter, but you went back for business reasons. I came this close, and only a few people know this, to deleting my Twitter this year because of the amount of bullshit I got tired of seeing. The only reason why I have not deleted my Twitter is because I had a conversation with our dear, close, personal, longtime friend, Mr. Senpai, John. And him and I talked about how now Elon has made it to where you can monetize Twitter and make money on it. There are videos that I put on Twitter that get better views than YouTube videos, and I can make money on it now because I have a blue check mark. You have to pay an annual fee.
Yeah, I don't really want to do that.
Well, but you make that money back. That's the thing. You're gonna make a profit. Here's the thing. If I could not, bottom line, if I could not make money on Twitter, I wouldn't have it. The only reason why I even have it and why I even pay for that check mark is because I'm wanting to make money. That's the only reason. Because one of the things about Twitter is that it's actually easier in some ways to make money there than it is on YouTube. Maybe not like super easy, but they pay every 2 weeks, first of all. That's cool. I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know what the split is, but it doesn't work the way you think it does. But they get paid every 2 weeks, and the ad rates are different. But once that became an option, I was like, you know what? I'm going to try Twitter pay, like, you know, and see if I can at least make some kind of profit. And my first 2 weeks, I made like $26, which is not a lot of money, but it wasn't even 2 weeks. It was like a week because they counted like every, you know, I started during, So, but I'm going to make my money back that I paid on it within a month. And then from then on, it'll just be profit. You know what I mean? Otherwise, I wouldn't even have Twitter. You know what I mean?
So, Kwame, what do we not waste on Twitter?
We don't waste no motherfucking time on Twitter.
I wouldn't either if it didn't pay. I wouldn't waste it.
Yeah, I just want like, it's like when I would like help people with their social media, like setting up their stuff. I would tell them like each thing is like a doorway to your business, and so that's kind of the mentality I have with some of these platforms where it's like, as long as they can open a door and go back to you and your business and find a way to that, even if you like don't benefit significantly, like if you get one or two people like purchasing your product or your service or whatever through like a Twitter or an Instagram or Facebook or something, at least there's that. And that's mainly the direction I want to try and go in with a lot of what I'm going to be doing on social media, because you know, I'm ready at this point to move into that next phase and finally, you know, take my own creation to the next level, because
I was going to tell you this, Mike.
Enough at this point.
I was going to tell you this, Mike. Actually, one of the things you can do, and because you were saying that you're going to use your Twitter only for selling your books and promoting things, you don't even have to use the Twitter app for that. There are a couple of other apps you can download. There's an app. There's one you get for free and one you pay for. That literally you can write. This is badass, bro. You can write posts, and it'll post a post to Facebook and Twitter at the same time. Yeah, and to other places too. Like if you want to actually get Truth Social or whatever the fuck. What's that one?
I heard of some of those at my last job. They have like the Meta Suite with Facebook where you could post on you could schedule posts on your Facebook, that's the Meta Suite and stuff. I deleted my Facebook, so I'd have to make a new one if I decide to go with that route as well.
Well, you don't really know yet.
Like the
focused thing, like, on the books, you know.
I kind of wish I could just publish a book and then it would just blow up without me having to market it at all, and then I would never have to use social media anymore.
That's basically well. First of all, that's basically code for I want to get something without working for it. But I will say this. Though, you technically would not be using social media if you use one of these apps
No,
because
I know.
the feed is optional. You can actually remove the feed. So all you have to do is schedule all your tweets out for the whole week, set them up on Monday. You're done. It's called pump and dump. That's literally what it's called, pump and dump.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like sometimes I just like wish I could just go live in the woods in like a log cabin and not have to use modern technology.
Well,
like,
that's actually a good vacation to have, though. Maybe not forever, but a little bit of vacation. But you want to check your fucking.
No,
you
I
want to check
know.
your phone.
I've been getting more into naturalism in recent years, and yeah, like there are times I purposely try and limit my usage for the phone. It's like fasting, but for fasting for different things. Instead of like for food, it's like I'm gonna fast from my phone for X amount of hours, or I'm gonna fast from watching anything on my TV. I'm gonna spend this amount of time without modern technology where I'm reading books and like going for walks and stuff like that. And
But you know what, though? That is a refreshing thing. Just
yeah,
go off on vacation, go in the woods and camp for like maybe 3 days. I kind of want
yeah,
to do that,
I'm
bro.
gonna go to a I'm planning to do it sometime probably next year. It's too cold now, but there's a YouTuber I follow called Coal Cracker Bushcraft, and he has a school that he teaches basically on like bushcrafting, which is like outdoor stuff from like low level to high level. And I think it's based in Pennsylvania. So I've been planning to actually go to his class at one point. There's also a YouTuber I follow who's really a knowledgeable guy, Dry Creek Wrangler. He does like a lot of philosophy types of videos I really like, but he also has like a horse wrangling school in Wyoming, and I've considered going there to learn how like do that kind of skill, like ride horses and stuff, because all that stuff could be helpful, like especially if the apocalypse hits tomorrow, and
Well, having an ass between your legs, something you've always wanted, bro. So you might as well do that. By the way, I just sent you a link. I just sent you a link real quick.
Yeah.
When you go to Vegas in November, check out that place, bro. Because I think if you go to that place, you'll forget all about Taco Bell, bro.
Oh yeah, the biggest burrito. Oh yeah, I think I saw a video about that particular location. I would totally like to check that out, but I don't know. Like, I'm kind of trying to plan out way more in advance this year for Vegas, where basically I'm going to like have days where it's like I'm going to do these select activities on this given day, and try and kind of go from it in that direction. Last time it was more about like exploring a bunch of things and going to places like all over the strip that I hadn't been before. Now it's like I've been to like most of the casinos. I know which ones I want to visit again. And I mostly want to like, I want to go to like Fremont Street now. I want to go to like the Mob Museum and some of the cool stuff I haven't been to when I was there. Sky High Lounge, stuff like that.
Quinn, have you ever been to Vegas? I don't think I've ever
No,
actually.
but I actually really wanted to. So one of my friends got married in Italy, but his initial plan was that for his bachelor's party we were gonna go to Vegas. And I did hear that if you go to Vegas and you see Joe Pesci, don't fuck with him because he
Oh
does.
no,
So
of course
don't
not.
so,
What happened
so
to the
don't put
fucking
your
tough guy?
don't put your feet on one
Don't
of
put your
the-
feet on the
On the
desk.
craps table. On the craps table. Yeah, don't put your feet on the craps table.
You motherfucker,
So-
you.
Listen, Quinn, we haven't talked about this, but I've been to Vegas twice. Vegas is my second favorite city in the whole world.
Really?
Yeah, my number 2 favorite city in the whole world. I loved it. It's basically like a cleaner Miami, except with more hookers, hotter ones even, believe it or not.
And less
And-
tropical, obviously.
Actually, it's okay. It's got that fucking Vegas weather where it's hot. So it'll be okay. So trip out on this one, bro. I was there. It was 98 degrees, like the band. I wasn't even sweating, bro, because there's no humidity because they're surrounded by mountains and
Oh,
not
yeah.
water. So it sort of feels like when you turn the heater on at home. That's what it feels like. It feels
It
really
feels
fucking
like,
good. I love Vegas.
So I was there during a heat wave. It was like 111 to 114 the entire week. I was walking around miles. First day I walked 11 miles. Probably the
But
only
did you ever feel too tired?
I didn't feel tired, but like it was like basically being inside of a hot car with the windows rolled up the entire day. So you just like, I
That's not the
drank
experience I had.
so much water when I was there because I was like, it was like baking the whole time I was there. Like the only shade I could get was when I would be like right next to a building, and that's why I'm going in November this year because it's like there's no clouds. It's just the sun on your head. You're when you're flying over Vegas, it's just like dirt, sand everywhere, and then it's just like the strip. It's like it's just like the little oasis that Vegas is located on.
Not just that, but the thing that I love about Vegas is that there's always something cool to do, and everything's right off the strip. Like the strip it's big, but it's not huge, but it's still big, right? So like the thing that'll trip you out, Quinn, is that all the arenas and the stadiums are all in one street. Like literally, you have T-Mobile, MGM. The football stadium, they're all in the same area, right? Mm-hmm. And there are so many restaurants, there are so many buffets, and everything's open 24 hours. Dog, they got 24-hour Korean barbecue only in Vegas, bro. You can go at 2 a.m. and get yourself a buffet. Like, I love that fucking town, bro. I had time of my life. Everybody smokes weed there.
The whole place smells like
legal,
it.
I forgot.
The thing is, like, it smells like
legal, and no, not just that. Not only is it legal, there's tons of places you can buy it too.
Oh yeah, and there's like weed bars, all that stuff. They're like
it's almost like a foreign country.
Yeah, like the thing is too, it smells like the city. I feel like the city does kind of smell, to be honest. But like when I was there, but it smells like clove cigarettes or just like their own strains that they have over there. But they have like more of the California influence in that regard. Like on the East Coast, you could get some stuff from California, but you're probably going to get stuff from like Massachusetts and places like that too. And but yeah, either way, like I really liked it there. I had a lot of fun, when I was there, and I'm looking forward to going back when it's not hot as hell the entire time.
Oh, dude, you're going back at a great time because I actually would love to go there. There's 2 things I would love to do. Go there during the winter. And also, I keep hearing that if you go during Halloween, that if you go during Halloween, Vegas is like phenomenal during Halloween.
Yeah.
There's hookers dressed like the hookers are cosplaying so you can fuck your favorite fictional character and shit if you want to pay. But I've never paid for a hooker in my life. But if you do that, I won't. If somebody in the chat, if you want to do that, I won't make fun of you. But also, I've heard going to New Orleans on Halloween is like really good. But yeah, I want to go like when Mike was saying, like November, December. Yeah.
I've never been to New Orleans, so I've always wanted to go. Do the stereotypical thing of going to Mardi Gras and stuff. But yeah,
I don't like being around drunks. You might like it, but I don't like being around drunks.
When you're in Vegas, everyone's drunk or messed up on something. You'll see
they're high,
tweaking on the side of the road and stuff. Tons of people passed out on the sides of the road and stuff when I was there too, and like passed out like around where the hotel grounds are and stuff. And it's like, what the hell are these people on? But the only thing, Quinn, I'll tell you, the only problem is you have to wait until 10 a.m. sometimes to get a drink.
I don't really drink that much, so I don't really care. But are there any people?
I am, that's for sure.
Are there any people that? Well, okay, continue.
It was like when I was in Dominican Republic. I stayed on all inclusive. It was 8 a.m. I'm still getting a Miami Vice down by the beach.
Oh, dude, I love Vegas. I love it. Oh, and something else about Vegas that I love, there's always something going on. Any sport you want to go see, you can go see it usually. They also have comedy shows. David Copperfield performs 3 times a day, except for a couple of days off a week. There's magic shows everywhere. Like, I love that city, bro. I love that city. In fact, when Bindle, dude, I know why Bindle moved out there. Like, it actually makes sense.
Oh, I didn't know he lives there. That's cool. I couldn't live there because of the heat. Because like I asked people when I was there, do you guys get used to the heat? And they're like, no.
But the heat doesn't bother me because, dude, I've lived in this kind of weather all my life in Florida. But here's the thing. In Florida, you have humidity. In Vegas, you don't. So it feels better. Florida here, 80 feels like 95. Over there, 98 feels like 80. I just love Vegas, bro. I love that town.
Yeah.
The only problem is that shit is expensive.
Well, I was lucky because I got a really good deal this time. So, you know, I have like a set budget for when I'm there, and I now have way more money to spend on amenities when I'm there compared to what I would have been able to spend before. Because last year I spent like twice as much on the trip, like the hotel and the airfare, versus this year.
No,
Like,
yeah, you
might have
mentioned that
even
to
been
me.
like
Yeah.
a error on the website, and I just got it for super cheap. But
Somebody in the chat said, "Does Goku smoke weed?" Do yourself a favor. Go to Google and type in Goku Krillin weed ashtray, and you'll see a very interesting piece of merchandise that's out there. That when I first saw it, I fucking laughed uproariously.
we know Master Roshi eats edibles.
Well, he eats something else too, bro. He eats the same thing I eat, bro.
Keto food?
I guess you could say that. I guess you could.
About some
But yeah, dude,
keto
I
cookies.
love Vegas, bro. Yeah. Dude, I want to go to Dubai. I want to visit Dubai at
Yeah,
least
that'd be
once.
awesome.
Yeah.
If
But
if any wealthy individuals in Dubai or the UAE so happen to watch any of our channels,
they don't.
and you want to fly us out so that we can come and do Dragon Ball videos in your palace, and like right in front of you, then please by all means send it to my email laughingstockcinema@gmail.com, and I'll consider it.
Bro,
I'll consider it.
bro, just be careful. You might be asking for an African prince to say, "Well, okay, I'll fly you out here, but you got to give me the first $1,000."
Yeah. If you'll invite me to go to one of those Saudi shows, and then pay me whatever the top person on the card is making, I'll go. Pay me that Goldberg Undertaker money from that match that they had. That was like an all-time classic for sure.
The GOAT.
The go.
Yeah. No,
Hey, we almost got 100 likes, guys. Let's get those likes up there. 98 right now.
there's
Let's hit that
one
100.
left, bro. I'm gonna unlike it so you're down to 98 now. I just did it just to be a dick. All right, I'll do it again. I'll bite you. Yeah, you should always.
Once
you
you
should-
could see it changing.
No, I know. I literally did it right when I said it, and then I changed it back. But anyways, yeah, dude, Vegas is great. Vegas is awesome. I think that's like there's a few more places I want to visit in my life. Like I'm going to Europe next year.
Yeah, I want to go.
And like I've really been into like I've been looking into like because like okay, and me and Quinn talked about this once. This is a little bit off topic for Dragon Ball, but World War II, like there's a lot of history there, but nobody ever talks about the shit before. So I've been looking into like World War One, and then also like I've been looking into the Napoleonic Wars, and I've been looking forward to going to Europe and learning about that, like seeing it. You know what I mean? Because Europe's been destroyed with war for thousands of years, bro. And it's like
the Napoleonic Wars. Is that when he teamed up with Bill and Ted to finish their history presentation at San Dimas High School?
I get it.
After
when George Carlin showed up.
After his defeat at Waterloo.
Quick question, Geekdom, if you know the song. What is war good for?
Absolutely nothing.
There you go.
Yeah, right?
Uncertainly everything. Uncertainly everything.
Yeah, but no. I'm gonna dip here in a minute. It's almost 3 a.m.
Yeah, I know.
But
I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm tired.
It's late. But yeah, I do wanna. I'm gonna be going to Germany soon, and I am interested in checking out some of those landmarks of like because World War I, World War II, like all these wars always happen over there.
Yeah,
it's always in Europe. Europe is constantly under attack.
They all involve a very specific country too.
France, because they do.
I thought you were gonna say Russia because I mean.
Wow.
No, you're right. It's the same people. It's always Germany, France, Russia, and Britain every single time. They're always involved.
And if you go a little bit back earlier in time, Daddy, Spain.
Norm Macdonald did a great stand-up bit a long time ago. I showed Quinn it, and it's basically that like the country he's the most afraid of is Germany. Because in the early 1900s, Germany decided to go to war. It wasn't just with one country; they decided to go to war with the world. And you think that like the world would easily win and kick their asses immediately, but no, they almost won. And then about 10 years later or so, they decided to go to war again. This time, once again, their opponent was the world, and this time they came even closer to winning. So Germany, we should watch out for those guys. That's generally his whole.
The only thing is, the only thing about all that is it's unlikely that they would ever actually be able to cross the ocean and do anything to the U.S. mainland. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Europe, it's always in Europe, but like, let's say that Hitler did take over Germany. I don't think he'd be able to come to America. Like, I don't think he'd be able to actually move into America. I don't think that would happen.
Oh, I mean, I don't want to be a World War II nerd, but that's actually the primary reason. He couldn't even do that to Britain.
Right.
So America was completely out of the question. Like, the Germans, what they wanted to do is they just wanted to bomb the shit out of England until they gave up, because they knew that objectively it would have been suicide to try and invade them.
Yeah, and to bomb all the food boats and shit like that.
Because Britain's navy was so big and America had a big navy that they would just blast them out of the water.
I think you're forgetting something. There's a much bigger reason why he wouldn't cross the Atlantic, because the Atlanteans.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, they're gonna take him out.
I mean, Aquaman. You really think that they're gonna try and cross the sea when Aquaman's there to stop him? And every time he shows up, there's a guitar riff. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Here comes Jason Momoa until he gets retconned into being another guy.
Quick fact, just a little bit of World War II trivia, Danny. The funny thing is that at the end of World War II, Russia actually did the opposite with like America, where throughout the whole war, Russia always had a huge army, but their navy was garbage, so they never even dared to fight the Japanese. But once America wiped out Japan's navy, that's when they invaded Japan.
You know what I always found funny about that? I don't even mean to go down a rabbit hole here, but what I find interesting about Stalin, and he's definitely built different. So when Germany started to go across the Eastern Front to go into Russia, he pretty much just let them have it. Like, he basically told the civilians, do what you can.
Yeah.
And the Germans kept moving until winter came. And then so he basically let them get the heat spot. And then he waited for them to fucking go to, keep moving, and then made a big comeback and pushed them back the other way.
Yeah, the whole scorched earth policy, yeah.
Yeah, he was a savage because in a bad way, he let people fucking die, right? Just because he knew he was going to win anyway. He was like, okay, fine, come. Okay, now I'm going to fight back. It was like Rocky. It was like Rocky against Mr. T, bro, when he's like, go ahead, hit me, tiring him out. And then in the wintertime, they got fucked.
I have a 40-second video I want to show you after this stream, Daddy, but I showed it to Mike.
I remember those videos. I was actually going to wonder if you were going to make them into shorts.
Yeah, but there's a 40-second video I found on YouTube where a guy did like statistics. You'd find it fascinating, but I'll show that in the script.
What does that have to do with Dragon Ball magic?
Oh, sorry. Do you believe in magic? Come along with me.
Do you believe in magic? If so, you're going to hell for practicing witchcraft. If you believe in magic.
I love that song. Who made that song again? I forgot. It's so long.
A band I can't remember the name of.
Yeah.
Wait, do you believe in? Isn't that the Ronald McDonald song? Do you believe
I don't remember.
in magic? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This is definitely getting claimed or demonetized, by the way.
With Grimace, aka my ex.
But hey, I'm happy for the
somebody in the
chat's
gonna know.
Because the Amazons and the Keys, the Japans, the Russians. Oh, you know what? You know what the Russians invented that works great every single time?
Huh?
Nothing.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Except for
no,
vodka.
Bro. let me tell you this, bro. Nothing starts with an N and ends with a G.
Yeah. And those two letters are included in another word. I'm getting really close.
You're going to get in trouble, bro. You're going to get in trouble, bro.
You mean naggers, right? Like they said on South Park?
No, I was going to say that they all interconnect with something that we see in every Christopher Nolan movie.
Mm.
Drowning.
Is there drowning in every movie?
Somebody drowns in almost all his movies. Even Oppenheimer, Florence Pugh
Who
drowns.
drowned it? Oh, that's right.
Almost every movie he drowns somebody. In Dunkirk, it was all about drowning, basically. And then in Prestige, the main character's wife drowns, and so that causes the whole feud between him and Christian Bale. In Memento, I feel like at least one person might have drowned off screen. But the thing is, in the movie Insomnia with Robin Williams as the villain, he drowned a girl, and then he like painted her toenails and stuff. So like Christopher Nolan either has like a really weird drowning fetish, or he's interested in having somebody drown all his movies for some weird reason. Maybe it's just like his worst fear, and so he puts it in every movie. Like people drown in The Dark Knight Rises. They fall in the lake and they drown.
I mean, drown is one of like the scariest ways, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, like almost every movie has it happen. So it's like, why? Like, what specifically about drowning makes him want to put it in every movie? Or like, you know, it's kind of like the way he messes with time.
Tarantino's feet, and
Yeah,
like
exactly.
if he were like if he were to in fact, I gotta show Quinn that, bro. Quinn, I'm gonna send you something right now, bro. I showed a Mike earlier and it popped him. Check your DMs, bro.
All right.
Look what I just sent you. Read the top and then look at it.
Oh my god. Thanos of Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Bro, that shit, I was laughing, bro. Only people who understand his movies would get that, you know.
Yeah. You remember Salma Hayek, bro?
From which movie?
And when she was with Tarantino in
in Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah.
That was like Tarantino, like Robert Rodriguez must have written. I mean, he cast Tarantino in the role. He must have written that scene specifically for Tarantino. He's like, you want to drink alcohol off of Salma Hayek's feet when she puts them in your mouth? And he's like,
Ugh.
why would you even ask me? Of course I do. And why would you even ask me? Of course I do. That's my Tarantino impression. I'm going to shut your butt down. I use violence because it's fun. It's so much fun, Jan.
I mean, it is though. It is.
I
If
agree.
it wasn't, none of us would be here, bro. People, look. As much as I consider myself like a hardcore Dragon Ball fan, and I like everything about Dragon Ball, most people got into it because of the action, the violence. I mean, the fights and all that. That's really it.
I mean, the first thing that I got into was actually like when Goku's training on King Kai's planet. Like I was like, wow, this is so weird and different from anything I've ever seen before, and I was like really interested in it. But again, I guess Goku was training there, so it kind of lends to that. But I guess I was drawn by the world building. But what were you gonna say, Quinn?
You know, I was just gonna say, like, Dragon Ball was always like, it's funny, like we're saying like it's for younger audiences, but it was always like the more adult, serious show, like compared to like all the other stuff we watched growing up. Like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh didn't have that punch. Like it's like, bro, these niggas are fucking fighting each other over the world with, yeah, well, like over cards. But like in Dragon Ball, they would actually like fight to kill each other, and people would die.
Well, yeah,
it was different.
but at least in
blood.
Japanese, Yugi would kill people. Like in English, they toned it down, but
Yeah,
in
the 4K
Japanese,
shit.
like especially in Yu-Gi-Oh! Zero, if you ever see that, like Yugi and Kaiba are stripped like murdering people. Like Kaiba like does his best to kill Yugi and his friends before they get to duel him with the whole Exodia duel, and then like Yugi like kills tons of people. Like he like sets that one guy on fire who's using Kaiba's deck. The guy, it's like in the anime, it's like you're going to the Shadow Realm. It's like no, he just burned to death. The manga's more hardcore too. Like Mai, instead of being in like in an hourglass like that's gonna fill with sand, is actually full of flesh-eating scarabs. So like the longer she's in that,
Are you describing the new Saw movie?
I might as well be. But the longer she's in there, the more like she gets eaten alive by like the scarabs, and she's basically in an infinite loop of pain. But the funniest thing in the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX dub, I'll say the funniest censorship ever, aside from like when the hero monsters just randomly having like Arnold Schwarzenegger's voice, it goes blah, 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 and then it explodes. there's like a scene where a character, Edo Phoenix, who they changed, and even though he's supposed to be an American and they could just call him Ed Phoenix, they changed it to Aster Phoenix in the dub because fuck you. And so basically he walks into a room when he's a little kid. In the Japanese, his dad is dead on the floor. And he's like, "No, father, what happened?" He's like dead. He was murdered. In the English, he walks into the room and 4 kids literally painted over the part of carpet where his dead body is. And he's like, "Dad, where did you go?" It's like, "My father disappeared when I was a boy and I never knew what happened." It's like they literally like painted the dead body out and totally changed his backstory.
Wow. Well, I think hold on. I think you said this, but like they did the whole thing with Seto Kaiba's brother or something, right? Like he got ran over by a tank, but then they changed it. You know what I'm talking about or no?
I'm not sure.
I don't know, bro. I don't know anything about, bro. I don't know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh! Because when Yu-Gi-Oh! Was on, I was discovering this lovely thing called pussy. So I don't know anything about fucking Yu-Gi-Oh, bro. So I'm just gonna shut up.
Oh yeah, I remember now. So and the chat probably remembers this too. So long story short, there was a character that they originally edited. The original scene was that he got killed by a tank when an army invaded, but they changed it to say that he disappeared and ran away, but because they didn't want to say that the tank killed him.
Yeah, I mean, there's like tons of censorship in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like the guns, they like just have them pointing their fingers even though they're holding guns in the Japanese. Like Bandit Keith is about to shoot Pegasus in the head before he drops him down the pit. In the manga, it's way more graphic because he turns Bandit Keith's hand into a gun and then he makes him shoot himself in the head. And there's like so much more graphic violence in the manga. Like even though the anime came out at a time when graphic violence wasn't too bad, like the early 2000s, it's still like didn't have as much. Yeah, I see what you're doing, Danny. It's definitely getting demonetized, but thank you all for your super chats. OG Edits for your New Zealand $5, which I believe is $2.99 American. That is beside the Broly movie and Battle of Gods. Modern Dragon Ball is subpar, at least for me. Series has been milked to death at this point. Your guys' thoughts?
Absolutely.
Positive. I don't know if I go that far, but he's not off that far. Like I don't know if I would go that far, but I agree with the general idea behind that.
One thing I will say, and I have an echo on your screen, Danny, for some reason, but I'm
sorry, I forgot to mute. My bad.
One thing I will say with all of that is that I've come to realize recently, in a sense, that like having a franchise go on a really long time and having different iterations isn't necessarily that bad when we look at the perspective of like history. Like, for example, if you in a lot of ways look at like the modern media, like the franchises like Marvel, DC, so on and so forth, like you would like modern mythology, it starts to like make more sense, because if you look at like the Greek stories and like the Norse mythology, like all these different mythological pantheons and ideas and stuff, they lasted for centuries and had a bunch of different stories created over the course of centuries and versions and stuff like that. So like if we look at like Star Wars, for example, Star Wars has only been around for like not even 50 years yet, I don't think. So with that being said,
35 or 45.
So with that being said, like some of these stories lasted hundreds of years, like even like not things that people believed in as religions in the ancient past, like just stories lasted forever, like Beowulf, that's been around for 1,000 years, like, and so many different versions of it told over the years and, things like that. So I don't really have too much of an issue with the franchise going on, or at least being revisited over time. I do think that certain stories like run their course and should end. But at the same time, really great.
I think every story should end, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, some stories always.
Except Dragon Ball don't need money. How about this? Dragon Ball should end after I'm dead. There we go.
It's like even today, people are still making, because he's in the public domain, people are still making Sherlock Holmes stories. Like you have different Sherlock Holmes TV shows that come out. You have, Sherlock Holmes fighting Dracula, which is also public domain now, I think. And then, you have stuff like that. it's like Batman. He's been around for 90 years ish, and so it's kind of like when he hits public domain soon, possibly, and same thing with Superman. Imagine all the new variations that people will tell,
Yeah.
And so it's like,
Are you gonna write a Sherlock Holmes book?
I've thought about doing Batman and Sherlock Holmes team up to fight Dracula. So maybe.
Wacky.
I would love to have like Batman like researching the mission, like, and it's back in that like Victorian era or like the really early it doesn't really matter. But basically it would be like back in the day, and him and Sherlock Holmes are working on the same case, and then they get together and they pool the resources and they find Dracula, and then basically they have to like find a way to defeat Dracula and stop him, and it would be pretty cool. But yeah, I'm sure that everyone gets the point.
Now you got me wanting to write like Sherlock Holmes teams up with Goku and shit. Now you got me wanting to write that fucking shit.
Yeah, I mean Sherlock, like there's tons of stuff becomes public domain every year. That's like why Winnie the Pooh, they have like the horror movies coming out, Blood and Honey or whatever it is, and
there's a sequel coming out now. I don't know if you heard about that. A sequel to Blood and Honey.
I haven't even seen the first one, but it's like when something goes public domain, anyone can make a story about it. So fuck it, let's do it. Like if every single story went public domain today, it would suck for the people who made them, but at the same time, like we'd all be able to make our own stories and never have to worry about copyright.
Yeah, but that imagine what kind of problems that would cause, though.
Oh yeah. What were you gonna say, Quinn?
It's weird.
No. I was just gonna say, maybe you should block certain countries from being able to watch your videos, Mike, like two of your friends have.
I don't.
Wait, who's the other one besides me?
I told you. Remember when I got demonetized?
Oh, I didn't know you actually did that.
I told you. I told you I got my network to do it.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Well, it's funny because I had a guy today. So I did that back in January. I had a guy today. He's like, "Hey, Geekdom, I'm in Japan. And I used to watch everything you put out, but I haven't seen your stuff in a while. Why?" And I had to give him the bad news. I'm like, "Bro, you're going to have to get a VPN, dude. I'm sorry. Look, it's one small island. And unfortunately, I'm not willing to put up." And you know what's funny? I swear to God, ever since I have done this, no copyright problem.
None either, bro. I haven't had anything, dude.
Zero. And isn't this the greatest?
Dude, Daddy, the only thing I got was in one of my videos, they picked up like a Falconer song I used. So I just went back and like changed it. But that was it.
Well, who did that? It wasn't Japan,
it was just music, but I've been super fucking clean, bro. Japan, like, dude, I'm so glad that I did that. But you know what's the crazy thing though, Danny? I could have done this with my network for years. I've been in like Jetpack for like 5 or 6 years now. I could have done it years ago, but I never thought about doing this until you went through your shit. So it's kind of one of those crazy things about life where when something bad happens to you or somebody that you know, that's when you do things that you should have done a long time ago. It kind of sucks that life works like that.
Well, I'll tell you this quick thing about that. I'm the only guy that I know of who's been able to do it without needing a network. However,
that's delicious.
Because of this, they are considering rolling that feature out to other people as well.
Yeah.
And really, I didn't want to ever have to do that, but when you get 25 fucking strikes and you almost lose your channel, bro, I didn't even think the number even got that high.
Yeah. But you know why Mike doesn't do it though, right? Because his channel's never been hit the way we were. He's never been demonetized or got 25 copyright strikes.
He's actually been lucky in that sense.
He's a sweet, innocent little boy that has nothing to worry about because his channel's never been attacked like us, Mike.
I like how they're talking about me as if I'm not here and they're not.
I'm just having fun. I'm Mike. I'm not doing that. Bro. I'm fucking with you, Mike. But all jokes aside, though, once you get hit, you're gonna be running to go get fucking Japan blocked. But actually, never mind. I'm actually kidding with you, Mike, because you changed your editing style.
I hope it
doesn't. All jokes aside, though, you changed your editing style, so you're never gonna have to worry about it.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Go ahead, but you go.
Yeah,
go.
I just said I'm glad. But go ahead.
No, I was just no. I didn't want to interrupt you because I know you were waiting to talk. All I was gonna say was, even if you change your editing style, though, they can nail you for any reason. Because remember, they were nailing one picture videos I did that had nothing in them. Like all it takes is one jack off, fucking you know, having access to the copyright system to fuck somebody over, bro. I had a long conversation with Totally Not Mark about this literally last night. We talked for like 4 hours, and we talked about this whole thing, like just all that shit that happened.
Where is Padme? Is she okay? Is she safe? I'm afraid in your anger you killed her. That's impossible. I couldn't have. No!
Mike, what's the other way you can say no?
Let me ask you a question.
No?
What do you think is the worst line in all of Star Wars?
I don't like sand. It's rough, it's coarse, and it's irritating. It gets everywhere. Not here. Everything is soft and smooth.
My favorite one is Palpatine's back somehow.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
Somehow Palpatine
Sith
returned, yeah.
Cloning.
I think-
Dark magic. Secrets only the Sith knew.
Oh man, I think it was cringy with Hayden's fucking delivery when he's like, and not just the men, but the women.
He got a lot
the-
better.
You underestimate my power.
He got better though. One
He
thing
was really good in Ahsoka.
one thing I will say is that they really, you could tell by the third movie when you watch them all in a row that they're really trying with some of the dialogue, even if it's not good. Like they're like really, like Natalie Portman, who's like, everyone phoned it in the Phantom Menace. Like it just felt like, it just seemed like they're all like insanely stoned every time they're performing. Like even like listen to like the dialogue from Ewan McGregor. Look, droids. It's like there's zero emotion in anything he says. And so
I mean, Lucas is a bad director when it comes to directing actors.
Ooh.
yeah, but it just felt like, I mean, even like the original trilogy, like he's getting way more emotion out of them than he is than like everyone in the prequels, like up until the third movie, like in the second and third movie. Even like Samuel Jackson, the oppression of the Sith will now be at an end. Like you couldn't.
Yeah, he should have been the real Sam Jackson, bro.
I need him.
He
should have been the real Sam Jackson.
He should have walked
in.
in.
He controls the Senate and the courts, motherfucker. We gotta kill his ass now.
I was gonna say he should have like walked in. You're under arrest, motherfucker.
No,
I would have at least been more. But what's worse, bro?
You
that
will
or the fact that
die.
he's making out with. What about the fact that he was making out with lizards this year, bro? In that Secret Invasion show.
I didn't even see that shit yet.
Yeah, man. I saw it and I was into it for a little while, but looking back on it, yeah, dude, the dude was making out. I'm not gonna spoil it, bro. I don't want. You might care, but you probably
should. That show
shouldn't.
had Amelia Clark in it, and I still didn't watch it.
I know, you're right.
Imagine if it had Amelia Clark and Alexandra
Daddario.
Daddario.
Kid in that show.
Well, I mean, the thing is that she always kind of has that younger look to her, I guess you could say. I mean, even like she played Sarah Connor, like she looked like her facially, but then she's like half her height, you know? So it's kind of like
she looked a lot like her facially, though.
Yeah.
That one actually kind of surprised me.
I'd like to look at her facially. I mean, so the next question is from OG Eds again for his $5 New Zealand Dan and question, which is follow-up question. Has Dragon Ball lost what made it special? With Geekdom 101, why don't you tell us the answer to that question? It's my Kiwi accent.
What Dragon Ball has lost that made it special?
Yeah. Has it lost what made it special?
Wait, is he asking has it or what has it lost?
Has it? Like,
Depends
was there
on what you
once?
think.
Yeah, was there once a
It
thing that
depends
made
on what you
Dragon
think
Ball
made it special.
Yeah, that's a question. A lot of people watch it for different reasons.
Yeah, I don't know, because that question has like 100 answers depending on who you ask. I mean, I don't know about lost what made it special. One of the things that made it doesn't have any more stakes. And I don't mean the kind that you eat.
Steaks.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. It's lost that and it's lost drama. So that's something I think everybody can kind of agree with. This interquel shit.
Yeah. What is this? The fucking Chronicles of Narnia? I did like how at the end of the last episode of Ahsoka, they had the Chronicles of Narnia like referenced in the title.
Yeah, what was it the Jedi, the Witch, and the Warlord?
Yeah. But who the hell was the Warlord? Was that Shin Hati?
You talk about the not Scarlett Johansson?
Yeah, the Scarlett Johansson minus a few inches in certain locations. But yeah.
Maybe if you dye your hair gray, you can play fucking Balin the next season.
I have something I'm searching for. I have long forgotten what it is. I'm like 30 years too young to play that role, so
that's why I said you have to dye your hair gray.
I gotta get wrinkles. I'll go work another job. That'll stress me out enough for that.
Smoke cigarettes all day and drink all day.
Yeah, so has Dragon Ball lost what made it special? Again, what is the thing that makes it special? I think it's a variety of different things that like come together in terms of all that. And I mean, it hasn't lost Toriyama it lost him to the same degree.
Toriyama lost Toriyama.
Yeah, he lost the plot a long time ago. It still has action scenes. It still has the same characters. It still has, all the things that make it functionally exist as Dragon Ball. But it's a variety of different things converging on each other that makes it where it doesn't work as well. So I don't know. I mean, that's a hard question to answer because it's like, what specific thing are you referring to, Kwame?
I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like a lot of people, especially in their adulthood, watch it for like nostalgia and stuff.
Yeah.
So I feel like, for me personally, I would just say it's the lack of like violence and softness that's really changed the most. Like Dragon Ball just used to feel so hardcore. Like going really, really briefly, like things like Gohan dying against the androids, people getting ripped apart, like that stuff just doesn't happen. It feels like just softer. So my whole thing was, if Super was softer than Z and GT, and then like you have like Magic's gonna be even softer than Super, it's like, all right, then we're gonna have Dragon Ball Teletubbies next.
I'd still cover it, bro.
Dragon
in fact, if Mike shaves, he can be the baby in the sun.
I do have a video on this channel where I shaved. Do you want to see it?
No, I hate that video, bro.
What, the one where I'm at the boardroom?
Yeah, that's the Shrek look. No, I'm good.
The one where he becomes a human?
No. So whenever a man has a beard for a long time and looks good with a beard and then shaves, he kind of has what I call the Shrek look because he looks kind of like Shrek. That's why I haven't shaven my beard. That's why I haven't shaved my beard in 12 years. Even though I've lost the weight, once I shave it, bro, I look like fucking Shrek. So I'm good, bro. I'm happy with the way I look now.
An ogre?
Let me share my screen in case you haven't seen this, Claw Man.
Okay.
I wonder if people will be able to see this when I'm sharing Discord, but I'm also sharing my screen.
Oh yeah, you mean on Discord? Okay, let me show you.
I don't know, bro. I may have to. I don't want to be rude, but I may have to dip in a minute because we're past 3 a.m. now. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just letting you know.
No, I'm getting ready to go to sleep soon anyway. But we did get super chats. But so here's a video I did, a short video about the time around when I shaved my beard. In January.
Okay, team, we need new ideas for the next.
Wait, can you hear this or no?
Oh, I know I can't hear it, but I can.
Can I just hear it and not see it?
No.
Yeah, you could just send me the link and I'll listen to it myself.
Bro, you look like Ewan McGregor's less popular, less talented brother, bro.
Boy, you ain't gonna lie to you guys. Danny has a secret power that you guys don't know. Danny on the fly can come up with a comparison for how people look in a brilliant way that I've never seen anybody be able to do.
But do you see he looks like Ewan McGregor's younger and less fucking wealthy brother, bro.
All right, let's have him hear it. Okay.
Okay, team, we need new ideas for the next arc of Dragon Ball Super. What do you have? New forms, bring back old characters. I don't know, guys. Maybe we should just tell a story with an interesting narrative, with compelling character development, and have fights that actually make sense with power scaling that's logical in events that take place beyond the events of Dragon Ball Z.
You want people in the chat to fucking lose their lunch that bad, bro?
you're fired. If they said I look like a real Christian Bale right
this is to go
when he played Dick Cheney.
further beyond.
Nobody saw that movie.
No, I didn't see that one.
So yeah, I'm very talented, obviously, as you've noticed, and so yeah,
Not as talented as your big brother, who fucking is enjoying the big luscious ass of fucking Harrison Dula as we speak.
yeah. I definitely watched that show for the plot, and they showed that plot a lot more than I expected, and I was very welcome to come back to.
Does Quinn know what we're talking about, bro?
No.
No, he hasn't seen Ahsoka yet.
I know
I
about it
mean-
because everybody's talking about it.
No, but I mean specifically what we're talking about, bro.
Yeah, so everyone's in agreement. I look awesome without a beard and with one. But with that being said, we do have, before you go, Danny, we do have another super chat targeted toward you. It's from Denizen of the Ages, an old school fan of our channels. He used to react to our videos and stuff. And he said, "Hi, Mike. Thank you for allowing me to meet my daddy 101. Please come home, daddy."
Never. Bro, I'm still trying to find
to get the milk.
Yeah, I never came back. I'm still trying to find that picture of Hera's ass, bro. I want Quinn to see it, but
You
I
sent
can't.
it to me recently. You
I
sent
know
me
I
like a
did.
video or something. So yeah, it's weird because like maybe she was really thin in the movie or something, but she doesn't look like, it's weird. Like you see how she looks in Ahsoka, and then you see how she looked in like Birds of Prey, and it's like they just made her look so much less feminine in that show, I guess, and like so much like they de-emphasized her attractivity. And so she doesn't really look anywhere near as good as she does in Ahsoka. And it's weird because she's.
I didn't even know that she was in Birds of Prey, bro.
Yeah,
I
she
only
was
saw that
the
movie once.
she was the one that's like the assassin who has the family that all got murdered, and it's like directly tied in the plot.
I swear to you, dude, I do not remember her in that. I've only seen that movie once, though.
I think
Like,
I did too.
saw it.
Unfortunately,
And Ewan McGregor was like,
remember.
wasn't he the heel in that movie?
That might have been where they either met or maybe they got cast together because he played Black Mask.
Oh yeah.
But they kind of butchered Black Mask in that, and then the ending. Well, no more Black Mask, unfortunately, because they always gotta kill villains in these movies.
Yeah, unfortunately. Hera is the Huntress. That's right. I just looked it up.
Yeah, she played Huntress. There you go. But she didn't look anything like Huntress, and they like de-emphasized her attractivity. And that's the thing they do. Like Harley Quinn, they totally made her look like a homeless clown. You know, like
She kind of is.
they had like Black Canary looks nothing like Black Canary. You know, like Cassandra Cain, totally different. Like they changed everyone because like, you know, let's get PR points. Black Mask is gay now. You know, it's just like tokenization at the ass, you know.
Who do you think was the hottest actress in Ahsoka, bro? Rosario Dawson, Mary Weinstead, or the chick that plays Sabine?
Probably Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
Don't say Morgan Elsbeth, bro. I don't think that counts.
No, I'd give it to Mary Elizabeth. Out of everyone there,
I think it's Rosario Dawson, bro.
Well, I mean nowadays, like Rosario in her prime, like yeah, not to piss a bunch of people off, but like Rosario in like Clerks 2 and also
she did look good in Clerks 2.
In Death Proof, like back then, yeah, for sure. That's like saying Salma Hayek in the 90s versus Salma Hayek now, you know, or like I mean, Angelina Jolie, I would say, is probably the most attractive actress who is in The Eternals, for example. Like
Salma Hayek now still looks good though. That's the problem.
Oh, amazing for almost being 60. Jesus.
I mean, for her age, yeah, absolutely. But it's not like Elizabeth Hurley, for example, where she basically looks the same now that she did, slightly older, maybe.
She drinks children's blood, bro.
You know, so it's like she's not like Sofia Vergara or like, you know, Monica Bellucci, or like
Alessandra Daddario that you always bring up.
Rachel Weisz,
Mike, hold
who
on.
found the fountain of youth, and
What about Aunt May, or like she was in the movie with Joe
Marissa
Pesci?
Tomei.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah,
Yeah,
everybody likes
Asian.
it.
she's in her 50s at least and still looks really good. What's her name? Kate Blanchett looks great for her age.
You know, she's
Kate
only
Kate Blanchett looked hot in Thor, bro.
Oh
but
yeah, she was totally my
I
type.
still
in Thor.
think
Evil.
Selma Hayek and what's her name from Modern Family, bro? Sofia Vergara at the tippy top, like MILF, like yeah.
I mean, I definitely still think that she's attractive, but I just mean like 90s, like Desperado, Salma Hayek, like, Till Dusk Till Dawn, Dogma, like she was definitely,
I forgot that she was in Dogma. I don't even remember that.
she was, the muse. She was like, they found her in a strip
That's right.
club.
That's right. That's right.
They always
That's
had her
right.
stripping
I gotta
back
watch that
then.
movie again.
They're like, Salma Hayek, you must take your clothes off in every movie you appear in.
Well, yeah, except for Eternals, which is why that movie sucked.
Yeah, a big reason they put her in because again they wanted to de-emphasize the femininity of a lot of the characters, so that's why like even like Rosario in Ahsoka, like Rosario is attractive, but half the series she's wearing like a burlap sack. It's kind of like what happened with Rose Tico. It's like, why don't you put Rosario Dawson in like more flattering clothing that like makes her look great while she's playing Ahsoka, instead of like having her wrapped in like really baggy robes that make her look 3 times her size. It's like, what's up with the costuming department for the female characters? Like Shin looked fine, her costume, but like Ahsoka just like constantly had like this huge robe on her, and then like again Rose Tico, and then the Marvel movies, like they really toned down the sexuality of especially the female characters. Like in the comics, they used to have like beach comics where like the Punisher would be in like a freaking Speedo next to like Storm, who would be like, wearing like a G-string and stuff, like, but nowadays you can't see that in a movie. Definitely not.
Well, only in the good ones. By the way, there's like a huge sale going on right now on Amazon on anime.
Prime
and
Day.
a lot. What is that today? I think that's next month.
10th and
Isn't that
11th.
next month?
Today.
Is it really? Okay, well, some of the deals are actually pretty good. Some of them are terrible. Like for example, you can get all of Evangelion for $29. That's pretty good for an anime Blu-ray. It's a Blu-ray. However, they're selling the Dragon Ball Z movies, those Blu-ray 2-packs, for $16, and those are horrible transfers. And then so trip out on this one.
Yeah.
Resurrection F is $17.99 right now, but Broly's like $12.
That's fucking.
And we know which one's better.
I wish that they released the 4K Broly in America.
I'm not even sure if that's even a thing. They didn't release it in Japan. There was a 4K in Japan.
What was it on the theaters? Did they just send a 1080p movie to movie theaters?
No, it was whatever the film was, 35 millimeter. But I'm saying it wasn't 4K. It was 35 millimeter. They could probably make it into a 4K. But what I'm saying is they never released a 4K in Japan either. I think Superhero was the first 4K that they actually came out with in Japan, and later. Well, I think next month it comes out here. I think next month.
Jaws in 4K is $14.99, a little expensive. The Universal.
That's a great movie. That's a great 4K though. Let me tell you.
The Universal Classics monster movies, or big collection, is like $30 in 4K.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Seeing that shit in 4K, that'd be cool. Waiting for Arnold's new book to go on sale.
Yeah, black and white movies look really good in 4K, bro.
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of times,
so do
black
war
and white,
movies.
Yeah, a lot of times black and white movies look better nowadays than like any movie. It's so fucking weird, but it's I think it's all down to like how they framed them back then in the lighting. Because the thing is, you had to light scenes and have like specific colors like for the effect, and so a lot of times they would have people wearing outfits that would be like totally different colors from what we would see in black and white. But it's like somebody wear a pink like suit because it would show up better in the gray. than it would like if you wore just like a gray suit. So it's kind of like that scene in The Simpsons where it's like, oh, you can't use dogs; they look too small. You have to use cows, and that's like, what do you do if you have to show a cow? Oh, a bunch of cats taped together.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why is because if you do a good 4K transfer, the blacks look really dark and the whites look really bright, and you can't really fuck that up. Whereas, with other movies you can. Like the big one, I think I brought it up to you once a while ago. I don't remember if I did, was Saving Private Ryan. The Blu-ray of Saving Private Ryan is like, bro, like Tom Hanks' skin is like pink. But if you watch the 4K of Saving Private Ryan, his skin actually looks like a human being's skin.
Yeah, probably is HDR, right?
Yeah, of course. That's part of the whole 4K package. Like if you don't get HDR with your 4K, it ain't worth it if you ask me.
Yeah. The thing is, though, that some devices are not as capable of rendering HDR as others. So a lot of times you'll be watching something in 4K, and then what will happen is that it'll like get dark during like certain scenes, like darker than it should be, because like your TV.
Don't buy crap, folks.
Yeah, your TV will like dim. So like if you get like a Sony Vaio, like an OLED, not like a OL, not like the fake ones, like. You're going to want an OLED, not like a QLED or something, because OLED just is better in terms of lighting. You're going to see like a huge difference between like a 4K $230 TV you could buy probably today on Prime, like the TCL ones.
Yeah, I'm looking at what some of the good deals they have. Like they have One Punch Man season 1 combo pack, and it's $25. They have that. They have Kai for like $21 each set, which I think that's a little. Anime is expensive, bro. Anime is really expensive on Blu-ray. Huh?
Hey, Kwame,
Don't do it, Mike. Don't do it.
Can you watch one episode of an anime and then tell me why it's great? Like go watch. I don't know. I mean, One Punch Man wouldn't be too bad. Oh wait. I think you might.
You're making a reference that literally nobody in the show.
I don't even get that reference. I
did a review after just watching one episode.
He did a video after watching one episode of One Punch Man. Remember this. It was called "Why One Punch Man is Great," and he only watched one episode of it. When I first,
and I got like 70K views just for doing one.
That's because Piccolo is in the first episode.
That's right. That's literally, true. Yeah.
Very true. That's why you watched it. Prime Day deals. Let's get
anime is just too expensive, bro. Like it's expensive on Blu-ray.
I remember when people used to argue with me about that shit. It's like, oh, you get this many episodes for like $50. It's like that's not a lot. I'm like, yeah, it is. I could buy a whole series for that for like $20. Like, why am I spending that much on Amazon?
Tori Rent, a much better option.
Yeah. She's I was trying to
good old Tori.
I was asking Quinn about her the other day. He didn't seem to know her.
No, I think Tori's a dude.
I don't know. I mean, it depends. I mean, it's 2023. Tori could be whatever Tori identifies as, I guess.
That's true.
Oh, canceled.
Why? For agreeing with the cancellation mob? I mean, the individuals who
sarcasm.
Oh, complete series from Crunchyroll. Let's see. Dragon Ball GT. The entire series.
No, you said it wrong. Say GT the proper way, Mike.
Dragon Ball GT. It's on sale for
GT. You have to say GT with that good space.
Dragon Ball G.
GT.
Dragon Ball G.
So, welcome to our channel where we do Dragon Ball discussions, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball GT, and Dragon Ball Magic.
You're interrupting my pause. On this channel, we talk about Dragon Ball G.
T.
All right. You could just say it. That's
Dragon Ball Magic.
I was going to wait like 30 seconds. And then say
wow. I didn't understand that, Mike. It's kind of hard to understand this through,
don't you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
I'm sorry, Chris Tucker.
Don't nobody understand what are coming out of your mouth.
Chris Tucker.
Hey Quinn, I want to send you a picture, and I want you to don't say what it is, but I want to hear your reaction when you. I want to hear your reaction live. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. That
No.
title, bro.
Oh no, it just kind of sucks because I checked his channel the other day and I saw that already. But yeah, I popped when I saw that, bro.
No,
I'm like,
bro, I see it and I'm like, what the fuck, bro?
what if I told you, just like Morpheus, that that's not the dumbest topic?
I
Oh,
know.
yeah,
I
Let
know
me
it's
blow your
not,
mind.
but that one, bro.
Want me to blow your
Yeah.
minds real quick?
By a person from another universe, right? That's designed to kill people.
Quinn, by the way,
Yeah.
they have Pulp Fiction on 4K on sale on Amazon right now.
What kind of storage does Tarantino not like? Or we can't say that on stream.
You could
Oh,
say
that
it.
one.
I just
can't say
can't.
that one, bro.
Okay.
So they
Wait,
have
hold on. I got one more. Hold on. I got one more, bro. Quinn.
Yeah.
What the? Bro, that character doesn't even exist yet, bro.
I know.
Oh,
Daddy.
I think I get what
Oh,
you're talking about now.
oh, hold on, Daddy. I did want to ask you this because I streamed with this with Mike yesterday. I need to get a non-black perspective on this. So, what was a more uncomfortable scene to
Mike
see?
is less black than I am, bro. But
Okay,
all right.
seeing Tarantino say that thing about storage in Pulp Fiction or the Sicilian one in True Romance. What's more
No,
uncomfortable?
man, they're both great. I love both.
But what's more uncomfortable to hear?
Neither one for me, bro. It's just a movie.
But I know, but I'm just saying in terms of like how dark it was to say that. Like, which one do you feel is a little bit more intense?
I like your choice of words.
Probably True Romance.
Yeah, yeah, probably.
So you want me to blow your mind real quick?
No, I don't want you to blow my mind.
Well, I'm going to do it anyway. So going back to what you just said before, you said like Morpheus. What if I told you? Did you know? Well, actually, what if I told you that Morpheus never actually says "What if I told you" in the Matrix?
He actually didn't.
But he did. No, he didn't. Nah, he didn't say that.
I haven't seen the movie in a while, so I was actually asking.
No, I've seen the movie a million times, and he never says it.
So where's that meme come from?
Somebody made a meme, and they just got together different things that he said that were very similar. You know, that happens in a lot of movies.
Yeah, like the whole "I am your father."
Yeah, Luke, I am your father.
Yeah.
He never says Luke.
No, that can't be true.
That's impossible. Search your feelings. You know it to be true.
Don't forget the no, Mike.
No.
There's another way to say it.
No. Yeah.
What's a more timid way of saying that?
No. Yes, Squaman every time. But all right, guys, send in your final questions before we go. It's already way past my bedtime, which is any time I want. But, this is the longest stream I've done ever. It's about a fraction of what Quinn did the last week, though. But I think it's the longest stream I've ever done, from 10 p.m. until almost 4 in the morning. In American time, the correct time on the East Coast.
Ooh.
Don't worry, though. The asteroid's probably going to hit in the Atlantic, so you guys will have the last laugh on the other coast. Well, to be fair, inland you'll have the last laugh because you'll still have tsunamis over there.
Mike, before you cut it off, isn't it kind of shows how much of an ego the British had, bro? These niggas conquered the world, so they're like, we're going to make ourselves zero and everybody in the world is scale time based on us. That is so egotistical. They our time system comes
Everybody
from
would have done that, though.
Yeah,
everybody
no,
would have done that.
We're zero.
To be fair, though, where's the center of the map? It's not in the UK.
Whoa.
When you look at world maps, who's in the center?
Africa?
Yeah, but in terms like the dead center, it's a little bit above Africa, a little bit northeast of Egypt.
Oh, you mean the chosen people? The chosen ones? Oh, okay. I didn't even think about it like that, but okay.
Yeah, the Swiss. But anyway, thank you all for watching tonight. I appreciate it. We got a lot of super chats here from people, old and new fans alike. And I am not going to 6 hours tonight because I am tired. So unless you guys have anything else you want to talk about for the next 19 minutes, and anyone sends in any super chats that'll make me stop ending the stream right now, I am going to thank Geekdom 101 first for stopping by. First, you can watch.
Can I leave now? Because I really am tired.
You could have left anytime you wanted to. And
Yeah,
then,
but I'm not going to be rude.
And then Quaman from Quaman's Land, aka Detective Q, aka Ethan, aka Quaman. Thanks for coming. How's it going? You're getting going. Goodbye.
You have trouble closing streams that I've noticed.
Hasta la vista, baby. And make sure to stick around because there's a lot more to come in the future.